Hey, thank you, Meg. Thank you, team. Well, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are tuning in from, my friends. Welcome to our online event with David Wood. So, this is a little unusual, right? Having this many people on a Zoom call for a David Wood event. So, let's try this. So if you're excited to be here, I want you to wave like crazy down your screens like you've never waved before. So if you're excited to be here, let me see you. That's awesome. That's awesome. But you know what? I need to feel your energy this morning because I've missed seeing all of your faces. You know what? It's been a little while since we've done a live event. Celebration was our last one that we did, our Australia-New Zealand celebration event 9 weeks ago. And boy, I have certainly missed seeing all of you, all your hugs, all your kisses, all the good, fun, juicy stuff that Isagenix brings, right? So in just a minute now, in actually 3 seconds, I'm going to unmute all of the lines. And I want you to go absolutely flipping crazy and let the neighbors know that Isagenix is in the house. So are we ready for this? On 3, 2, 1, let's hit it. Oh, she just unmuted me as well. Well, as I say, good morning from sunny Sydney, or good afternoon if you're tuning in from the UK, or good afternoon if you're in the US or Canada, wherever you are tuning in from around the world right now. How cool is this? We're so glad that you're here with us. And I firstly wanted to start off by just giving you the biggest virtual hug down the screen, and from all of us here at Isagenix. We truly send you our love in this difficult time, and I trust and I hope that your friends, your family, your loved ones are all well during this period. But we are so glad and grateful that you've been able to join us today. We've got 2 jam-packed days of absolute fun lined up. So we're so glad that you're here. But for those of you who don't know me, my name is Steve Foxall. I'm your general manager for Australia and New Zealand. And as I say, I'm just so blessed and glad that you could join us with us this morning or this afternoon. But with that, before we kick off any event like we normally do, I certainly don't pull all the strings. We've got an amazing team that are sat this side of the office of me, and Kath's this side of the office of me as well. But Meg, I'm going to ask you to unmute the lines in just a second, but I want to do some thanks and some acknowledgements. But you know, we've got some incredible trainers and speakers who've given up their time to be with you today from across the world. Of course, we've got Mr. David Wood joining us. We've got Eric Coover joining us today, and we've got the wonderful, phenomenal Susan Sly, and the very lovely and supportive, incredible leader Jen Patch as well. They're going to be spending the 2 days with us, and of course, each and every one of you who've taken the time out of your day to be with us as well. And our events team, the girls, Meg's next door, as I say. We've got some of them working from home. They're going to be checking the chat as we go through this. I've got Kath next door to me here. So can we just give it up for all our trainers, our speakers, our staff, and for each and every one of you? Let's give them a
and
all right, awesome stuff. Thank you, Meg. Well, with that, I now have the pleasure to introduce an absolutely incredible man to the floor, is what I'm going to call it today. He is our master trainer and coach, as many of you know. And this guy is just, he's just an incredible person if you've not met him yet. In fact, he's traveled to so many countries around the world. He's so knowledgeable. I think over 50, 60 countries that he's spent time in over the world. He's, you know, just a pinnacle leader in my view, and he's grown businesses to multi-billion dollars. And as a trainer and as a speaker, he's really taken the experience that he's captured from around the world, the different cultures that he's met around the world, and the human conditions to create some of the most dynamic and exciting, fun events that you will ever get to experience. And he has been a part of Isagenix for 15 years, actually, so longer than many of you on this call. So 15 years. He serves on our executive leadership team, and he truly has a bird's eye view, if you will, or a unique perspective of our Isagenix company, probably better than anybody else does. I mean, he travels the world, as many of you know, with his University in Action events. And for me personally, I would attribute the growth and some of the success of Isagenix to these particular events. I mean, David Wood has just really changed the culture and the dynamics of this company. And I think for anybody who's met this man before, any of the leaders, any of our associates, our customers, if you've met David before, I'm sure all of you will agree with me that he has positively impacted your life, your family's life in some way or another. I mean, he's truly, truly phenomenal. What I absolutely love about this man is whether he's on stage, whether he's off stage, whether he's just having a beer with you, whether he meets a complete stranger in the street, he's always adding just the utmost value to everybody he meets. That's who he is as a person. And he's such a fun-loving guy. And I know that his biggest achievement is obviously his two wonderful kids, Ben and Calvin. I think he's a big kid himself. So whether this is your first time meeting this man, or whether it's your 10th, 20th time meeting this man, and Meg, I'm going to ask you to unmute the lines in just a second, but once again, I want to up-level the volume on this one, and we're going to go absolutely crazy as we welcome him to the Isagenix floor. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mr. David T.S. Wood. I love that so much. Thank you, guys. David, welcome, my friend.
How are you?
I'm doing great, mate. Great to see you.
Great to see you too. I just want to say, hold on, before I let you go on any further, I just want to thank our leadership really is remarkable in the field, but our leadership corporately, and I really look at you, the job you're doing there, who you are as a human being, how you look out for every single person on this call and across Australia and New Zealand. You just add so much value, and I just want to appreciate you. So everyone, let's do a little silent clap. Everyone for Steve and everything he does. Steve, thanks.
Thank you. No, thank you, Dave. I appreciate it. And I might crack a beer, so cheers to that. Cheers. You got one of the new ones, bad boy. So
brand new flavor, everyone. It's amazing.
I know. Well, coming soon, ladies and gentlemen, Australia and New Zealand. So look out. So I'm giving all the juice away before we even started. But David, you know what? I've never had the chance to probably sit down with you and interview in a live setting before. I think we should probably take some time and do that one day soon, because I'd love to really kind of deep delve into some of the great experiences you've had, some of the great stories that you've had in your time. So we'll have to schedule that one time. But I would like to start the call today with this. It's always interested me, and I know that many people on the call wouldn't know this story of you, but really, you joined Isagenix 15 years ago. How did that even come about? How did you meet Jim and Kathy and Eric, and really what aligned with you with Isagenix? What made you think, this is the company that I'm going to spend the next 15 years with, right?
That's my life. Well, before we do, can I just ask a question? Just everyone who's new, just to give you an idea who we're talking to, because I want to make sure that whatever I deliver today, or any of the guests we're bringing on deliver today, really target the right people. So if you're kind of new, if you're a manager or a consultant or an associate, or just starting out, you're here really early in your thing, go to the chat and just push in number 1, just to see how many people are like more new than seasoned. And we'll just see, give us an idea who we're talking to. So lots and lots of new people.
It's going crazy.
Wow. Yeah, lots. Look at that. The majority. That's important for me to understand. And thank you. Thank you. And by the way, I see so many faces. I was watching Mara dancing over there. You know, little Scotty was going. I just see so many of you. I know a lot of you so well. And sort of to get into my story, though, I want to set a context. If we didn't really set any agreements with you, but if we're going to spend 2.5 hours together, I wonder if you could think about turning your phone off, or throwing it over to one side. Once you've taken a photograph of everyone, so you've got your sort of your posting material, but just sort of see if you can really be present, because today we're going to focus a lot on the new mind, the new network marketer. as if I was there in country. Typically, you know, we write events for that new person because, you know, it's not an easy business, it's a simple business. There's a simple set of skills necessary for that business. So if you're really, really focused, and if you're a leader and you know this stuff, I really want you to notice and take note whether you're duplicating it well through your team. So even if you learn one thing today, and again, we've got a great leader coming on that's going to share really some amazing tips for you. And if you're not exactly where you want to be, I just want you to really, let's use this time, and we want you to be a part of it. So you can fire questions into the chat. The girls are monitoring the chat, and we are going to do a Q&A at the end. So if you get questions coming up, write them down, and we'll attempt to get to them. With that being said, story, you know, I have to tell you, for those that don't know it, I won't go into the whole story, but I grew up in a very poor part of England. When I left England, I left on a sort of an accidental journey. All my friends were either drinking or doing drugs. I was a window cleaner at the time. And I left for a 6-day trip, and I never went back. Now that journey's lasted over 100 countries. And I traveled around the world. And when I arrived in Canada, I was actually working as a dishwasher for $4 an hour when somebody introduced me to network marketing. And this is where the people knew right now. I want you to really listen to my words. I was earning $4 an hour, you know, and I was a backpacker for 10 and a half years, 42 countries. It's like I arrived from nowhere, and suddenly someone thrust a videotape in my hand and said, hey, this is an opportunity I want you to look at. I see something in you. And I remember watching that over and over and over and over and over and over again. I'm thinking, wow. So I joined network marketing, and I failed miserably. I was awful. Like all of us, I was a complete and utter disaster. I mean, completely, right? Anyway, so I left there and I joined another company. And that company, Steve, they did something that changed my life. And the reason I write programs and run programs all over the world is they ran a 2.5-day program, and I had to read a book called Think and Grow Rich. Now remember, I was making $4 an hour as a waiter. And so I joined network marketing, but this time with personal development. And sadly, the company wasn't, you know, there's so many companies that come and go. This company didn't last, but their training set me up for life. Because I read that book and I'm thinking, really, if I start thinking differently, could I have something different? And so I fell in love with network marketing, and I went into the field. And I remember when I had my first $10,000 month, I remember looking at it and I had tears in my eyes. So I used to get a check back then. I'm thinking, no one in my whole life told me that I was worth $10,000 in a month. And then the more I grew myself, the more I helped grow other people. I went to 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. And in the end, I ended up becoming a president and CEO of a network marketing company. And Kathy and Jim Coover were in retirement. And I approached them about becoming our lead associates. How crazy does that sound? And Jim and Kathy looked at my company, and we really dialogued well. And when they said no to me, it was like they gave me a warm bath. That's how gentle their no's were. It was beautiful. They said no, and we sort of remained in touch a little bit. And then sort of fast forward a little bit, Steve. I know I'm making a longer story of this. I was working in the largest personal development firm in the world at the time, fastest growing and largest, called Peak Potentials in Vancouver. And I was running personal development training programs. And I thought I'd won the lottery. I was making about $100,000 to $150,000 a weekend teaching what I loved. And people were coming, and I was watching these transformations in the room, and it was like mind blowing. We taught 13 different programs. And Kathy Coover came and sat in the front row of one of those programs, and her and I went and sat in my room. And this was 3 years into my training. And I was sitting there, and I said to her, Kathy, you know what I've noticed? These people keep coming back to trainings, but because they keep going home to stagnant jobs or stagnant relationships, they weren't growing. They were coming. They were addicted to the programs, and they had an amazing time in these personal development programs, but they lacked a critical piece of it, which was the vehicle. And so what I realized was that having personal development alone wasn't enough, Steve. There had to be something else. And Kathy and I sat and talked 15 years ago, and she asked about me bringing personal development into Isagenix so that we had the right vehicle with personal development. And that's how it started. But even when I joined, it took me about 3 months, because I'd sort of been around, and if I was going to hang my hat on something, I wanted to be absolutely clear. And I watched the leadership. I watched Jim and Kathy. And I remember the day I went all in was I'd been in the corporate and in the boardroom, and watching Kathy and Jim, you know, at the executive level running a multi-billion-dollar company. And then I went home to their house and she cooked dinner. And there's Eric and there's Jim and there's me sitting there, and I'm watching her be a mom and this family being a family. And it was just like, oh gosh, these are so the real deal. And their hearts were in alignment with mine. Their vision was in alignment. Their values were in alignment. And I said, look, I'm all in. And I've been all in ever since.
Yeah, someone just wrote in the chat, chills. Absolutely. I mean, gosh, I mean, just pinnacle leaders and phenomenal leaders. I mean, you just don't get anyone better than Jim and Kathy Coover. And you know what, David? Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for all that you bring to Isagenix. I think I said it in your intro there, but truly being in this profession for 15, 16 years myself now, I think one of the absolute unique things that we have at Isagenix is not only do we transform lives physically and financially, right, but we have this amazing personal development vehicle attached to it through you and your trainings and your events that really just grow people. And I think that is the Isagenix difference that we have, that is so unique in the entire network marketing profession around the world. So thank you for bringing this to Isagenix. Thank you for your time today. We just love having you here with us.
If I could say something, Jen and I were talking earlier, Jen Patchen, and you know, we're not in the convincing business. If you're here and you're looking at this for the first time, you're not going to hear me just tell you all the good stuff, because there's a lot of good stuff. You're going to hear us tell you the truth. And Isagenix isn't for everyone. But you got to decide whether you want to put your ladder against this wall. And because this is the most remarkable journey, once you understand it, once you really get it, and once you start meeting the leaders and listening listen to how everyone on this call talks today, and you'll listen, there's a flow of conversation that's so authentic, it's real, it's kind, it's loving, it comes from a great well. And these people, I mean, the leaders that are coming on are making over $1 million a year. But they work their butts off. It's not like, you know, this is real work. That's why they call it network marketing. And what I'll say, who it's not for is people that just want to stay stuck. And I don't believe, Steve, ever in human history have we been more relevant. Because with the whole world being sent home, suddenly we start to realize that every single one of our company have got their products and they've been paid every Monday since this happened. Right. And yeah, I mean, so we've got this powerful thing that, you know, now the world's waking up to in a new way. So for the new mind, don't feel like we're trying to convince you of anything. Just listen and notice how we speak. Notice that everyone's going to give you everything. This is the unique thing. And if you've come from a business background, you'll know how hard business is, and that the failure rate in business is close to 90%. 90% of businesses fail within 10 years. That's crazy. And if you're from an employee mindset, you'll know that more heart attacks happen on Monday morning than any other time in the year of the week. And people dread going to work because they're just getting paid enough to just do enough, you know, but they're building other people's dreams. So again, Steve, I just want to come back to that new mind and just say, first of all, thank you for being here, and make sure we get your questions answered, but don't feel like, oh, everyone's rah, rah. No. We're going to get into the nuts and bolts and the stuff that's hard and the struggles, because like anything in the world, there's going to be struggle in everything we do, right? But struggle is optional. There's going to be challenges. Let's not call them struggles. Steve?
Yeah. Well, a couple more questions I have for you, Dave, before we kick the morning off. But, you know, you talked about kind of, you were making, you know, how much was it? $110, you know, a week with it, or a day with this personal development company that you were aligned with.
$150,000 a weekend.
A weekend. Maybe I should do that. But during your span, your career, David, you've surrounded yourself with, as Jim Coover calls them, thoroughbreds, right? Like some phenomenal leadership, some extraordinary human beings who have made just life-changing income and really been ambassadors for the world, right? What, in your experience, would you say some of the common traits that you've seen with just some of the most successful leadership that you've surrounded yourself? What are some of those common traits that you see?
You know, one that came up today is really funny. I don't think this has ever come out my mouth before, so it's not something I've said before. I just heard it somewhere. Leaders are seeders. Leaders are always planting seeds in people. It's like leaders, great leaders, they see greatness in people, all people. And they're fascinated by that greatness. And I always say, when you speak to greatness in someone, that greatness can emerge, again, if they're in the right environment. And so I think that one thing is that these people, there's a level of empathy and compassion and kindness that sort of all come to one. So when they look at anyone, regardless of the status, whether it's the janitor or whether it's someone cleaning the room or whether it's the president of a company, there's this wonderful way that they treat people and look at people in the same way. Really no judgment. Great leaders. I mean, obviously some, not so great, but the leaders I choose to surround myself with. The other thing is that they're students. They're as passionate about learning today. That's why everyone on the call right now, you're going to hear stuff you've heard before, but that's why you've got to look at your results and ask the question, hey, my results aren't where they should be. There's something I need to learn today. There's something I need to, something I choose to learn today, something I choose to bring into my business. So they're great students, Steve. And I think what it is, they embody a characteristic. There's two parts of it. One is the authenticity. Authenticity is truth. And I always say that, if you look at me, I want you to see the same person wherever you see me in the world, whether I'm sitting with the president of a company or whether I'm sitting, in India in an ashram, you're going to see that how I show up in the world is completely the same. There's completely transparent, see-through. So there's a powerfulness in authenticity. And what's beautiful about our culture, what's beautiful about Isagenix is we breed authenticity. You'll see as people are in longer, the masks start coming off and they start to realize the more real I am, the better the business is, the more I attract real people. So you start to see people shedding these masks that they've been forced to wear. And so I believe authenticity and then truth and responsibility. So I love this saying, when I take 100% responsibility for everything in my life and everything not in my life, there's no one left to blame. And that one thing alone, to wake up each day and think, look, if there's something not in my life, it's up to me. If there's something I have that's great, it's up to me. If there's something that's in my life that's not going great, it's up to me. I take 100% responsibility. There's no one left to blame. So I think these great people, they walk through life with this philosophy that the buck stops here. And they're not looking for the world to give them something. They're looking to contribute to everyone they meet in a meaningful way. And I think those are some of the qualities. And the last one would be they take action in spite of the fear. I think they all have fear, like some of you right now. You're sitting at the beginning, the start line of an incredible journey. You don't know how incredible the journey is yet because you haven't started it. I can tell you in 5 years from now, if you're still here, you and I could sit down and we'll have a beer together or a glass of wine or champagne, whatever your thing is, right? Cup of tea. And you're going to say to me, you're going to say, oh my God, the person I've become because of these 5 years. The person I become, when I look back to who I was when I started, I look back to what's blossomed from me. It's not that you're changing, it's you're shedding. You're shedding limitations, you're shedding judgment, you're shedding a doubt and uncertainty, and you're starting to live in this authentic place where being real really is a special thing. Did that answer your question, Steve?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I love that you talked about, how everyone, whoever they meet in the world, they're not trying to do anything. They're just trying to meet, I said, like the janitor, it doesn't matter. They're not trying to get anything from the world. They're just being their authentic selves constantly. And I love that. I see that common trait in so many of our great leaders at Isagenix as well, no matter how they show up in the world. So I love that you talked about that. But David, you talk about 3 critical factors. So I'd love you to kind of unpack that for us this morning.
I did a little drawing for you, people. I went to art school. I would have done it here, but this is my fireplace, and I didn't want to write all over it, so I did it on a piece of paper for you. Look at that. Can you see that? Oh my gosh, it's a pyramid. He's drawing a pyramid. No. All right. So that's it, basically. This is the 3 critical success factors. And this is where you've got to listen to me, new people. And you people, if you're stuck, because some of you are stuck. It's just the natural ebb and flow of our business is we go through cycles of growing cycles, of plateaus, and of valleys. It's just normal, like real estate, like stock markets. They go up and down. And so do our business cycles. But the 3 things that are critical, and this is where you get to choose whether your ladder's going to go against the Isagenix wall, right, is the right vehicle and the right time. Now, I got to tell you, I'm getting goosebumps. And when we bring Eric on in a bit, you're going to hear something from him as well, that there has never been a time in human history where I just mentioned this, I'm going to say it again for you. The right vehicle, you mean a vehicle that we can run from home, you know, in this gig economy, and we can build a global business, that kind of vehicle, but its foundation is health and wellness. And then you look at the core values of the company and you look at the ownership of the company, you start saying, well, is this the right vehicle? And I would argue that this is definitely, but again, don't let me convince you. Listen over these next 2 days and start to ask yourself that question. Oh my gosh, the vehicle. Because here's the thing. Even some of you leaders, some of you have been around for a while. Sometimes if business isn't going well, our belief sometimes wanes slightly, right? And I would say there's never been a time where being a proud network marketer, as proud of any other profession, if you're a pilot, or if you're a nurse, or if you're a fireman, or a police officer right now, or anything, you know, people walk around and they have this pride because we're being saluted. You think about after 9/11. Now you think about after the coronavirus. There's going to be times when nurses walk into airports in America and they're going to get, because that's what happens now with soldiers, right? So right vehicle, right time. Right? There's, again, look what's just happened. I think the coronavirus, or what it's allowed us to see, is a new reality. Where network marketing, you know, people didn't understand it. Now they're getting to see us saying, oh my gosh, this is the time. There's a time because 800 million jobs are going to be gone. They're going to be gone. And, you know, and as automation and everything's happening, you know, people working from home and being able to, and Jim would say, you want to become recession proof. You want to build your own economy so that you're always safe. And that's what's happened to our leaders throughout this whole few months. They've been paid every single month. And I mean, businesses are flourishing because we always flourish in a down economy. The last time we went into momentum was after 2008, 2009, because what happened? Right? When there's a down economy, people hit a crossroads and they start to question what they're doing. And they say, oh my gosh, this isn't working. I just got fired from my job. I have no money coming in, right? Or I just had to take a pay cut because of this virus, whatever it is. So timing, I would say, and I would argue this to anyone, there's never been a greater time in human history than today. This is an awakening, and I think people are waking up. And I spoke to Susan Sly. I just spent 4 hours with Emily Vavra. Emily just told me she had the biggest week. She's been in Isagenix for 11 years. She had the biggest week last week of the entire 11 years because that's what happens. So when the world struggles, we flourish, right? Because we offer a true opportunity and we offer a way that people can build it around their lives, in the pockets of their lives. Remembering though, Steve, not everyone on this call wants to earn $1 million a year. A lot of them want $500 and $1,500 and $2,000 a month as a part-time income to help, you know, pay for something, their kid to go to school, or to help give them greater freedom or allow them to stay home with their babies, right? The last part of it, so right vehicle, right time, right you. This is where the journey. Look, you know, and some of you are fidgeting and walking around, and I urge you just to come on, sit down for a moment and just let this go in, because this could be the moment that could change your life, right? Is the right you. The beauty of our profession, Steve, is, and I have a gift for you, Steve, listen to this. I haven't even told you about this. I'm going to lean over and get it for you. I thought, what would be a great gift for everyone on here? Because this is going to go really fast. And today, these 2.5 hours are going to go really, really fast. So I decided to record a module for you, Steve. So we're going to send this out afterwards. Look at this. So on these 9 critical success skills, and this, you'll see why I'm going to talk about this, right? These, and I spent 2 hours with Emily Vavra, and we recorded, and every one of these steps, exactly what she does. She's one of our really top leaders, and she's recognized around the whole profession, not just Isagenix. And we're going to send this out to you so you'll have something to work on and keep going back on the record. Is that great, Steve?
Oh, phenomenal. And please give our thanks to Emily.
Yeah. So you'll give Emily a round of applause, people. Come on. Okay. So why I said that was this, because the right you is, like, one of the things that struck me, and I've been interviewing a lot of our leaders, whether it's Susan or Emily or whatever, right? They say the same thing. They want to share everything with you. There's not like this little secret they're keeping back. It's like, yeah, well, if I tell her that, I won't be as successful. You've joined something where every single one of us will give everything we know for free to help you succeed. All you've got to do, and think about it that way. You think about this, 9 critical skills to learn. You think if you were a nurse, if you were a teacher, how many years you go to school? These relatively are quite easy. A lot of them are around duplication, right? But just 9 really simple things you can master to become a professional network marketer. And I would argue that, you know, remember, we get paid in direct proportion to the amount of people we help. So that's why we have some of the highest paid people in the world are in our company, because they help a lot of people. So Steve, those are the 3 critical factors. And I think that what's beautiful is the new people in here right now, you know, if they could cast a 5-year vision, if they could really grasp it and say, wow, where will I be in 5 years from now? Because if they were starting any other profession, Steve, they would be thinking the same way. If I'm going to go to school for 4 years, then I've got to go and do an apprenticeship somewhere, whether you're a teacher, whether you're a nurse. It's normally 4 or 5 years to get the wheels going. Well, what if you left this call tomorrow with just that difference, a 5 or a 10-year plan, knowing you're in the right vehicle at the right time, and now we're just working on the right you, helping you really declutter your mind and teaching you the exact things you have to do to be successful.
Yeah, thank you, David. I think as well, we're certainly in a time that we've never experienced before in our generation. And you kind of alluded to it. I know in North America they had their 2 biggest weeks that they've had in a long time. Particularly here in Australia, the month of March for us was our strongest month that we've had in a long time. And April again is looking strong again. The enrollments are absolutely flying through the door, which is so encouraging. So thank you to everybody who's supporting the community right now with what we have. So David, for our new people, I just wanted to get you to show up the triangle again, right time, right view, right vehicle, just so they can take a photograph of that. So here you go, team. You'll pull it back just a tad. Yeah, just about there. It's perfect. All right, so grab a photo of that. All right, thanks, Dave.
See how the modern world works, see? We could do PowerPoints, or I could draw on little pieces of paper. That's how real it gets, right? I could have drawn on my hand. Here we go. Are you guys having fun? Can you guys smile? Someone smile at me. Come on, let me see you.
I know.
Hi, Lisa. Hi, Carol. Hi, Brooke. Hi, Keith. Ashley, look at you. Hey, yeah. All right, good.
And Dave, I love that we're talking about treating this as a real profession, you know, really having that mindset. This is a 5, 7 year, 10-year kind of plan. And I think that the current climate that we're in right now, people are really looking at this as a viable option. I mean, again, I think that's been part of our recent growth that we've seen right now. And I really love that the whole tone of this 2 days that we're going to spend together with these leaders is really about treating this as a profession and up-leveling the industry here in Australia and around the world, and having Isagenix really be that benchmark for our entire network marketing profession. So I love this tone we're going down.
Good. Awesome.
Well, Dave, I know that you know, we've covered those 3 critical kind of factors there, but there's also 6 areas, I'd like to call them 6 areas of belief. So again, you know, for those of you who've been to David's events before, we'll know what we're talking about. But I think they're always something that we can circle back on and really kind of check in where we're at with each of these 6 areas. So David, for all of our new people or our ones, can you just maybe talk about some of these key factors, these 6 beliefs that attribute to a successful network marketer?
Yeah, and I want to say though, if you're seasoned, you know the answer to these. Don't switch off right now, because I want you to question your own belief right now. Just check in with it, because, you know, obviously belief in products, essential. And some of you right now, you're saying, well, look, you know, the company's exploding. You know, we're having the best weeks. People are coming in. People who never looked at network marketing are suddenly looking. So it's really a time for us to, you people who've been around, it's time to sharpen the sword and get out there and up-level yourself, up-level your activity, because people are looking. People are asking us. We don't have to go and wrestle with them. But one of the great ways to do that is your belief in the products. Jim Coover says this, and I want to share it with you. He says, look, if you're ever having a doubt, if you're having a down day, whatever, or your things aren't going the way you thought, just simply do a 2-day cleanse. And remember how great it feels at the end of a 2-day cleanse, you know. And he says after that, you can't stop talking about it, or joining an IsaBody challenge. But really understanding that belief in the product is about committing to it in a way. And most of you have in fact, let's do a little survey. If you have a sort of a 10 out of 10, a belief in the products because of what they've done for you or your family members, push 2 into chat. Just push 2 into chat. Let's just see here. Wow, you guys are fast. I don't know how fast are they? It's amazing. Look, 600, 700. Holy moly. Okay. So that's easy. But with your new people, that, really having that transformation, really, either the IsaBody Challenge is a great place to go. If you really want to launch your story, then why not go into these products and not dabble with them, but dive into them? Because, if you look at most of us, like I'm just tapping on 60, most of us are vibrant because we use these products, right? I mean, you look at Jim and Kathy, Jim's in his 70s and he looks like he's in his 50s, right? So the other one, the area of belief, so product is one, compensation plan. It's hard sometimes to believe in the comp plan if you haven't made any money. But watch this. If any of you on this, how many are there? 600 of you? Have any of you have made money with Isagenix? Wave your hand. Is that crazy? So you new people, in fact, let's help them out. Put 4s into the chat. If you've made money with Isagenix, put number 4. So all you new people watching, is that crazy? So our compensation plan, and Steve, you could talk to this as well, has been in constant evolution. And tomorrow we're going to talk about the compensation plan with Eric and sort of unpack it a little deeper. But it is just in 2008, 2009, Jim and Kathy added $15 million to the front end of the plan because people needed it in the recession. And right now, there's just been an add-on to the compensation plan to help out in today's world. So it's remarkable that this comp plan, I believe it's the best in the world. And the reason I can say that, I've traveled all over the world. I've worked with a lot of different companies, and I can honestly tell you, a lot of companies, I would never stand on stage in front of 10,000 people and ask this question: how many of you have made money? Because I wouldn't see a lot of hands go up. But in our community, people are making money, the early money, and of course the cycles. Now, here's the big one, the industry. And this is why I want to talk to you leaders. So you leaders right now, tomorrow's going to be really targeting you a lot more. But today I want you to think like a beginner, right? Have a beginner's mind right now, because your belief in this industry, what if, because of what's happened over these last 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, that you move to a level of certainty like you've never had before? Because you can write this down, everyone. Certainty is sexy. Certainty is sexy. And you don't have to know the answers, right? Well, actually, there's a great saying. I only heard that today as well. It's like inspiration comes from progression, not from perfection. So inspiration comes from progression, not from perfection, right? And the beautiful thing about our profession is it's always about just growing a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, progressing. You know, we're in the business of growing people. That's what we do. That's our role, right? So I would like to say, Steve, that there's a whole new element of people like you and I that believe in this profession, and we're so proud of it that when you look in our eyes, what you see is absolute certainty, right? You can see why I don't sit down when I'm doing this, right? I'm standing, right? I get too excited, right? But this absolute certainty, so that you walk around knowing you're in not only the greatest company in our profession, but the greatest profession in the world. And a proud network marketer, when you look at someone else, because look, and Jen and I will talk about this later, but I'll touch on it now. But Jen and I will talk about, look, whatever you're doing for work right now, it's hard. You still have to get up. You still have to go to work. Yeah, and if you're an employee, you still get paid. But life, it can be hard. Network marketing can be hard, right? Simple, but hard, right? But what I love, Steve, and I feel it, I feel the birth of our profession in a new way. Because I think the respect and the understanding and look at the leadership that we have in our company. I mean, so many incredible leaders, 2 of which we're going to have on the call today. All right, so the industry, moving that belief to attend. And those of you right now who over the last 2 months have been so grateful, the fact that you are receiving a check and the products are showing up at your door, and you've got a new awareness or a new appreciation for being a network marketer, put number 6 into the chat. Let me just see how many of you guys are so fast. I can't believe it. Steve, it's awesome. Wow. Scott. All right, good. All right, so now the other belief system is belief in yourself. I want to give you permission because look, I've trained over 1 million people around the world. The one thing, common denominator around the entire world, is belief in self, self-worth, self-love. You know, people look in the mirror and they beat the crap out of themselves. You know, they make fun of themselves because of the monkey mind. This is where we really the power of our profession. Somebody's box just opened up there. That's all right. We love kids. But what was I talking about? Yeah. So this sort of belief in self is really what people struggle with. What I love about our profession, and because I get to interview so many of our top leaders, both inside and outside the company, you realize that each one of them tell you the same story. They tell you that how hard it was, you know. And a great network marketer, by the way, they share their struggles, right, before their successes, right? They share their story before the glory. They share the mess before the message. They share the test before the testimonial, because your struggle is what's going to be more relatable to more people. So even if you're starting out right now, you say, oh my God, you don't understand, I'm $1 million in debt. Well, guess what? So was Warren Lance right before he started, right? But it doesn't matter where you're starting. Your struggle, your mess, you know, all that stuff is good because your journey out of it. So, you know, that's what it is. And so, you know, belief in self is a moving target. I always say sometimes you wake up and you're having a bad moment or a bad day. I don't know how you do a whole day bad, but some people do. One guy said to me, he had a bad year. I said, how on earth do you have a whole year bad? But the idea of belief in self is some days, you know, it's not going to be as strong. And this is where the culture, the community, you plug in, you get to an event, you get on a call, you know, and you start to feel that surge again, right? But everyone has that sort of, again, natural ebb and flow and belief in self. Now, the fifth one is belief in self becoming a professional network marketer. This is something you could decide now. In fact, you could make a commitment right now. Just listening to me, and again, remember, I'm talking about a guy that was in jail, a guy that was doing drugs and alcohol. You know, I was a liar. I stole. I mean, I was a bad cat. And then this profession comes in and allows me to launch into the greatest part of my humanity and contribute in a way I never thought possible when I was washing pots for $4 an hour or cleaning windows. Right? But belief in self, becoming a professional network marketer, that's where you cast that vision, the 5-year or 10-year vision. Today, you just say, hey, I'm all in for 5 years. I'm going to learn this. I'm going to master those 9 skills. And Dave's going to help, and so's Emily, and so's Susan, and so's Jen, and everyone's going to help us, but I'm going to master these, and I'm going to go out there, and I'm going to grow myself to become a professional network marketer. So that's saying, I believe that I'm going to become one, right? Now, you have to have a little caveat, because later on, you're going to hear me ask some questions of Jen, and she's going to tell you what she did. She's a 7-figure income earner. And so don't compare how long you've been in Isagenix. You have to compare how many conversations you've had, because she's had thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands. All right. And so she's been able to create a 7-figure income because of the activity. So don't mix up the amount of years with the amount of conversations. And then the last one, Steve, would be belief in the company. And I thought what we would do, if my brother from another mother is with us, is maybe bring Eric in to have a little chat about the company. I'm not sure is he around? Is he with us? Not sure.
Not yet.
What's that?
He's not with us yet. He's.
No worries. I'll talk about it. No, that's fine. That's fine.
But Dave, I love that before we get Eric on, that you're going down this path of, I mean, there's 2 things that came up for me there, and it was especially about the posture that you have around this profession, the posture that you have around this industry, this company, the products, the compensation plan. And again, when we look at some of our top leaders in Isagenix around the world, like they just ooze out this energy, right? That you don't even know what they're talking about before you've even met them, but they've just got this posture about who they are and what they're doing. These areas of belief are just so critical. And again, I know so many people on the line, sometimes we can dip in and we can dip out. What would be maybe some of your tips to, you know, we're talking about it today, but maybe in 3 months' time, some of these areas could dip down. How can you just keep bringing it back to top of mind?
Yeah, you know, one thing, I'll teach on this, if it's okay with everyone, right? Think about the results you want in your life. And if everyone's, bear with me, you can put it in chat too, but think about if, like say you had a magic wand, money and time were of no consequence, what would your life be looking like or feeling like? What do you want to have in your life? What's the vision for your life? And sadly, no one really sits us down when we're younger and starts talking about casting a vision for your life, typically it's just, you know, get a job, work hard, right? So, the screen went funny there. But think about the vision. What's something you'd love? What is it? Is it time freedom? Is it choice? What is it you want? If you could sort of say in 5 years from now, 10 years from now, this is what I want. Just throw it into chat so I can see something. Time with family, choice from Michelle, the ability to do what I want. Yeah, travel, freedom, freedom in all areas, freedom to do what I want. You guys are fast, right? So let's talk about the vision of our life. And what we do, there's a thing that happens, which is so cool if we understand it. The thing that happens is we get things called results, right? So if I'm standing naked in front of the mirror and I don't like what I see, that's a result. It's not a great result because I look at it and I'm like, oh, you know, I'm overweight, or I'm out of this, right? Or if I look at my bank account and there's no money, that's a result, right? So the results never lie. If I'm in a relationship and it's not great, that's a result, right? So what happens is if we look at the results in our life, they're immediate feedback for what's happening, what's going on. And then what we have to do is go, where do results come from? Same with the belief. So belief is critical. So if 4 years from now, your business is flat, right? There are a few things happening, or if business is down, or you're not engaged, right? You're not having the conversations, you're not up leveling your skill set, you're not immersing yourself in the events. You know, there's a thing, the result is business is down. Now you go back and say, well, why? Well, these things have to be occurring because if you were fully engaged, if your belief system was off the charts, you'd be attracting just by osmosis. And remember, I love the 1% rule. If we decided as a group, all 600 of us, right? If we decided as a group to up level 1% a day, all I have to do is get 1% better each and every day. That's it, 1%. Imagine where we'll be at the end of the year. Just 1%. And we target it to this, right? So results never lie, but what creates the results? It's the actions we take. The actions we take. Now, where do the actions come from? Well, it's how we feel. If I'm feeling crappy, I'm going to take crappy actions. If I'm feeling great, I'm going to take great actions, right? So where do my feelings come from? They come from my thoughts. This is why our culture is one of the most powerful things that we have, because the culture is designed to help us manage this part of our brain, to stop the negativity and start living in a more positive way. So thoughts lead to feelings, lead to actions, lead to results. Now here's the beauty. I'm going to show you this little graph because I just drew it. Let's see how fast I can do this. Ready? So here it is. Boom. See that, Stevie?
Yep.
Look at the first one, the E. Environment leads to thoughts, leads to feelings, leads to actions, leads to result. The environment, that's what's beautiful, is you get to win the emotional lottery by being a part of an environment that's focused on growing people and focused on helping us develop more powerful thinking. So Steve, answer your question. We go back to the results and we see what the results are. The results never lie. And then we just work backwards. And somewhere in here, we're not taking the appropriate actions to get the results. Now, if we look at a blueprint, like our financial blueprint is our thoughts, feelings, and actions. Thoughts, feelings, and actions are our financial blueprint. Our business blueprint, our thoughts, feelings, and actions. So we have to get back to our thoughts. What are we thinking? How are you managing? How are you moving your thoughts from doubt to certainty? What do you do each day? Jimmy Smith is 91. He still reads affirmations every single day to help move his thoughts, to keep them clean, right? And Emily Vavra on the recording I'm going to send you will tell you the 5 things she does every day just to manage her thoughts, because she can't run and grow a 7-figure income with stinking thinking, right? So this is beautiful, but here's the bridge. The bridge is the action. Right? So thoughts and feelings are our inner world, results are our outer world, and the bridge to it is action. We're actually going to have to grow this in action. Now, what stops most people taking action, Steve?
Well, if they're in a funk, right?
Fear, right? Fear.
Yeah.
So, and so what happens is I ask people, I say, well, so how do you define fear? People will say, well, false evidence appearing real. No. That definition of fear is the anticipation of pain. So a lot of you want it. You want the vision. You want the family time. You want the choice. You want the freedom. You got the results. But now you've got that stinking thinking, which is like, oh, I don't know if I could do this. Oh, you know, that kind of stuff going on. Now, what happens is when we have this fear, like the anticipation of pain, the anticipation of rejection, the anticipation of people making fun of us because we're a network marketer, what do most people do? They freeze or they retreat. What you're going to learn, and hopefully we'll talk about it a lot today, is that when we stay in action, okay, that we can develop, right? We will develop in the action the ability to feel these feelings, the anticipation of pain, fear, apprehension, doubt, and uncertainty, feel that and continue making calls, continue reaching out. Because every great person understands when they step outside their comfort zone is where real success is. But to step out, it's scary. And we get flooded. In fact, there's a whole, if you ever want me to teach on it, Steve, it's the whole part of the brain called the psycho-cybernetic mechanism that attacks us every time we try and grow. So our leaders have the same feelings as you guys. So you brand new people, you're scared about maybe picking up the phone and talking to your friend about these products. Well, our leaders have the same feelings. What they've done, though, because they've been in action so much, they feel those feelings and they do it anyway. Does that help, Steve?
Oh, so much so. I mean, Dave, I could spend an hour talking to you on this, and I'm going to get you to continue on with it a second. And Meg, if you could just swing next door to me, I'm just going to get you to call Eric on my phone. He's there. He's just having a little trouble jumping on.
Yeah, no, that's right. Hey guys, how's it going? Give me some feedback. If you're learning something, put in 8.
So, Dave, just to keep going on with this a little bit.
Well, can I ask one question, though, Steve? Because
Yeah.
I was feeling about this, and we haven't even talked about this. If they'd like to do another one of these, maybe as they're listening, they could give us some ideas about what another one would look like, what topics we could go into. So maybe in a few weeks we'll do another one. But they can start sending in ideas. I'd love to hear from this person, or I'd love to follow it, to learn more about this. That may be a great idea, right?
Yeah. I mean, I love that your thoughts become things. They absolutely impact your world. It's everything, absolutely everything. And I personally as well spend, an hour every single morning checking in on my thoughts. As you know, I love to surf, and that's the time that I really get to have just the utmost gratitude for everything, right? And when I leave the water, I'm ready to start my Isagenix day in such a positive way, right? And I watch, leaders fall into the trap of getting stuck. And I know we're going to talk about it tomorrow, I think it is. But again, maybe you talk about Jimmy does some affirmations every single day. Em checks in with her words. What are some other strategies, Dave, that we can teach right now? Yeah.
Well, listen, guys. First of all, I want you to understand that there's 2 parts to you. Again, you new people, some of you old people have been around, you've heard me say this 100 times, and I know you know it because you live it. I can see it on your skin, right? I mean, Scotty, I think I use Scott with, I just know that you understand this by the way you show up because you've mastered this part and will continue to master it, right? But the idea that there's 2 parts to us. There's our conditioned mind and our authentic self. And typically what happens is over time, right, our authentic self gives way to the conditioned mind. The conditioning comes from parents or grandparents, from the media, from school, from bullies. And that's where we start to hear this seed of doubt, right? So to get back to your question, Steve, there's this, first of all, understanding. The conditioned mind is not the real you, but it's the one that's the loudest. That's where that kind of negative, beating ourselves up. And the science shows us, by the way, 2 things. It shows us that 75 or 80% of all the thoughts we think are negative. And they're repetitive. The same thoughts as we thought yesterday and the day before and the day before and the day before that. Because if we understand how the brain works, we create neural pathways. And because of repetitive thinking, you hear something when you're a kid, someone calls you an idiot, and they do it in a public place, you get embarrassed, and you start saying it to yourself. You'll start saying, oh, I'm such an idiot. I'm such an idiot. Every time you mess up, I'm such an idiot. And what you're doing is you're building a neural pathway in the brain so that every time you hear that little voice, the little voice is using the word idiot on you. And we all have them. The brain's job is not to make us rich and happy. The brain's job is to keep us stuck and safe in a little tiny comfort zone. That's its job. So understanding those 2 principles is if you hear a negative thought, that's conditioning. If you hear a positive thought about yourself, that's your authentic self. So that's how I know the difference, what to believe. If it's negative, I don't believe it, right? So you can work on a few things. What Emily told me her daily practices is, first of all, she reads affirmations. And she wrote affirmations in the beginning. Remember, she's a 7-figure income earner now. And affirmations, and she wrote them in lipstick all across her mirror in her bathroom. And she wanted this. And she's like, why do I attract such powerful people? Why do I am beautiful. I am powerful. I am magnetic. I am a great network marketer. And she wrote all these things. And she was constantly feeding herself a new message. And if you understand the second part of the science, Stevie, is that there's a thing called neuroplasticity, which means that they're showing that we can completely rewire our brain. So it doesn't matter how bad or how negative we are today, with practice, we can completely rewire it so it can become completely positive. So she does affirmations, she does meditation, and she practices a couple of different types of meditation, but she'll do a walking meditation sometimes. Sometimes it's the quieting of the mind. And then she reaches for a gratitude journal, because it's impossible to be in a negative spot when you're in gratitude. It's such an easy way. So she'll reach it and she writes down. Susan Sly, I was at Susan's house one night and we were sitting there having a glass of wine. It's like midnight. And she pulls out a book and I said, what are you doing? She said, I write down 12 gratitudes every night before I go to bed. Right. And so gratitudes. And then like you, I'm like you. I have this connection to nature. So when I get up in the day, I don't care if I'm in the middle of a city. I don't care where it is. I find something beautiful to focus on. And that's where my morning focus is. I start to look at and I articulate the beauty around me, whether I'm in a city, I don't care if I could be in a brick area. I'd look at the way the brick was constructed and say, oh my God, look at the construction of that wall. It's so beautiful. So, you can find an architecture or a painting, right? I collect art, Steve. So I look at paintings and I think of the journey of the artist, or open a bottle of wine and think, oh my gosh, you think about one day, someone had a dream and they planted these vines on this rocky mountainside. And 7 years later, they were able to harvest it. And then for about another 7 years till they developed it. And then they got a winemaker and then they picked the grapes. And then suddenly this has gone through thousands of hands. And here you are, you open it. And instead of just drinking it, you go, oh my gosh, you think of every single person that's touched that wine and the dream that started it, and you sip it and you go, oh my, what world do I live in? You live in this world that's extraordinary, because everything you look at, whether it's your table, I think, who made that table? That is awesome. They're so clever. And I look at, I try and figure out how's it put together. So I think, Steve, that fascination for the world is a great way to be able to condition the mind to just live in a positive place.
Oh, so cool, Dave. And you know what? I think one of the silver linings through this period of time that we've all experienced as a globe together is that it's allowed us to really kind of slow down and to wake up, like really slow down and wake up what's around us. And that's a beautiful place to be in all the time, right? Is to have that just gratitude about everything that's around us, because it's just phenomenal. But I could talk about this to you for a long, long time. But I know that Mr. Coov Dog is on the call now. I think we've got him in.
Well, can I introduce him, or do you want to?
You go for it. Go on, mate.
What can I say? I feel privileged that this is like my kid brother. I never had a younger brother. He never had an older brother, but I probably know him as well as anyone on the planet. And I have such a deep, deep, deep well of both gratitude, respect, the courage for him to step into this world and to be a student, and his constant the ability to connect with people. Everyone tells me this. It doesn't matter where I am in the world, whether they speak English or not. They all say this: when this person speaks to me, it's as if I'm the only person living on the planet. And he always remembers my name. He's just like this deeply compassionate, beautiful hearted, and just very, very funny. But Eric, welcome to the day.
Hey, brother. How's it going?
How are you?
Yeah, great. Great to see everybody. Sorry, I was having some trouble with the link, but got it all sorted out. What's up, Foxy? Long time no see.
Hello, mate.
Did we get you to shave for the show? Is that what happened?
This is fresh. I mean, just fresh off. I had the scruff going. I was on calls early this morning, but I thought I'd look as pretty as possible for this one.
That's perfect. Eric, listen, we don't have you on very long. You're going to come on tomorrow for a little while and today. What I thought, as we've been talking about the 6 areas of belief, and I thought there's no better person to sort of share the story of Isagenix. These 18 years and really, what was the story of the company, how it was born? Because there's a lot of new people on here. We do it again. In fact, every single one of you that are new, punch in number 1 so Eric can see it in the chat. So we'll punch in number 1. You'll see there's hundreds of them that are brand new. So we're talking a lot of new things here. So the vision of the company starting out, and then we'll get to where we're at today. But just can you go back and share how this whole thing was born?
Yeah. Oh man. So essentially, my parents have been around network marketing, this industry, for a really long time. And I always kind of joke around that I've literally been around it since I kind of came out of the womb into the world. I mean, it was like I was born into network marketing. I was born into this industry, and I always joke around with people that like, it wasn't like coloring books that I had. It was more like just drawing circles on compensation plans, because that's all I ever saw my mom do was like draw out compensation plans. But, I was kind of, again, I was kind of watching this whole thing unfold when I was 14 years old, when Isagenix first started. That was 18 years ago. I'm almost 33 years old now. Next month, it's crazy. So Isagenix been around for over half my life now. And when I was 14 years old, I was, immature, didn't really know what was going on, but I was kind of a product of everything that I had seen my parents go through and what I'd really lived. And what I had lived was us just constantly moving. We were living in the US, but constantly moving from state to state. We literally moved 5 times to 5 different states in about a 2.5-3 year span. So like literally I would, start at a new school, and then, we would have to relocate our family about every, 8-9 months. That's literally what we did. And the reason why we did that was my dad, he was actually doing some consulting for other network marketing companies. Again, he's got, I think, 40 years experience in this profession. But, as we were moving around, he was doing consulting for other network marketing companies, and he would kind of relocate our family and really start to get into the trenches with this company that he was consulting with, only to find out that, the more he kind of dug into things and more he got to know the ownership of these companies, the more he realized that the owners just didn't really get it. They weren't in the profession for the right reasons. And as a result, he just said, I just can't do this. And so he would, we'd try something else. And that's what happened for literally 3 years. It was just us moving around, from state to state. And my mom was actually building, before Isagenix, she was a dental hygienist, for 18 years. And so she got sick and tired of cleaning people's teeth, and she decided to, it took my dad about 10 years to get my mom involved in this profession. And once she got involved, she actually rose to the top of 3 separate direct selling companies, was one of the top earners in all 3 companies. And so she was like, just a total beast when it came to this profession, and really like it unlocked so much of her potential. But like my dad, I mean, she also, she would have these experiences in these companies, such a believer in this profession and like what it could do for people, because she saw what it was doing for her and like purpose and, the amount of income she could earn and really helping people, level of fulfillment. But every company she was involved with, it either, one of them got shut down by the FTC. One of them went out of business because it was when 9/11 hit, and it was a travel company. There was just so many companies that, she got involved with, and poured her blood, sweat, and tears into, but she never really felt like she could build a company that was really going to be here for the long term. And I mean, I vividly remember my mom getting one company she was with, she got her checks in the mail, and that back then it was checks that she actually got in the mail. and she would get her checks and she would race to the bank to cash them because she was so afraid that the company was going to shut down. And so imagine trying to build something with that mindset. I mean, it's not exactly the feeling of security when you're trying to build something that's long-term for your family. And so they were kind of a product of all these experiences, and I was just witnessing this whole thing. And so when Isagenix first started, they actually, before Isagenix, they decided to kind of retire from the profession. They're like, we just can't find a company that's really that is truly doing this right. We've tried everything. And, my dad's done consulting. My mom's built these different companies. And, she just said, I can't do this anymore. And she was actually going to do some training and stuff like that, be like a generic trainer for certain companies. But they actually got approached by John Anderson 18 years ago, and originally got started. John kind of came to them with a kind of a concept of, what if we could flood the body with nutrient-dense superfoods, because knowing how toxic our environment is, with the air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we eat, our food supply today is not what it was, 20, 30, 40 years ago because of all the crap that we spray on it. And so what if we, flood the body with nutrient-dense superfoods, but then, cleanse it and remove all the impurities that we're exposed to for our environment. And, intermittent fasting and cleansing has been, goes back centuries from Eastern philosophy, Eastern medicine. And that really, resonated with them. But they really felt like, look, if we're really going to do this right, then obviously we need a product line that produces visual, emotional results. And they basically came to John. And at the time, John kind of had this very, very small company. It was actually called Healthy Outlook. And it wasn't really going anywhere. He had a, good idea of the product line, what it was going to be. But my parents basically came in and said, all right, well, if we're going to do this, you need a new name, you need a new compensation plan, you need new products, a new product story, you need new leaders, and I guess you need us. Yeah. And that was 18 years ago, and they really felt like, look, if we can form a company based on all of our experience and everything that we've seen in this profession, but we could really ground it in the right core values, and really build a company that is all about the people. And that's why literally for 18 years, we've had the motto, if it's not right for the customer and associate, it's not right for the company. My parents have built this company around that whole philosophy because they've been in your shoes. They lived it and breathed it for so long. And, what drives them and what drives me today, every single day, is they wanted this, and we want this to be a legacy company that's going to be around for generations to come. Because going back to the days when my mom was racing to the bank to cash her checks because she was afraid the company was going to shut down, she never, ever wanted people to have to go through that ever. And when people could align with something, she wanted them to feel like, look, this is my home for life. And I know that this company is going to be around for the next 5, 10, 15, 20, 100 years. This is going to be a company that we want to impact the world for generations to come. And like, my parents didn't have to do this. They were retired. John Anderson, he was retired. He's got extensive formulation background. His frustration was so many companies were compromising the quality of his formulations because of price and having to meet margins and stuff like that. He didn't really feel like he'd ever maximize his formulation potential. So none of them had to do this. And so like the whole company has been like set with the intention that we're going to give back. Because we're such believers in this profession, we're going to give people a company that they can just count on for the rest of their life. And that's the, promise that we look to fulfill every single day for the last 18 years and beyond. And so I think that has been at the core of, the success of Isagenix. Is this company was started for the right reasons. This company was never, ever started with an exit strategy. I mean, all we ever talk about is, you know, preserving the legacy. I mean, if there's one thing that I'm, you know, feel more of a responsibility for, is just carrying the torch into the future about what my parents have created, into this next generation. And so, so yeah, anyway, that's how the company started.
Can I ask you a question real quick on that? When you look at a family-owned business like this, and you see other companies that have different strategies, you talked about exit strategy. I mean, some companies, you know, if it's owned by venture capitalists, for example, you know, the exit strategy is to sell it as soon as possible. It's not really about the longevity. What's the difference between, you know, some companies and a legacy company? So this idea of, you know, I mean, I see your mom and dad working as hard today and loving it, because hard work is not something they don't love, but working so hard today, 18 years later. And, you know, we've gone through the natural peaks and valleys. 2008, 2009, our business went down a little bit, and we came, and the same thing, we've been going through that sort of natural cycle again. But I see them so fully engaged. But what's the difference between a legacy company and most other companies that are really, they start because they want the money? That's why, because this can be incredibly lucrative. And what's that difference?
Well, I think, you know, it's foundationally about, you know, what is truly best for the customer and associate and the people. And we know that our greatest asset is all of you. I mean, you are all the ones who are investing in yourselves, being champions of the Isagenix brand. And, you know, anytime that you go any other route, whether it's, you know, a lot of companies choose to go public. And I mean, anytime you go public, it's kind of like your asset and your intention and your best interest moves from, you know, not the associates and people that are in the trenches. It moves to like your shareholders and making them happy and making them money. And decisions around pleasing your shareholders versus pleasing your customers and associates, those are very, very different decisions. and I think so that's definitely a huge difference. You know, you mentioned venture capital, private equity companies. You know, their whole goal is to make money. And so they, you know, Simon Sinek wrote in his recent book, The Infinite Game, you know, they can have the most infinite game, you know, incredible language, marketing and intention, you know, and they may believe it up until the point they have to sell. And so I think that this company is again, it's all rooted in from the very get-go. My parents didn't create this. My parents didn't need to make another dime in their life. I mean, they were doing fine, but they wanted to create a company to give back. They wanted to create a legacy, because they never really felt like they could truly build a legacy and a home for life for people that would be around for a while. And that's what they desperately wanted for people. And so, and I'm telling you, that's what drives my mom and dad every single day. I mean, 18 years later, they clearly don't have to be doing this. I mean, they definitely don't have to be doing this today, way even more than they did when they first started. But it's like, you know, this is like in our DNA. I mean, we don't know anything else. I mean, it's like when I talk to my parents, when we're sitting around the dinner table, pretty much all we talk about is Isagenix. I mean, it's like there's no other real conversation. And so, but I think that, like, look, I think that when you're building a legacy business, you have to just come to terms with, you're going to go through all the different cycles of business and like in life. And you see, one of the frustrating things in this industry is you kind of see certain companies I mean, look, there's a lot of great companies out there. There's a lot of good companies doing a lot of great things, and more power to them. It's awesome. And this profession needs more ambassadors of the industry. But you also see, you know, some not so good actors with not really the right intentions. And you see kind of, I mean, anything that like worthwhile in life, it takes so much work, so much time and effort, and you got to be willing to ride the highs and lows to be in it for the long term. And sometimes you see people who they're all about riding that high. They're all about like getting in when it's like hot. But then all of a sudden, after 3, 4, 5, 6 years, it's not as hot as it once was. And then they start like, they want to go get their fix. And so it's like, and all of a sudden, like, because they're not committed for the long term, whether it's, you know, leadership in the field, whether it's owners of a company, they think, okay, well, you know, this isn't hot anymore. I'm going to go do this other thing where it's hot over here now. And they go from company to company to company, and they flush a lot of their integrity down the toilet because that's really the only thing that we have. And, you know, your reputation, and my parents know, and I know that you're putting your reputation on the line when every single day when you're going out and speaking about Isagenix. And that's the responsibility that we know and live with and deeply understand every single night before our head hits the pillow. Trust me. I mean, there's not literally an hour of the day that doesn't go by where I'm not thinking about all of you and, you know, what we can do to be better and preserve this legacy into the future. So
that's awesome. Eric, I want to ask you a vision question before I let you go. But before I do that, I want to ask the journey question. Because I mean, a lot of people say, you know, you're the son of very wealthy parents, but, you know, I know your story. And even when you started with Isagenix, I mean, you were a golf pro, you got you're pursuing a career in golf. But, you know, you were banging on doors and a hot Phoenix sun and you were selling and you were, you know, you had to do it. But when you joined Isagenix, I wonder about the journey, who you were when you stepped through that door. And I mean, I remember your original cubicle. I could touch both sides of it. Here you are, you know, but you really had to earn your stripes through the journey and the respect to the field, respect to the company. I was huge pressure. But I've watched this evolution of you, and there's this really exciting thing happening now in the company. But can you go back and just talk about not just maybe your journey, but the journeys you've seen? Because that's what I love most about our company is the transformations in people, how they show up, their mindsets, the things they do in the world, the way they treat their families, the way they treat their friends, you know, this beautiful thing called, you know, personal growth. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I think that my journey, I mean, I started before Isagenix. And you knew me, you knew me, David. I was like socially awkward to talk to. I mean, I didn't like have a lot of self-confidence and self-worth. Didn't have a lot of purpose. I mean, I was pursuing professional golf, but kind of the light was going out on that dream just because I was losing my passion. As you said, my parents, you know, kind of sat me down going into my last few years at university and said, you know, we want to support you in pursuing your dream of golf, but know that you're going to have to sponsor yourself when you get out. And so we're going to cut you off. Don't come to us for money, but look at Isagenix as a vehicle for you to, you know, go pursue your dreams and know that if you ever want to join us later on in your life in Isagenix, you have to build a business first. You have to know what an associate goes through. You got to be in the trenches. And so I've kind of carried that with me. You know, I've always wanted to start like from the lowest rank I could ever possibly start. I've never wanted to get handed anything. And I've just always kind of had a chip on my shoulder that I've got to prove myself and earn my stripes. And I think that like the products have been, you know, they're obviously life-changing. I don't think I've missed a day in, you know, the 12 plus years that I've been totally consistent with putting these products in my body. You know, obviously the financial wellness aspect of what we have is, you know, remarkable, but the greatest product that we offer, like by far, is our culture and our community that we have, because of the personal growth that you go through when you're like just inserted into a community like this. I mean, the personal growth that I've experienced is just only a product of me being in this community long enough. I mean, you have no choice when you get into this culture but to grow. And I mean, there were times when I remember when I used to get on I used to have to do like a call for like 10 people and my heart would be pounding out of my chest. Like I couldn't ever think that I would ever be able to do that, you know, let alone get in front of a room or do anything like that. But I think it just kind of goes back to embracing the journey, knowing that you're going to be just such a disaster when you first start. And I was just the worst disaster ever. You know, I think when I first started, there was a lot of people who were probably like, "Oh my gosh, this is not gonna end well." But I think that, you know, over time, you know, I just committed to the journey, and I look back, and it's like, I look back on one thing that I did right is I committed one time. I was like, I want to commit one time to doing this, then I'm just going to keep doing it over and over, no matter what happens, no matter what comes my way, and just commit to getting better and just immerse myself in this culture and be on the journey with all of you. And this community has just empowered me in every different phase of my life, whether it's, you know, kind of my initial phase when I was just getting started, now to my phase of being, you know, empowers me to be a better husband, empowers me to be a better dad. You know, I'm a dad of 2 now, a better son, and everything that's good in my life, literally everything that's good in my life today is a product of being in Isagenix. I mean, I met PETA in Isagenix. We've got 2 kids now. The relationship that I have with my parents, and the, you know, the growth journey that I've been on, the sense of purpose that I have, yeah, it's the greatest product we offer is the community.
And I think what
say goodbye to your backbeat now.
I think we're most proud of, both of us. Last thing before you go, can you give us a little taste of the vision? I've never seen you more lit up, fired up, impassioned. I mean, it's like there is a level of certainty that you and I are on a lot of calls. I mean, there's so many exciting things. But what I love is what's going on in your body and the body of your parents and the senior executive team. Can you give, without giving away too much, can you give us a sense of what's coming, or, you know, how you're feeling about what's coming?
Yeah, well, this is literally what I've been doing literally all day for the last months, I feel like, is just talking about this concept of Isagenix 2.0 and really what's coming. And, you know, we've been on this evolution of the company over 18 years. But in this new decade, I mean, we are, and I feel like over the last, you know, year to 2 years, it's really so much has started to happen under the surface. And, you know, you have to go through adversity and challenge and struggle before you really launch into the next phase. It's a natural cycle of life and business. You look back on your life, all the things, all the great moments, it was usually born through adversity and challenge. And some of the biggest adversity that, you know, me personally, I've ever faced, and I'm sure it's true with you all, like, it's hard as hell in the moment, but you look back on it and it's like, that was the greatest thing that ever could have happened. But it's chaotic in the moment. And so, but what's been happening over the last 12, 18, 24 months in Isagenix, we've gone through a lot of change, a lot of evolution amongst our team, amongst a lot of different things. But it's really all kind of set the stage for really where we're going in this 2.0 phase. And it's all about delivering on the 3 strategic initiatives that we have in the company right now. On a high level, the first strategic initiative is product innovation and upgrading our core products. You're going to see, you know, through the rest of this year, us going through an upgrade around the core products in Isagenix. You know, our Shake, our Cleanse, and Ionics have made up, literally probably 80-90% of our revenue in Isagenix. I mean, we built this company on those products. That's the core. But, you know, science has evolved, technology has evolved, and so we want to make the best products even better. And so you're going to see new innovation and upgrades in our core products. You're also going to see us simplifying our product portfolio, you know, kind of discontinuing some products that just don't match who we are anymore. We've launched a lot of products over 18 years. And we've got a large range of wellness products, and we're going to continue to have a large range of wellness products, but there's just some that just don't match where we're going. And so we're going to be simplifying so that we can leave room to really have kind of this house of brands where we can extend into new product categories, but really tie back into the main story and the core of Isagenix and who we are. So we're going to be doing that. Of course, we're going to be innovating some new products. We got a really, really hot, exciting one that we're planning on launching exclusively to Australia and New Zealand. We're targeting July. We're doing everything we can to get there. So that's always going to be an initiative for us. So that's 2.0 thinking and mindset for that initiative. Number 2, upgrading all of our marketing, our branding, our messaging within Isagenix. This one I get so like lit up about, because if there's one area that I think that we can massively improve in the company, is our messaging, our marketing, and our branding around Isagenix. And, you know, our current look and feel and everything has gotten us to where we are, but, you know, you shouldn't have to come to an Isagenix event to like experience like get the full experience of Isagenix. You shouldn't, I mean, yes, we want people to get that experience at our events, but you shouldn't have to come to an event. That experience, that incredible experience that people get at events where you feel home, you feel like you're treating yourselves, you feel like this elevated wellness brand that's like pulsating your body, that should be on every single touch point that you experience across Isagenix. From the touch point of opening your box, it should be the most beautiful, elegant, sophisticated, modern, sexy, healthy looking experience that you will ever find. When you take the products out of the box, every touch point, you just want to like share on Instagram because it's talking right to you. Because, you know, it's not about how, you know, there's that great quote, it's not about how you feel about a company. It's not about that. It's about how the company makes you feel about yourself. And we want people to like just feel like they're spoiling themselves because they're a part of Isagenix. And so from every single touch point, from the opening the box experience to the website, to social media, to, you know, our packaging, everything, we want to really highlight that experience, because the wellness space is so freaking crowded today. I mean, over the last 18 years, 18 years ago, we were the only ones talking about like grass-fed, 100% grass-fed protein and, you know, superfoods and intermittent fasting. Now there's so many people talking about it. And so we need to find other ways to really differentiate ourselves and innovate besides just products. And we want to differentiate ourselves with the experience people get and that intangible thing that you can't even place a value on. So that effort, I mean, we are going to floor the gas pedal on that. A lot of that stuff, again, this is going to be a 3, 6, 9, 12, 18-month transformation. Like that opening the box experience, that's a big project we're totally focused on. It might take a little longer. That's not just going to happen overnight. I wish I could just click my fingers and 2.0s here, but this is going to be an evolution. But you're going to look back 18 months from now and be like, this is a whole different company. So that's number 2. And then number 3 is upgrading our user experience through innovative technology. One of the challenges that we have being an 18-year-old company is kind of migrating this legacy that we've built. I mean, in 2002, the internet was like, is this a thing? The internet? It was like just getting going. It was like innovative to have a website in 2002. And now we've kind of we have to migrate this legacy that we built on the new innovative platforms, which we're spending millions of dollars doing. And we're going to be upgrading our user experience from our enrollment process, making it simpler, more intuitive, easy. The reporting capabilities that we're going to have, that all of you are going to have this responsive system where you have total visibility and intuitiveness of what's happening with all of your customers, who's ordering, who's, you know, doing things in the business. We want you to be able to communicate so effectively with those people. That's actually coming in the very near future. So continuing to spend a lot of money on upgrading our user experience through technology. So those 3 initiatives, it's 2.0 is us delivering on those 3 things. So, and I'm just telling you, like, what I've started to see because of the alignment that is happening amongst our team, and I know you've seen it, David, what people are going to start to experience is so epic and so exciting. I gave Foxy a taste of it last week, and it's like people are just going to start to be looking at it and be like, this is freaking Isagenix. This is what I've been trying to articulate for so long, and now the company is just freaking nailing it. So
I'm covered in goosebumps right now, but just to give you feedback, if you're excited, 2.0 in the chat, just put it in there, 2.0 in the chat. Tell Eric that you listen. There you go, Eric. If you want to get cheeky, you can put 2.0 baby. 2.0 baby. Eric, we're going to see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. I'm going to spend some time now with the wonderful Jen Patch. I'm so excited about that. And I'm going to have you chat a little bit about tomorrow, just about the compensation plan again, just, you know, especially some of the new stuff that's going on there and maybe some strategies around that. So I love you. I know you've got a lot on. You're doing a load of calls, so we're going to let you go. Guys, can you just all wave and say thank you to Eric and post your questions? We can always ask him tomorrow. Thanks, Eric.
Thanks, everyone.
And Dave,
right.
just before you move on, Meg has just come in to me. Some of you have got the chat set to Isagenix Australia. If you could just change your setting to everybody, just so we can see all your comments coming into the feed here, because you're sending a private message to Meg next door, basically. So if you just change your setting to in the chat to everyone, so we can see all your questions and your comments coming through. But
Dave, you want to jump in, what you just heard? I know that you got a little taste the other day from Eric. You know, have you ever sensed or had a feeling? Have you ever been more certain yourself? I mean, is it crazy?
Well, I said to Eric last night, I said, I'm a hard critic and I don't mind telling him sometimes. If I like it or not, I'm not too shy to say it, but I absolutely freaking loved it. Loved it. He has nailed it. They crushed it. I'm like, I just want it today. I'm like, let's go. It's so cool.
And is there any questions that you want to, before we move into our big session here, any questions that will come up, Meg, that you want to shout out, that we want to answer now, or should we just wait till the end? Hey!
Question. Well, I think what we'll do, Dave, we'll get the girls to collate some stuff, and then I know we're going to do some Q&A at the end for everybody. So we'll honor everyone's time. So if people have to get off, but we will do a question and answers right at the end of the session today. So Meg and the girls will start collating those questions.
Awesome. So the person I have the absolute honor of bringing on, she was a physiotherapist for 20 years. She's very, very proud of her two children, Isaac, who's 10, and Maya, who's 6. When I first read her bio, I thought she said she liked hairy men, but that was what it said. It said hairy cows. She has a farm. She loves the Shetland or the Highland cattle. She calls herself a talent curator. Think about that, talent curator. She's an industry top earner, respected both inside Isagenix and outside, a simplifier, a visionary, a business owner, a mentor. One of the things she loves to do is she loves to see greatness in people and match that greatness with results. She's a 14-star platinum, my gosh, a 15-star crystal executive. And if you ask anyone what her superpower is, they would say her generosity of spirit, generosity of time, generosity of helping. So that being said, let's bring on Jen. Where are you?
Hello. Hey.
Hello. Where are you?
How much fun is this?
Isn't it great?
Oh.
What were you thinking, Jen, when you were listening to Eric just then? What was going on? Were you getting goosebumps like I was?
I was actually getting really emotional. It's getting, I'm feeling emotional right now. Just, because Eric's so real, and I just keep thinking about the journey and the journey that we all have to take regardless, but that we're so fortunate to have the opportunity to take our journey in this space. And, just being here with all of you this morning and, nearly 600 people, and you can feel it, like you can feel it through Zoom. How amazing is the energy of this company and the love and the togetherness. You can even feel it through Zoom. We don't actually even have to be in a room together. And I don't think that's anywhere else.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, you're a 7-figure income earner. That's a remarkable milestone. A lot of people, $500, $1,000, $1,500 is really where they start. I can't tell you how many people I've met who, originally were thinking an extra 500 or 1,000. Now they're 6 or multiple 6-figure income earners. They could never see that happening in the beginning. But people look at your success. You've built an incredible life. The connection to the land, your cattle, your kids, your husband. Jono's I know that your love affair is really a beautiful thing to witness. And just people don't understand how hard you worked, because I've heard people say, oh, it was easier then. And I mean, obviously, Steve and I laugh about this. It's never been easier than now. This is the easiest time ever. But talk a little bit about the hustle. What did you do? Because there are other people who are listening. Some of our leaders right now are listening thinking, I would love to get to seven figures. Well, there obviously is a pathway, and we're going to talk about that today. But talk about the hustle, the way you worked, the challenges you rose to in those early days.
Yeah, well, I think I know we're going to talk about it more, Dave, but I had the gift of having had businesses before and having gone through university and having, I guess, gone through journeys. And so when I came to this, I just was able to be in the same sort of motion and understand what needs to be done. But it really came, it's like there's an internal and an external to everything. And it really came from this place of, oh my gosh, these products are insane. And I felt like what I was doing as a physio, just fixing knees or backs or necks, that was cool. But these products, they change whole bodies and whole lives. And it was like this opportunity to be a physio, but on steroids. And so it was just, it's one person, whose life can we change next? Whose life can we change next? Whose life? And every time someone started on the products, and it's still like this, I'm like, please let it work for them like it works for me. Please, please. Because I know that all these people are walking around the planet and they don't know how good they're supposed to feel. Because I thought I knew everything about nutrition, and Jono's a personal trainer. Like, this is our whole life, is in health and wellness and fitness and all that sort of stuff. And we got the shock of our lives when we put these products in our body. How good are they? And I'm like, how did I get to be whatever age I was, 37, and I didn't know how good I'm supposed to feel? And all I could think was, all my friends don't know how good they're supposed to feel. So it was really just like, we have to tell people as fast as possible. And it wasn't instantly, we have to go to work. And I guess it didn't feel like work. But looking back, I see the volume of conversations and the volume of new customers to get the results. And I see people not really understanding maybe what it looks like to get to where they want to go, because we're talking about a lot of money. You know, a lot of people are here. Some people, as you said, only want $500 a week, or only want $1,000 a week, or $1,000 a month. And that's incredible. We all get to choose whatever we want from this. But other people want $250,000 a year, or $500,000 a year. Where else can you earn that sort of money? It's crazy money. And
Jen, let me just interrupt for a sec. I think what's beautiful is, and what you've seen and I see, some people come in and they already have a vision. They can see $1 million a year or $500,000 a year because of their previous incomes, because they were making $100,000 or $200,000, so they can see it. But a lot of people who are only making $60,000 a year, they're not even wired yet. And I know we'll talk about money and financial wiring, but they're not even wired yet to see it. So for them, they can only really see 60,000 because it's been their normal for so long. But as they start going through the journey and as they reach one milestone, quite often this is where the vista, like a mountain climber, you know, when someone starts climbing a mountain, you think you're at the top, and suddenly you start seeing there's a whole new vista there. What I notice with network marketers is, you know, as they get to the number they know, the number that's preconditioned for them, suddenly they start to see a new number because they've made it here. They've replaced an income. Boom, boom, boom. Isn't that something you've noticed as well?
Yeah, absolutely. My goal when I saw actually what this business model was to earn $100,000 a year, because that's what I earned as physio. So it was just like, wow, what if I could replace that? And then I'd have 40 hours a week free time, because I'd have this other income stream coming in. And what could I do then in those 40 hours a week? And there was no thought of 7 figures, not at all, especially because I was really not sold on network marketing as a business model. So
I saw you sitting in the back with your arms folded quite a lot in the beginning.
yeah, I was like, who is this guy up the front with this weird accent telling jokes that aren't that funny, and these people dancing on chairs? And it's like, I'm not getting my brainwashed. No way.
Well, luckily we did brainwash it. Can I ask you, just out of interest, so people have a context, you came in for $100 grand a year because that's what you've been earning as a physio. You've been a physio for 20 years. You went to school for 4 years, and it took you a long time to become a great physio. What's been your cumulative earnings with Isagenix? Do you know?
I think it must be getting close to 8 million.
$8 million. So from that 100,000, now 8 million. That's awesome. And now we're going to figure out what happened to get there. I'm not because we want to talk about the real work. One thing I love about your approach to it is the same as mine. Is no BS, raw and real. Tell the absolute truth. You know, we're not trying to it's not about, you know, pom poms and roses. This is about, hey, how do you get the things you want? I still want to go back to. I mean, I know that you're 60 connections, you know, through Yellow Pages and banging on doors. Talk to me a little bit about when you went to work. And you kind of, oh, this is what, if you want it fast, this is what you got to do. Tell us what some of the things you were doing back then.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Jen. I want to jump in there because I want to just recognize you as well a little bit because, and you shared these numbers at Celebration. I pulled the spreadsheet last night, but I just want to put into context to people, you know, just the efforts that Jen and John have put in and their team and some of the success that they've created over the years that they've been with Isagenix. And, you know, Jen, you've created over 503 people who have earned over $20,000 in your business, 131 people who've earned 60,000 plus in their business, 150 people in your organization that have earned over $100,000, 38 people who have earned over $250,000 in your organization, 21 people who have earned over $500,000, so $500,000, 6 people who've earned over $750,000, and you've created 16 people in your organization that have surpassed $1 million in earnings with Isagenix. So I just want to put that into perspective. Who you're talking to, especially for all our ones on the call there. But it certainly didn't come with ease. I know Jen worked incredibly hard for this. So Dave, you can continue. I just wanted to set that up a little bit.
I love it. And Steve, jump in and help out with the questions. It's so great having us both here. So yeah. Jen?
How cool are those numbers, right? And I just want to take 1 minute to say thank you to David Jilks for introducing Jono and I to the products, because none of those numbers, well, I guess everyone would have ended up finding out about Isagenix anyway, right? Some way, but it feels pretty nice to have played a tiny little part in helping that sort of thing happen. So, yeah, now that you got me all teary, Steve, what were we talking about, Dave?
How'd you do it?
I think Kathy set you some challenges early on, or just.
The work. Yeah, that's right. Getting busy. So yes.
You did to create it.
Yep. So, so the first was just well, oh my gosh, we've got to get these people on the products because they don't know how good they're supposed to feel. And that, I guess that went on for 10 months, and we won a derby, and we went to Phoenix, and there was David and there was Susan Sly on stage, and Lynn Hagedorn and Michael Klaus, and I got to see what this actually could be, and that it wasn't this dodgy brainwashing cult thing that I thought I was going to. I only really went because it was a free trip, and I've never won anything in my life, not even a $2 scratchy. So why not get on the plane, right, and have a free holiday? And it was mind-blowing, and it was completely not what I thought it was going to be. And so then on the plane, on the way home, because we were so inspired, and Warren and Arlene Lance were there, and Sean and KL, we've got the most incredible upline, and they just wrapped their arms around us, and they took us everywhere and took us out for family. We found our people, we found our, and we're like, right, let's get busy. And we just scrolled through our phone and went, right, we're going to contact everyone on our phone, like actually everyone. And pretty much everyone I talked to today, when I asked them, because they say to me, you know, do you think it was easier back then? I'm like, well, I don't. How many people have you talked to, and how many customers have you brought in? And I'm like, well, have you talked to everyone on your phone? And nearly everyone says no, they haven't. But I can genuinely say I've talked to every single person on my phone. And that was the first thing that we did. And then we got together, and I think at that event there was a mentoring group thing kind of sold for Paul Mac bidded on it, and it was for Make-A-Wish. We raised some money for Make-A-Wish, and we got on and all had these challenges every week. And so we've talked to everyone. Jono's network, my network, everyone's been spoken to. We've let them know about these incredible products. And we also went back to our customers and said, hey, there's actually this other side to these products. You can actually earn some money if you want to tell people about them. We're actually earning about $300 a week. And that's paying our rent every week. I thought that was the best thing ever, that the rent, it was like free house, right? And so we rang all the customers and told them that as well. And then we get in this mentoring thing. I think it was 10 weeks, and they had a guest speaker every week. And I can't quite remember who the first couple of weeks were. We're at 18 months in at this point, and Kathy Coover is the guest speaker. And Kathy comes in, she does a training piece. It was amazing and so inspiring. And then the guest speaker would set a challenge. And so Kathy says, your challenge this week is to make 60 new connections, 60 new conversations about Isagenix. And I can still remember looking at Jono and going, does she not know we've already talked to everyone we know? Like, there is no one else to talk to. Where does she think we're going to pluck 60 more people from? Like, just where? And like, there's Jono too, right? So I had to do 60, he had to do 60. And you don't go back next week to Kathy Cooper and say you didn't do what she asked, right? So you just got to figure it out. So I got thinking, and that was, I don't know, 7 years ago, right? So there's still Yellow Pages back then. So I'm like, right, what business needs our stuff? And I thought, I'm just going to start calling beauticians. So I started cold calling beauticians out of the Yellow Pages. Oh no, bless him. He thought he must have been at the dentist the week before or something. And he was thinking about, when you have the surgery and you get your jaw wired shut, he's like, shakes would be really good for those people. So he starts ringing dentists. And there's all sorts of learnings that go on when you cold call businesses. And that's probably a conversation for another time. So we did that. And then we get back on the call. We're so proud because we get to say to Kathy, we did it. And I don't know, if you did the challenge, you won a prize, like a hat or something. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's like all about pain because it was horrific, right? Cold calling is not that much fun when you first start to do it. By the end, it's fun. By the end of it, it's great fun, but it's really like sweating, heart beating. It's pretty awful. And then, it's Kathy's the guest speaker again. So right through the call, I'm thinking, what's her challenge going to be this time? Yep, you guessed it. She's like, do it again. I'm like, oh no, I don't have to go through that again. What the heck? So back I go to the Yellow Pages, decided to call gyms and personal trainers, and there we went on. And then I guess we just realized from that, we have to keep talking to people, and there's no one left on here. So we're going to have to go find people. So then I would just dream up ideas. Like one thing we came up with, I heard on the news one night that the town we were living in was the fattest town in Queensland. I was like, that's pretty bad. And we have a solution for that, right? So how am I going to get this whole community using these products? I'm pretty sure half the community does use these products now. But so we put together this wellness challenge, and we just made it up, right? We gathered together a few people to donate some services, like Al and Deb donated 2 weeks free membership at their gym, and Chanel donated a hair and makeup makeover and a photographer. So we had some really cool prizes, and I went door knocking on every single business and said, hey, we're the fattest town in Queensland. We're running a community wellness challenge. Would you and your employees like to participate? And some said no, and blow me down, some said yes. And so then they, as a workplace, would have their own little challenge. And people went out, and we organised that the people would go out and and say to their friends, I'm going to lose some weight. Would you sponsor me per kilo? And all the money we raised went to the neonatal intensive care unit at the hospital. And it was, you know, it's just like thing after thing after thing that we just kept coming up with new ideas and finding a reason to talk to people and finding reasons to help other people talk to people. And and so blow me down, you know, this crazy dodgy network marketing thing, it went from 0 to 7 figures in 2 years. Like, who would have ever thunk it?
Yeah, and just again, contextually, and new leaders, I know, you know, I see some of you making notes. The idea is that if that's part of your goal is to be a 6 or multiple 6 or a 7-figure income earner, now we get to see why it was so quick. They're banging on doors, you know, they're doing these, you know, cold calling, they're talking to everyone, they're building the muscle. But I want to go back to the brand new people, Jen, because there's a lot of ones and people who just put one in there that they're just starting out. And I don't want to lose them too much where they say, oh my gosh, this sounds like so much work. Remember, if you're just starting out, for you right now, it may be an extra 500 or 1,000 or 2,000. But what I want to ask you, Jen, is why Isagenix now? What is it you're seeing for this new person right now? Why network marketing? Why Isagenix? Why now? What's that thing that's coming out for you?
Well, I guess what else? And I think that it's our own responsibility to get logically clear in our own mind, what is it going to be? And what is it that you want? Like, it's your life, right? You only get one. So what do you want it to look like? So I knew that I wanted my life to be a farm. I knew my mum and dad went broke trying to give my brother and I a great life on a farm. You know, interest rates went to 21% and there was drought and it all just got too hard and they had to sell and we had to move to town, and that's the last thing my dad ever wanted. And I promised myself I would buy my dad a farm. But I'm doing the math and I'm adding up how much I'm saving every year as a physio, and I'm like, Dad's going to be 108 by the time I get the deposit for the farm. So I'm just like, that there's got to be another way. I've got to find, so you have to decide, like, what do you want your life to look like? What is your dream? What is your why? And then how are you going to get there? And look at all the options. Like, as you said, Dave, there's no point us convincing anyone on this call that Isagenix is the bee's knees and is absolutely for everyone, because it's not. The thing is, you have to be able to have enough information about all the different ways to increase your income so that you can attain your dreams. And then you have to choose the one that's for you. And then you have to the journey's the same. No matter what you choose, the journey, you've got to go through the failures, you've got to do the work, you've got to do the learning, you've got to do the upskilling, you've got to do the practice. Like, that journey is the same. And one of the reasons that we were able to go so fast in Isagenix is because we'd done a whole lot of that journey before. Some of you are going to have to do your journey here. And I believe there's no better place to do the journey. I wish I got to do my whole journey here. I think it would have been a whole lot more fun and a whole lot less painful. And I would have probably saved myself a whole lot of money, because I made quite a few big stuff ups in my journey along the way. So then it's getting really clear, like, there's only a few ways to make. So first, do you want more money? What is your dream? What are your dreams and what are they going to cost? Because if you're happy living in a, caravan with half a sausage for dinner, then just be happy. Yeah, because you can't afford a whole one, right? You just got to split them up. That's what my nana used to do. My poppy used to get 1.5 sausages and she used to get a half. That's how it went down. So if you're happy with that, then just go be happy, but just genuinely be in your state of bliss, not looking over at what someone else has or thinking, I wish my life was easier, because our life is what we make it. As you said, Dave, it's the results don't lie. So then how much is your dream going to cost? They just cost it out, right? Put the things on your vision board and add the dollar figure and work out what's it going to cost. And then, then how much do you need?
And Jen, and don't limit that to your current income. I mean, if you have a dream and you can cost it out, and you understand this is a sequential steps, you know, so you first get to this, you know, you replace this, then you replace an income, and then you go here. So it is that sequential. But sometimes people, when they start laying out their dream, because they've not made the money, like you, it's going to take 108 years to buy the farm for your dad. Well, guess what? That wasn't the vehicle for you to be able to buy a farm for your dad. Now you were able to come in here and you were able to buy multiple farms, right? Let me ask you a question, just for everyone. If you want to have a quick stand up, everyone, just for a sec, let's get some energy going. Just stand up, everyone, just for a sec, because there's good stuff coming now. And just do a little dance. We're watching, and I think, Meg, you should choose someone. There you go. Just get some energy going. Yeah, get yourself moving. Yep. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Wiggle your bums. Get your back stretched because you've been sitting there a long time. All right, there you go. Okay. Thank you very much.
Someone said I've got no pants on.
Warren Lance just texted me and asked me if I had pants on. All right, let's get into this thing. You have this wonderful, like 13 points that we're going to run through that I know you've trained on before, but I think they're so succinct, and they really, each one of them, some will just touch on, some will dive into. But, you know, you talk about the need to invest money. Do you want to start there?
Yeah. So first of all, just like super quick, why is Isagenix a good deal in my mind? And you can decide if it's a good deal in your mind, but there's only a few ways to make money, right? So decide the amount you need, then like figure out, are you going to invest in shares? Are you going to invest in property? Are you going to get into business? Because most people's jobs isn't going to get it, cut the dreams. Some people's are. If you can earn 500 grand a year as a CEO, that's awesome. But if your job's capped at 80, you might have a struggle getting to your dreams. So you need more other sources of income, right? So then think about, well, so this is where my brain goes. What capital do I need to get into the share market, to get into the property market, to get into a traditional business, to get into Isagenix? It's so little capital to get in. What overheads do I have? I've had probably 4 or 5 different businesses now, and the overheads are fierce. They just come at you every single week. Doesn't matter if you bring income in or not to the business, the money still has to go out. The staff get paid, the rent gets paid, the stock needs to be bought, you know, the electricity needs to be paid, the phone, it never stops. It just keeps on going out. So many businesses, you're tied to it. You have to be there, 8-10 hours a day in that physical location. This is something where you actually can be like anywhere. Look at us all. We're everywhere. We're all over the world, and we can sell to all over the world. We're not just like my physio practice. I couldn't find patients all over the world. I was limited. My market was limited to patients in that town, right? The time flexibility. I can't say I want to, we can work when the kids are asleep at night time, early in the morning. We can choose our hours. It doesn't mean we do no hours, but we can choose our hours. There is no better place to be than in the wellness industry right now, because look what happens when everything turns to crap. Guess what? There's nothing more important than people's health. If people can have nothing else to hold on to, the one thing they need to hold on to is their health. The fact that in this we have proven systems and mentorship, and Dave talked about the mentorship earlier and how great it is and how it's free. And that isn't anywhere else. When I was in property, I paid a mentor $26,000 for 12 hours of his time. And he was the only guy selling mentorship anywhere at that time. Like you can't even pay people. You can't even find people to pay in other industries to mentor you. And here it is. It's just like, we've just got it. So much of it. So many people who are achieving incredible things, not keeping any secrets, just willing to pour it all out. And then we have the potential for leveraged income at many levels. So in my physio practice, I only had one level of leverage, right? I employed physios and I took half of what they brought in fees, and they took the other half, but there was no more levels. But in this industry, we have the potential for multiple levels of leverage. In Isagenix, this is what gets when you understand comp plans, this will get you juiced up. we have leverage available to us to unlimited depth, 100, 1,000 levels down. There's plenty of comp plans out there that have leverage to 6 levels or 8 levels. So if someone amazing comes into your business at level 9, too bad, so sad, you don't get to see any of that volume. But in Isagenix, it all keeps coming up to us no matter how deep our business gets. That's exciting. When you understand that leverage and the power of that, it's so exciting. And then there's the potential for residual income as well. So, and that's, I think that's just so people don't, every dollar we earn in Isagenix is not residual. We need to get past that, right? A lot of it is work, upfront sales commission, upfront, we worked for it, working income. And then we start to tap into the leveraged income. That's pretty cool. And when the leveraged income outweighs the churn and burn, which is normal in every business, what's the gap? The gap in there is residual. And that's a real deal thing when our business gets large enough, when it gets solid enough, when we have independent, amazing leaders. And John and I are so fortunate. We have this team of independent, amazing leaders who I learn so much from all the time. And we could disappear and there they are. And our business will just go on like a freight train because of who they are. So that's the residual, that's where the residual income.
I'll touch on one thing, just for that new mind. One of the dangers, and some of you new leaders get caught up in this, residual income. You ask people what it means and people will say, oh, you know, I earn money when I sleep, or, you know, that you kind of do the work once, never have to work again. And I really want you to be careful. Residual income is not something you stop working. Residual income is that you continue to work it. Now, in Jen's case, where she's developed such a strong group of leaders, right? That's where there is more residual time, because she could go away, but only because she's developed a very, very strong group of leaders below her, right? But I just want you to get this idea, residuals, because some people, they'll go into a different profession. Like Jen went into physio, 20 years of her life, and she was making 100 grand a year, right? So she worked really hard for that. She worked really hard for her career. And people come into this and they think, oh, I'll do 3 or 4 years and I'll go and sit in Bali on the beach and think it's going to come in. Well, if you haven't developed the depth of leadership, that residual income, that can disappear. It's not just because you started it, you have to continue. And that's why you see professional network marketers, they continue to work. Now, if they want to have passive income, what they'll do is they'll invest their residual income into a passive income stream. That's where your money's making money. But I just want you to be clear that just because it's network marketing, that you're still thinking of 10 years, you're still going to be working. Now, you may not be working as hard, but you're still going to be working. Would you agree with that, Jen?
Yeah, this is where it's really important that we get clear on reality. Like there is no thing that you just chuck a few years into and make $1 million a year forever. Like that's just like, that's actually delusional. How can that be? And it's just like Jim and Kathy aren't running a charity, right? Like if there's not sales volume below us, they can't pay us. It's not, you know, they're not just going to go, oh yeah, I think you're really nice, Jen. Even if you don't create sales volume in your team, we're going to give you a big check anyway. They can't do that. So it has to be based on sales volume. We have to have a team of people selling products. That's what this actually is. So, but I guess the point here is, if you've had business experience, or if you've done a trade, or if you've done anything where you started at the bottom and you put in a lot of hours and a lot of time to work through to get to a result, like I use my example, 4 years at uni to come out and I earned $31,000 in my first year of work. And you can contrast it to what this is. So just, you know, it's about return on investment. So where are you going to get the best return on investment? So for what you have to invest in here, it's a better return on investment than I can see in anything else. But you have to figure that out logically in your brain, because if you don't, you won't appreciate this for what it is. And when you appreciate so for me, when I look at what this is and I compare it to everything else, it stands out so big and so bright and so much better. that I just give it, I get all juiced up over it, and I love it, and I appreciate it, and I value it, and it gets all of me. It gets all of my energy. It gets all of my, and in the early days, it got all of my money, it got all of my time, it got everything, because I could see what it was. I'm just like, it's so good. So it's getting all of me. It can't grow unless we invest in it first, right? Invest our time, invest our money, invest our energy, invest our skills.
Yeah, we were talking earlier as well, is, that hard is a funny thing. Oh, it's hard, right? Network marketing or building Isagenix is hard. But you look at the average person's life, working within a certain income, a lot of people aren't paid enough. They struggle financially, or they have to commute for hours or whatever, right? It seems to me that, we have to choose our hard. It's not like this is easier, but it's certainly not harder than what your work was like before, going 4 years through school to earn 31 grand and, work your butt off all day long and trying to build your career. It's a fascinating thing though, isn't it? Because people will come in here, they'll try it and they'll dabble and they'll say it's hard. Well, because they haven't really learned the skills, but they also haven't come into it. It's hard when you've got one toe in. It's much, much harder. Is that right?
It is. And the thing is, the hard to get to 100 grand a year in anything is the same. The hard to get to 250 grand a year is the same. The hard to get to $1 million a year is the same, unless you win the lotto. And yes, some people get lucky, whatever. But generally, if most people have to do the hard and the work, it's the same no matter where you do it. It's got to be done somewhere. And so so many people waste their whole life looking for easier.
So you're the month before May?
And they just look, right? They just want to go to, they think it can't be this hard. And so they go for looking for something easier, but it's hard.
Yeah.
The hardness, but here there's just more applying the same hard and the same work in Isagenix is going to have a better return on our investment than in many other things. That's where we have to get smart. That's when I talk about return on investment, we have to smarten up and really understand logically in our own brain why we're making the choice to be where we choose, whether after these 2 days it's Isagenix or something else, but them all in, Dave, as you said, we have to be all in and know that there are going to be challenges. There are going to be wall kicking moments. There are going to be tears. There's going to be pain. There's going to be times where it just feels like, oh my gosh, nothing I'm doing is right. Nothing is working. What is going on here? There's going to be times where we feel like quitting. We're going to talk about all of that stuff. But it's going to happen. You're on your way to whatever amount of money you want. All that stuff is going to happen somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. I love the way, because you approach this with this kind of business mind, which I really love. It's so refreshing to hear someone talk about ROI, and really sort of holding this up against other choices. We all have choices. What we don't all have is a mentorship program, free training, and a community and culture, and everything looked after. But you did talk about challenges, and I know that you talk about the sort of 7 success challenges. Do you want to touch on those at all? Because you just mentioned challenge, because I love the way that you articulate those. I may have made a PowerPoint for you.
How good are you? Just like that. Yeah. So let's talk about the first one, folks. So these are challenges that doesn't matter what journey you take, whether it's with Isagenix or somewhere else on your way to success, whether it's to be an elite level athlete. All of, Kerry Pottas is on this call today. Kerry will know that she's been through every single one of these. Nat and Sarah, any level of success, these are going to come up. And when we understand that these are going to come up, we can be prepared for them and we can understand what to do. So the first challenge is focus. And it's harder than ever to focus because we live in such a noisy world. But we have to be able to refocus and get back to the only thing that matters. So we have to know what matters, and then we have to get back to doing it. So it's so simple in network marketing. There's only 2 things that matter: finding customers and teaching people to find customers. Actually, that's all that matters. And yet, so many people who want to earn the big bucks or even little bucks, they avoid like the plague doing those two things. That's like having a fish and chip shop and avoiding cutting up the fish, right? You just can't have a fish and chip shop without cutting up the fish.
You gotta peel those potatoes.
Yeah. And so you've got to find customers. So, and then it's easy, right? It's if you know that the only two things that matter are finding customers and teaching other people to find customers, well, then you start to break it down. Well, what's involved in finding customers? What do I need to get good at so that I can find customers? I happen to it's basically just finding out what people's problems are and offering them a solution. Do they have a problem, and can you match a solution to their problem? So I happen to have had 80,000 conversations like that in my career as a physio. You come and see me, Dave, you've got a sore shoulder. I ask you a whole bunch of problems, and then I sell you a solution. I say, Dave, well, if you come back and have 5 treatments, and then you do these exercises, and we do a bit of this and a bit of that, I think your shoulder will be better. Are you in or are you out? And you go, yep, okay, I'll do that. Yep. So I'm just selling you a solution. And that's all we do in Isagenix. We find out, does someone have a problem? And do we even have a solution? We don't have a solution for everyone's problems. If someone's problem is they need new truck tires, we can't help. So do they even have a problem that we can solve? So we have to stay focused on the Michael Klaus course says, keep the main thing the main thing. That's what he means. Focus. And we can't let ourselves go, oh, someone just messaged me on Facebook. We can't let other people control our focus. We have to be in charge of our own focus. We have to know what's important, and then and it's not that much fun staying focused on the main thing sometimes. We can't be getting the yellow. I've got 5% yellow, so I find it a bit easier to stay focused probably than you, Dave, because I think you're about 98% yellow. So the yellow people, I know you have, and for those of you who haven't done, UIA yet, and you don't know what color you are, you can go to colorcode.com and do a quick online test, and you find out what color you are, right? Yeah, look at all the yellows. They love being yellow. They love a party, but you struggle with focus, right?
Wiggle. Where's that
Ready to get the gear off right now. So that's focus. The next one. What was the next one? Motivation. Yeah, motivate. Everyone's like, oh, I just don't feel motivated today. Guess what? Motivation's like a bad boyfriend. He's never there when you need him. And so you can't wait to feel motivated. It's you just got to know what to do and do it. And you eat that, that book, what is it? Eat the frog first. You just get it. You just get the work done. Like my dad taught me, you got to make hay while the sun shines. You can't just go, I don't feel like it today, because guess what? Tomorrow it might be raining and the hay's all destroyed. So you can't wait to feel motivated. Yes, there's lots of fun parts of business, but there's lots of boring, repetitive stuff that just is not that enjoyable. You just got to get the work done. Like how chop up the fish. If you want the profit at the end of the day, you do the thing that you need to do to get to the profit.
Clarity.
Yeah, well, clarity. Like, what do you actually want? And that has to be so clear and so there, because Dave, when you talked about the fear, which is the anticipation of pain, that's the thing standing between where you are now and the thing that you want. And if that's not clear enough, then you'll never go through that pain. That pain will always be too big a wall. But when you get really clear, like the farm, I need the farm while my dad's still alive. I need the farm while my dad's still alive. That was enough. That pull was enough to push me through all the fear. That got me on the phone. I was like, if I'm not going to get the farm unless I do the cold calls, I'm not going to get the farm unless I go knocking on the doors. It's that pull.
That leads beautifully to your next step, which is discipline. I mean, because that clarity creates that discipline. Because especially the way you just articulated that, which was, hey, if I really want to do this for my father, and each of you have a dream or a goal, And again, when you're in the right vehicle, right time, right you, right mindset, right, we can achieve it. But just talk about that discipline, because you went from the clarity piece, which is you're absolutely certain you can do this, and you needed the right vehicle because, like you said, as a physiotherapist, it would be impossible for you to buy another farm, 108 years of savings. And now, again, with the right vehicle and the right focus and the right clarity, and now we get into discipline. And that's those daily income producing activities, right? And really focusing, keep the main thing.
But by the way, I was never for a second 100% certain that this would work. I would never for a second had belief that I could do this, not for a second. But I chose to trust that the people who'd done it were giving me the right advice. So when Michael Klaus said 10 to 15 hours a week, 1 Saturday a month, 1 weekend a quarter for 3 to 5 years, I said, okay, I trusted him. That's what he told me it was going to take. So that's what I committed to. And I didn't just believe it. I didn't see me with the 100 grand a year. I didn't have absolute certainty. I just know that when I first tried to ride a bike, I was really crap. When I first tried to ride a horse, I didn't even know how to steer the thing. Like, everything, when I first went to university, I didn't even know what an arm bone was called. And then, this, right? Whatever we apply ourselves to regularly over time, we get better at. That's inevitable. We have to trust, we have to have faith in that process. And I think so many people are waiting to believe they can do it. They're waiting to feel it, because it's a thing I hear most commonly. And I'm sure you do too, Dave. Oh, but I get it all. I'm so excited, but I just don't believe I can do it. Well, yeah. Big deal. Neither did anyone. No one believes it till they did it. Like, think about it. You don't. The belief comes after we've done it. What happens is we just have to trust. We have to have the courage, and we have to have the discipline to just follow the steps and just go one after the other.
Follow the strategy, because that's really what's next. And if you look at the flow of these, and those of you who are listening right now, and you want something, you listen to Jen's story, again, remember the negative part of the mind, the one I talked about earlier, the conditioned part of your mind. That's that little voice of doubt. That's the one that's questioning you right now. That's not you. That's not the condition. That's the conditioned mind. That's what you've been taught to think. That's not the real you. The real you is the one that's the dreamer. That's the one who wants. It's like, hey, I want to create this for my family. And again, so I really want you to notice if there's any negative doubts coming up, and just realize that you can change that. With daily practice, we can change that to the point where you can start to feel, I can do this, right? I can do this. Let's talk about strategy, because we obviously have systems and templates, and there's, people who've tried to reinvent the wheel. They often, reinvent themselves out of success. This is where this is quite a simple business. It's hard work. It is work, but it is a relatively simple set of skills that we have to master in the beginning to be able to create momentum and success, right?
Yeah, well, strategy is just understanding what you want and then breaking it into chunks and having a plan, having a strategy to get there. So if you want to earn 6 figures a year, how many customers do you need to bring in? And if you know that only 1 out of 10 people, only 10% of people want to change their health at any point in time, you need to have 10 conversations for one customer to come in. So knowing that, then how many customers a week do you need to talk to? So break that into daily conversations and commit and have the discipline and the focus to get the job done. That's actually how simple this business is. And know that with every conversation, the next one, we're going to be better at the next one. And so of course we suck when we start. Gosh, when I first was a physio, I had to have everything on a list. Like, okay, Dave, now your shoulder, your shoulder sore. And so I'd have a list of all the questions I needed to ask to a shoulder patient. And then I'd have a list of all the tests I needed to perform to figure out what was going wrong. And of course, after 20 years, it's just like down to 3 questions and 3 tests and boom, I know what it is. But it doesn't start like that. At first it was like, oh, crap, I've got a shoulder patient. I haven't had a shoulder patient before. And study, learn. And that we've just got to understand that's normal, and we can't expect to be amazing when we first started. And the strategy has to match the goal, because I see people wanting big money with no strategy, And the strategies, I'll just talk to a few people when I feel like it, when I feel motivated. Yeah. And I'm going to earn $500,000 a year. And 3 years in, it's like, oh, where's all the cash? And I'm like, where's all the conversations? So that's really strategy and action. They tie in together, right? So strategy gets you clear on what action you need to do. And then the feeling like giving up is just, it's inevitable. And you ask any athlete how many times they just wanted to throw the towel in because of the pain they put themselves through every day. But without the pain, and in business, it's the pain of, just doing the stuff we don't feel like doing, picking up the phone, doing that cold call, putting ourselves out there and having that conversation when we're scared that someone's going to think we're an idiot, laugh in our face, or whatever it is. It's that pain. For the athlete, it's the pain of, 6 hours of training every day. But we have to go through that. We have to apply that little bit of stress so that we can grow. And we have to apply that stress to our business so it can grow. Like the athlete has to apply the stress to their body so it can grow and improve. It's just, these are just fundamental principles that you can't avoid.
Like you say, they span everything. I love the, strategy moving into action. A lot of people are interested. And again, what I'm going to offer for this group is that maybe, Jen, I'll do another recording with you and we'll just talk about your how-tos, sort of exactly what you're saying, so people can get inside some of the language you've been using, some of the language you've perfected, because if we start down that road, it's going to take a while. But maybe you and I can do a 60-minute call or something like that, and we'll send it out to this group, and we'll just go into some of the how-tos specifically that you've mastered over time, so we can share that. Are you open to that? Would that be good?
Yeah, of course.
Awesome. Let's talk about, you mentioned this a second ago, and I just want, because we want to get to the commitment part. We are going to attempt to finish close to time, and then we're going to stay on the line and do some Q&A. And Jen's agreed to stay on and get into some real nuts and bolts questions. So if you have questions coming up from anything we've talked about, whether it's questions for me or questions for Jen, questions for Eric tomorrow, whatever, or Steve, and we'll like to do that. But just, I did hold this up a moment ago. Do you see I had little PowerPoints for you? I just want to talk about that. This idea about commitment of 15 hours a week, one Saturday a month, or one weekend a quarter. What a great place to start. You newbies. It's like, oh my God, 15 hours a week, one Saturday a month, one weekend a quarter. I can do and build what any other leader has built and done, but it's that commitment piece. And Jen, I want to bring us to the commitment, because I know you had a commitment form. I wonder if you want to sort of lead through, I don't know if everyone has it, but do you want to lead through the kind of thing so people can leave here with some form of idea of where they're going to go next? What's their commitment going to look like?
Yeah.
Just time in. The team are just sending that out now via email to every single person on the line, so everyone should start receiving that commitment form just in the next little while. So you don't have to scribble it all down, but it's on its way to you right now.
I think I had it up.
Meg, can you put it on the screen? Can you screen share it so that we can see it?
Oh, maybe Meg can screen share it while she's...
I think we can let everyone see it at once. And guys, you can fill these out in the comfort of your own homes afterwards, but at least...
Yeah. Maybe while Meg's finding that, we can just talk about it a little bit. And I guess the thing is that this is another thing that gets me juiced up about this business and this business model is you get to choose. Like when you buy another business, you are all in. Like you don't just get to have a fish and chip shop and open it on one day a week. Or you don't get to buy a restaurant and just go, yeah, you are all in. You commit to that business and delivering it in full. This we get to choose. Do you just want a bit of hobby money? Do you want to replace a full-time income, or do you want gangster money? Thank you, Meg or Kath or whoever just did that for us. So you get to choose. Now, here's the caveat though. You don't choose hobby money and then look sideways at someone earning gangster money and get all down on yourself, right? And get all cut up about, oh, this business doesn't work, I'm not getting gangster money. But when you committed to, because when you commit to hobby money, then you're going to commit to the hobby money daily action. When you commit to full-time income, you're going to have to commit to the full-time action that goes with that, right? If you want the gangster cash flow, that's a whole different level of commitment. But you can't look sideways then and look at someone. If you choose full-time, you can't look over at the gangster people and go, holy crap, that's not fair. Look what they're earning and this doesn't work, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to quit when you only committed to the full-time income workload. That makes sense?
Yeah.
And at any point in time, you can change lanes. So if you commit to hobby money and then you decide you want to turn it into something more, you just change it up, right? You just get in the faster lane, which means more work for sure. It means more action. And then if you want the gangster, you got to upskill big time, because that's a whole nother level. So.
And Jen, what I love about this, if you're going for gangster, you're up leveling, but you're also, because you're in such high action, it's not taking as long because you're really fully engaged, you're fully immersed, right? So it's a kind of a paradox in some ways that you're going for gangster, but your skill set's accelerating so fast because you're fully immersed. And Kathy would always say, it's just easier, faster. It's easier, a plane, like, I'm a pilot. And so, imagine if halfway down the runway, I start pulling off the power. I'm just never going to take off. And I think a lot of people get into that sort of, stop, start, right? So I love this little template with the idea I'm making a choice. Am I gangster money? Am I hobby money? What am I choosing?
Well, and here's a point that comes to mind when you're saying that, Dave, is most businesses have what we call a profit margin. So my physio practice brought in $1 million a year, 800 went straight back out in wages, rent, blah, 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 overheads. 200 was left as profit. Most businesses sit at 20% is the average profit margin. Some of the really big ones like airlines, supermarkets, they're sitting like 2% profit margin. And then some of you more online ones might be sitting up around 40, maybe, but not many. Average would be 20% profit margin. And all of you who own businesses, you would understand exactly what I'm talking about. Now, if nothing else can get you excited, it has to be this. Imagine that network marketing has an 80% profit margin, because it does. 80%. So 80% of what you bring in is profit. Now, some people are trying to have 100% profit margin, and that just doesn't exist in anything. That means you're putting, because we talked about return on investment, right? You have to put something in for it to have a return. So let's say you want a 6-figure income. What if that would mean you need to put 20 in, right? And 80 is left for you. So people say, oh, this is what we hear, because I'm getting to this commitment sheet, right? Saturday a month, weekend every quarter. Here I'm talking about going to an event or plugging into a course or learning a new skill, whatever it is. But what I hear so often is, I can't afford to get to celebration. And I'm just like, okay, so what you're saying is you want your race, you bought a race, you got a racehorse, you're going to make it win the race first. You're basically saying, starve, you bastard, win that race, and then I'm going to feed you. That's what you're saying. And it's not going to happen. You can't starve the horse and wait for the prize money and then invest in the horse. You have to feed it and train it first so that it can win the race. Business is exactly the same. So where are you going to get the 20 grand to invest in your business? Because you paid nothing for it, basically. You just bought some food and stuck it down your throat. The business cost you nothing to buy. Already I'm juiced up about that. Then, but the sooner you throw some money into improving this thing between your ears and your eyes, this thing up here is the biggest asset you have. Your business is an income producing asset. That's why it deserves to get all of your time and your money and your energy. So where are you going to find the 20 grand? Are you going to work extra hours? Are you going to get another job? Like, to get through uni, I looked after an old lady on weeknights. I poured beer on Friday and Saturday night. I poured petrol all day Saturday and all day Sunday. Like, this is what you do to start a business. You can't just sit there and go, oh yeah, I can't afford to go to celebration. And then Michael Klaus says for 3 to 5 years. So at year 3, you don't get to say, yeah, I've been to 2 celebrations. I don't think I'd learn anything at the next one. or, you know, or UIA or whatever. It's committing to investing in your business for the long term. And this is, there's no out there. We're not going to have to do a lot more, but for a much smaller return. Remember, most businesses have a profit margin of 20%. Here, for everything we put in, we're going to get an 80% return. That's insane. So see, when you see it how I see it, you're just leaning, you're just all in.
You know what? Again, just going back, we've got about 6 minutes before we're going to end, but then we're going to do a Q&A for anyone that wants to stay. We just want to honor your times. Jen, I just want you, anything else you want to add to this commitment sheet, how they want to use it, just so we can sort of make sure we get that sort of timing just right. That would be awesome.
So decide what you want, hobby, money, full-time or gangster. Then I want you to commit to hours per week. So just to give you a clue, I committed to 15 hours a week. I had 2 other businesses when I built this business. So 15 hours a week on the right activities will get you a long way. Now, left foot, right foot. Michael Klaus talks about left foot, right foot. Left foot is income producing activities. Find people to talk to people you find. Right foot is learning. This is right foot. These 3 hours today are right foot activities, yeah? So 15 hours. So I decided I'll do 7.5 left foot, 7.5 right foot. Scheduled it into my diary. So if you want to go fast, do 10 and 10 or do whatever you want. If you've only got 10, if you can only find 10 hours a week, do 5 and 5. You probably only, if you want full-time income though, you're going to need 10 to 15 hours a week. If you commit less than that, you're looking at hobby money. Okay, 1 Saturday every month, what's that going to look like? And are you going to, in 3 months' time, go, oh, kids have got soccer and basketball? Yeah, not going to happen. And stop. Because I know very few people who for 3 to 5 years actually stick with this commitment of 10 to 15 hours a week, 1 Saturday every month, 1 weekend every quarter, because before I know it, most people are going, yeah, I can't afford to get to that event. So will you really commit to this? So write down on that form, what's your hours per week that you're going to give this. And I figured I knew nothing about network marketing. So I gave myself 5 years. So I committed for 5 years. And I figured Michael Klaus said 10 to 15. I'm like, I'm new to this. I don't know what I'm doing. So I'm going to go for 15. So 15 hours a week for 5 years was my commitment. And I stuck it, but very few people will. So, and that's just your choice. Will you stick it even when you don't feel like it? Will you have the discipline and the focus to show up for the 10 to 15, for the 15 hours for 5 years? Will you show up for every Saturday? Sorry, 1 Saturday every month for 5 years? Will you show up for 1 weekend every quarter for 5 years? And then super fast.
Before you wrap up this piece, I just want to say that whole adage or that quote we hear all the time, you know, if you do today what others won't, you could do tomorrow what others can't. And that's the way you live your life. I mean, your farm, the quality of life, your contribution, your team, I mean, you know, your beautiful income every year, 7-figure income. That's this simple thing. If people say, well, how do you do it? Well, you did 15 hours a week for 5 years and you stuck to your commitment. And when we think about 15 hours, if someone sat down with their calendar right now and just looked at where do you waste 15 hours a week? Just where do you waste it? Where do you, so stuff you do that really doesn't give you any net return and you don't even feel good afterwards. There's stuff we do. We all have habits of doing stuff. Afterwards you think, oh God, why did I just sit and watch that? Why did I just binge watch Netflix or whatever? But it'd be really interesting as you do that, maybe alongside the commitment of hours, just write down some of the things you're willing to give up to find those 15 hours. You probably have it already, but give up a couple of things. And because I do, Jen, I mean, that's what you had to do. You had to make choices, and those choices weren't always easy, but you did it.
Absolutely. I don't see anyone sitting under a tree for 4 or 5 hours a day with spare time, right? We're all filling up the 24 hours. So something has to change out for this to come in. And that is going to feel like a sacrifice. No doubt about it. You can't get to the fun place without making the sacrifices on the way. You just can't. So absolutely, what are you going to give up? And then the focus, the focus and the discipline comes into see the bottom two, grow your network and talk to them. So what level of daily action are you going to commit to? So the first, because this is network marketing. So the first one, grow network, is the network part of network marketing, right? Network, grow your network. So I can own, if I could own the best fish and chip shop in Burke, where there's 20 people live, right? And I could do the best marketing, have the best signage, best smells coming out of my fish and chip shop. It could be all amazing. But if there's only 20 people who live in Burke, then what, I have to grow my network. So what are you going to do? Some of you only have 20 friends on Facebook and 20 friends in real life. Some of you have 2,000 friends on Facebook and 200 friends in real life. So what are you going to do to grow your network so that because a small percentage of those are going to have a problem you can solve. That percentage is the same. So the bigger the network, the more chance of you finding the customers, yeah? So what level would you commit to growing your network every day? And I would suggest, and again, we could do a whole nother training on this, Dave. I would suggest you grow your network online and offline, both. Get good at both. It's a skill. Get good at both. And there's lots of different strategies you can employ, you can use to grow your network. Then the next one is you got to talk to them. And that's a marketing skill. It's just a skill. And there's so much to learn. Go buy some books on marketing and sales and start reading those. But how many will you commit to talking to every day? Because remember, they're the only two things that matter. So if you're not doing that and getting it done first, then you're not doing the business of network marketing. That simple.
So awesome. And look at that. We're really on time. Steve, I want to bring you in. Jen, we will do that. We're going to do a special training. We'll send it out to everyone on Jen's how-tos. I want to deal with that. Remember, we have the gift of you from the skill sets, the 9 skill sets with Emily that will also come to you. So you'll have some really, really good content. You can absorb it. I know with some of that, you want to keep rewinding and listening to it and working through it. So it's not sort of just sitting here, but actually working with it and teaching it. Steve, any thoughts before we get to the Q&A?
No, I mean, Jen, again, thank you so much. I could deep dive into so much of this stuff with you. Just a quick observation, I guess. I wanted to just have some clarity around again. Bringing it back to those dollars that I talked about before. I won't go through the whole list again, but truly we see it's a common kind of percentage that we see in this profession, and these results aren't always typical. We know that it's through, as you said, you brought your skills over from your physio practice, years of university. You brought those skills that you brought over, but you also had the commitment and the drive that you wanted to work hard by sharing these products with all these people. What do you think, Jen, are the things, everyone has the same suite of products, everyone has the same opportunity, the same compensation plan. Why do you think people get stuck?
I think because they see the obstacle, they don't see the obstacle for what it is. Mm-hmm. So every time we feel stuck, it's just a challenge in our way. And that's actually our guidepost. That's pointing us to the thing we need to learn, or the thing we need to do, or the thing we need to get better at, so that we can move to the next level. And so often we feel the thing, we know we're stuck, but we don't get clarity on what it is that's keeping us stuck. And if we don't get clarity on why we're stuck, then we can't fix it and figure out what it is. Because it's just a guidepost. Like, business is just one challenge after another. Eric's gone now, but I bet you Eric would say, and Steve, every day you're just solving one problem after. And when we learn to change the way we see problems as, I look forward to problems, hit me with the next challenge, hit me with it. It's not like, oh God, here's another, this is so hard and just get it. Well, what's the point? It's like, cool. Okay. Let's solve it. Bring it on. Let's figure it out.
Can I share something on that? Because I love this subject. And Randy Pausch, he said, one of his quotes was, the obstacles aren't there to keep us out. The obstacles are there to see how badly we want something. Mm-hmm. And, and I do this stuff on stage where I'll draw an obstacle. Let's say you have a level 6 obstacle and you're a level 3 person. Is it a big obstacle or is it a small obstacle? Right? It's big because you're a level 3 person, right? So if you're a level 7 person, is it a big obstacle or is it a smaller obstacle? Well, it's a smaller obstacle because you grow beyond the obstacle. And that's exactly what Jen's talking about. She loves them because she knows what's on the other side of them. Now, if you're a level 10 person with a level 6 problem, it's not even a problem. They come in, but you don't even notice because you're in the habit of being bigger than the problems, because the problems never, ever change. You have to grow yourself, or choose to grow yourself beyond that. And listen to this. We get paid in accordance with that. So our comfort zone is equal to our money zone. So if we don't have a lot of money, it's because we are in the habit of staying comfortable. And it's very uncomfortable to overcome challenges and become bigger than our problems. So again, if you want to have more money, then the next time there's an obstacle in front of you, you think, okay, it's not the obstacle, it's me. I'm gonna grow bigger than it. And the next time it comes, you stop noticing. Is that right, Jen?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. So that it's just that, Steve. That's the thing. And it's just being willing to overcome the next obstacle and not get distracted and go looking for something easier, and not going, oh, there must be something wrong with me. Like, it must have been easier for that person over there. It's like, no, the obstacles are there. The obstacles are the same. The obstacles just need to be overcome. So the sooner we get in and overcome them, the sooner we move forward. And instead of getting distracted and wasting time and procrastinating and looking for something shinier or
So,
easier,
Steve, I just want to say thank you, Jen, just because I know that some of you are going to leave. We are going to do a Q&A for another 30 minutes. Any questions you want to have asked, we might not, if there's no questions, we won't stay on, but just because we understand some of you have to go, and some of you, this may be the most important part. If we can get to some specific questions, you can ask of any of us, me or Jen or Steve or the team. And who's going to run that? Steve, you?
Yeah, so the girls next door are just collating the questions. You can put them in the chats; they'll bring them in. But we'll kick them off. So I want to just continue with it, Dave.
Yeah, can we just thank Jen though for those that are going to lead? Let's just give Jen a big round of applause for everything. Come on, we can open that up if you want, Meg. Let's give her a big roar. Let's get some animatic. Thanks, Melissa. And if you can, just type in your big takeaway from her or from the whole thing. What's one thing you're taking away that you're going to implement? Because that's most important for Jen. Is not that she just gave this time, it's that the results in your life will change because of the time, right? So just whatever you want to put in there. Stevie, over to you, mate.
Okay. So, Jen, you talked about whose life can we change next? And I love that you kind of said that. So I just want to talk a little bit about the mindset of every time that we speak to a new customer, a friend, a loved one, whoever we meet along this path, the mindset of treating it differently. So not really just as a retail sale, but a lifetime investment. Can you unpack that for me, Jen? Did I lose her?
I'm mute.
Oh, she's muted. There you go.
Sorry. So yeah, a couple of things that come to mind there every time we talk to someone is, I think it's easy for us to think that, oh, maybe there's potential for a $400 sale, which is a $25 PIB, or a $600 sale, which is a $80 PIB, and we think about it in those really small terms. But when David Jilks introduced Jono and I, he didn't realize it probably at the time, but he actually made $100,000 sale, right? I'm sure we probably spent $100,000 on products in that time. So that's a big sale. And what did that do to his income? It was much more than the PIB. So his income is, I don't know what it is, because he enrolled us thousands and hundreds of thousands probably. So there's that's really important. So what can we really pour into this person, knowing that it's not just a $25 thing or an $80 thing? There's potential for this person if they fall in love with, if they get these products in their body and really learn how to use them to meet their health goals. Because remember, when we introduce a person to the product, nothing really matters other than what are their goals and how do we help them move towards their goals? Because that's the only way to create a satisfied customer. And the other thing is that is the brand of Isagenix. What do we need to do? What do we need to say? How do we need to act? Who do we need to be so that we are elevating and putting on display and maximizing the full potential and showing the real possibility of what this brand Isagenix really is? Are we acting and speaking as if Jim and Kathy and Eric were sitting in the room right with us when we're with that customer? Are they seeing the best side of Isagenix? And if all of us did that all the time, we would elevate this brand so fast and it would become so well known. So our goal should be that a customer only ever has an incredible experience in every way, and that the customer's needs and the customer's wants and the customer's perception is the top of our priority list. And what we get out of it doesn't really matter, because if we're elevating the brand by elevating the customer's experience, at the end of the day, we all win.
I love that. So key, Jen. And you know what, from the corporate side of things, you know, we can put on the best events, we can put on, you know, great products and pay you on time and do all that bit that you don't have to think about. But the culture of Isagenix truly lies in the hands of all of you, whether you're tuning in across Australia, New Zealand, or wherever you are around the world. We entrust that you really drive that culture piece for us, that you give our customers the very best experience. And as Eric talks about this 2.0, how can we as a global Isagenix field make a commitment to bring us up to this 2.0 level? I think that's one of the strategies that I want to work on here in Australia and New Zealand particularly, is how do we become that pinnacle network marketing company in the entire profession? How do we stand out from the rest? And it's that culture piece that's always going to drive us forward. And you know, the right people will attract to our company. We have some phenomenal, I think we have the best, David and Jen, I think we have the best leaders, the best trainers in our whole profession, right? But we can attract more when we up level our game again.
And Steve, on that point, I still believe that we don't attract the best people. I think we bring out the best in the people we attract. Mm-hmm. And I think for anyone who joins our company, there's a road or a path to their greater self. And, you know, yeah. And obviously the more that we reflect the values and the culture lives within each of us, the more we attract people like us, who are people who want to grow, who want to expand, who want to, you know, contribute. I think that because I would say every single person who stayed on, there's 471 of you right now who stayed on for the latter part of this, you know, that you want to contribute. There's something in your heart that you want to provide for yourself. But the reason you're here is because there's a sense of contribution or a sense of legacy or a sense of leaving something on the earth here. I mean, I think we're driven by that. I mean, obviously in the beginning, sometimes it's survival, but I do believe that, you know, we feel better when we're giving. We feel better when we're contributing. And the fact that we get paid to grow people and to help solve people's problems, there's nothing more rewarding than that, I don't think, Steve.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's so many comments in the chat right now. It's really difficult to actually find some of the questions that are in there because people there's like hundreds and hundreds at a time. But I've got a question for Jen before it disappears. This is from Katrina. Jen, how many direct asks do you aim for on a daily basis? I'm having conversations, but I don't lead in with talking about Isagenix per se. So how many conversations would you say on average, Jen, you're having a day?
So there's basically direct and indirect ways to find out if people have a problem that we can solve. And we, you know, again, we could probably do that in a how-to training and talk about that. And if you go to Isagenix Business, the ANZ group, there's the 4-part training series that Nick Robertson and Carmen Rumsey and Andrew Logan and I did. That's all posted in there, and there's a lot of that we talk about direct and indirect in there. So go and listen to those trainings and you'll be able to find out. Now, how many per day completely depends on your goals. So when I was wanting to get to my goal of $100,000 a year, then it was three to five. And because I had two other businesses, and I was had a toddler, and I was pregnant, and you just got to squeeze in what you can. But 3 to 5 was my goal, and some days I might do 2, and then I'd make it up the next day. But the trainings were in Ellen, in the ANZ Isagenix business group. If you look in there, someone will tag you for sure after this call and bump it up to the top. And there's 4. It's a 4-part series, and it's all in one post.
Jen, when you've been picking up the phone, I know you're a strong advocate of having a real conversation with a real person, right? And I love that about you. I think that's probably attributed to part of your massive success within this company, because you've always done that. You've never taken the easy road or the quick road, or just flicked out a generic, message that you've sent to 100 people. You've always just taken the time to really pick up the phone and have a conversation. What do those conversations sound like? What when you pick up the phone, even this last couple of weeks, even I know you've been doing a lot of that. What does that look like?
So funny, because you only have to watch Warren Lance and see that he's always talking to people on the phone, and he's never just sitting on Facebook trying to think up his next post. And you look at the size of Warren and Arlene's business, and you go, there's a clue, because he's always talking, and so much happens. So, but it's really it's really just, I have this little, some of you have heard me train on this little thing called WOOP, wish, outcome, obstacle, plan. And it's my framework. Like, I'm a bit of an introvert, and I kind of like, if I walk into a party, I'm like, oh, I don't really, what am I going to say to people? I don't know if I've got enough energy to really strike up conversations, but it makes me feel so good just knowing I'm never going to be stuck for a conversation, because it's wish, outcome, obstacle, plan. And so it's like, just being a human is how's life? What's going on? Like, and then getting into that space of, well, how's work? Would you change it if you wanted, if you could? Or how's your health going? Is there anything you'd change about it? Like, what are your health goals at the moment? Are you going to the gym? Like, where's your next holiday? Asking questions like that, you're soon going to get into a place of finding out, do they have a health challenge or a goal, or do they have a financial challenge? Like, if you say, where's your next holiday? And I don't know, haven't got anything planned. Well, that's a bad topic right now, because no one can go on holidays, right? But usually it's a great question to ask. So, even if you Google open-ended questions and start getting really familiar with what are open-ended questions, and they're questions that can't have just a yes or no answer, and start just getting into, Dave talks about it all the time, about just learning to be an interesting human. And, when you're in the space of those, when you sit down with Dave, he makes you feel like the most important person in the world. And he knows all about you within about 5 minutes. And because he's just asked all these questions. So it's really just becoming a good question asker. And I just find that face to face, voice to voice, it's the fastest way to dive deeper. It frustrates the hell out of me trying to do it by text message or on social media, because it's so slow and so tedious and so time consuming. I'd rather just cut to the chase and like boom, 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 boom. And I think you'll find that all of the people who are doing really well are voice to voice talking.
Yeah, so genuine. A great question came in from Rochelle, I think it was. It's just so many questions come in, it's disappearing. But I love this question, because if you were to wind the clock back, Jen, take a time travel spaceship back to day one, but knowing what you know now, would there be anything that you would have changed along this journey? I mean, I think you've done pretty darn good, but would there be anything you'd have changed?
I think I would have, I know I went through a stage around the products and the business where I think I just was like, I got really preachy. I was like, this, why can't you see that this is just the best thing? Like, I was like, I got in this preachy space, and I think I would definitely skip that space. and just be more understanding that people are on their own journeys, and we actually can't control that. We can't yell at them. We can't tell them stuff and make them suddenly see the light. You know, they have to come in their own time, and really the most powerful way is for us to be be the best version of ourselves, and they will watch and see, and the right ones will want to know more. And I think I would accept me sooner. So, you know, just be okay with being in my own skin. And in network marketing, it gets a bit confusing because of this duplication message, right? It's like, got to duplicate. That doesn't mean we all need to be copy clones of each other. That's the comp plan needs to duplicate, right? You share, they share, repeat. And the system, like, make sure every customer knows how to do a shake day, how to do a cleanse day, detox symptoms to expect. Like, that's what we duplicate. But this is the beautiful thing about network marketing. We get to choose. There are 1,000 roads that lead to Rome. We get to choose the road that feels good for us. And we get to do it in our way. And we get to choose to help the type of customers that we want to help. And there's space for all the different personalities and all the different ways of going about it. And probably, this is what excites me, probably the best people haven't even come into Isagenix yet. They're still coming, and they're going to have all these ideas we haven't even thought of. And so be willing to be creative and be innovative and try new things and test and measure. And if you're not sure, just phone a friend, phone one of the sales team and say, hey, I'm thinking about trying this. What do you think? Get some feedback and just give it a go. Worst case, I've got so many failures. There's far more failures than things that succeeded. But how do we know otherwise? And often the things that fail, it's like, I'll try that. Oh, that got nowhere, but I learned this thing. And then it morphs into the next thing. And it's like, try that. Oh, that got a little bit of traction, but not really. But then out of that is born this idea, and then this one takes off. But this one never would have taken off if we didn't try the others. So be willing to trust yourself and think for yourself, because you might come up with ideas that, I was never smart enough to think of.
Yeah, so good. And Jen, again, there's so many great questions coming in here. You've kind of answered this one before, but just to maybe recap it again. But, when you're having these authentic conversations with people, when do you find that time to kind of, I guess, bridge Isagenix into the conversation? I guess it's really from asking lots of great questions, right? And it's not, you don't lead in and just be like, spew Isagenix straight away, right?
Yeah, no, never. And so I'm always just honest with myself first about my intention for the conversation, and therefore honest to the person. So if I say, Steve, we haven't chatted for 20 years and I'm thinking I'd really like to tell you about Isagenix, I'm not going to go, hey, Steve, want to meet up for coffee? It'd be great to catch up and spend an hour talking about this and that. And then the whole time I'm thinking, oh shit, how am I going to bring up Isagenix? I would send you a message and say, hey, Steve, I've got something to run by you. When would be a good time to give you a call? Mm-hmm. Right. So then that my intention, there's a reason for me contacting, I'm not just going to pretend that I'm just wanting to catch up for a coffee. Right. But if I genuinely do just want to catch up for a coffee and not bring up Isagenix, so then I will just genuinely catch up for a coffee and I won't bring up Isagenix. So it's just that, that honesty around that. But it's always, don't pitch without a problem is my rule. So I'm just never going to bring it up unless there's a reason to bring it up. And I'll wait. And then it usually sounds like, you know what? I might have something that could help you with that. Whether that was a health problem or a financial problem or we can't afford our next holiday or what it is. I just say, you know what? I might have something that could help you with that. And then just, kind of watch people. So if you lean in, I lean in. If you lean out, I lean out. Because so if you're like, no, I know that shit you do, I lean out, I lean away. I'm like, cool, yeah, works for me, and then change the subject. But if you lean in and you go, what do you mean you could have something that could help me? I'll say, well, this thing I do, I can teach anyone to do it if you wanted to learn. And do you still lean in? So it's just, again, it's just honing our skills and becoming better at communicating. And the only way to do it is to practice. And yes, we can read some great books, we can do some great courses on communication, but we still have to actually get out there and practice. And be bad to start.
It's going to lead into that, Jen. I think, 90% of your time is spent on the phone, as you say. But it sure wasn't like that back when you first started, right? It was a train wreck, but you just continually use that muscle over and over again. It's like you gave the analogy of, when you're a physio, that you used to have all these questions when you look at a shoulder problem for the first time, but then you just quickly nailed it down to 3. You knew what the problem was straight away. It just comes over time of practicing this craft, right?
Yeah, it's practice is everything, and we know this, yet why do we avoid it? It's just everything. Like, I'm trying to really work on my horse riding skills at the moment, and there's like, it, whenever you get into something, it's not until you get into it that you realize how many layers and levels of skills there actually are. So lots of people think because they went for a few trail rides they can ride a horse, but like, that's not horse riding. And lots of people think they know how to have a conversation until they get into network marketing and sales, and so it's never ending. We can always be upskilling, and that's the thing with Michael Klaus's left foot, right foot activities. We have to be devoting time to that learning and practicing every single week, or we just can't get better at something. I'm sure David wasn't like, I'm sure his first ever training that he ever ran was not as powerful, anywhere near as powerful, right, as what he can run now. And I bet he had to plan it a lot more and think about it a lot more. And now you could put him on the spot, stick him in a room for 4 days, and it'd be awesome. But that wasn't the case back then. So we've just got to understand there's only one way to get to be good at something. We have to fall off and get back on, fall off and get back on, fall off and get back on. That's the only way to get there. We've got to stop just wishing it was easier.
And even Suzanne
Steve, I just want to jump in on this because, there's this idea of practice for each of you right now. Again, this idea, and Jen gave so many beautiful little tips. Lean in, lean out, right? That authenticity up front, so you're not having that weird feeling, which a lot of you do, is like you're kind of pretending you're going one way, but you actually want to go the other, and you feel awful about it because you feel uncomfortable, you feel disingenuous, and you don't feel authentic. So I think I just want to echo those tips, because those 2 tips alone, and then open-ended questions. So the next time you go out, don't even think about Isagenix. Just think about really chatting to someone and really following that lean in, lean out kind of principle, and just asking great, great questions to discover. And even if you decide you're not going to talk about Isagenix on this particular sitting, but you are going to get deep into the conversation. That's how you build muscles. And it's so much fun because they'll say, oh my God, that was such a great chat. I feel like I know you better than anyone else on the planet, only because you really got to know them. And that's what Jen just talked about, how I approach people, is I want them to feel like they're the only person on the planet. And it's so easy. It's not a challenge, but with practice, if you said, I'm going to have 3 conversations a day that go deeper than normal, even with that, you're building the muscle every single day.
Yeah, I love that, Dave. And Dave, I think you're probably one of the greatest connectors that I know. And again, you have no intention to enroll somebody into Isagenix at all. You just fall in love with connecting with people, strangers, and having conversations with them, and be genuinely interested in that person. I watch you do it wherever we travel to in the world, right?
Yeah, well, again, and it's because it makes life so much juicier. It doesn't matter who it is. It's someone knock on your door, and just the fact that you're interested. And it's coming at the world. There's that wonderful thing about, living life as if it's your very first day on earth and your very last day on earth, every day. Which means if it's your very first day, you're so curious about everything. It's like, everything is like a wonder, and again, if it's your last day on earth, it's really about, expressing the love. You think about what everyone did 9/11, when they had those last few minutes, they picked up their phones and they told people, I love you. That's what's going on right now, even with people being disconnected. So I just think, again, if you come at life with fascination and love, are naturally drawn to your energy because it's so clean. And where we get freaky deaky is where we have this kind of thing, oh, I want to pounce. I'm going to get that. I'm going to get them. We're not in the getting business. We're in the getting people, understanding people. And that's why I think, Jen, you know, your approach to this is so beautiful. And it's just so real because there's that authenticity piece that you carry, which I think can be learned, right?
Well, it is, and it's about detachment because this is not for everyone. So my job is just to sift and to sort and to find out who it is for. It's not like I'm going to get you. It's I'm going to find out if I can help you, and that's a very different energy that carries. And I don't know if I can help you, but let's find out. And just having that as the intention of the conversation instead of, oh, I'm going to get you on Isagenix. That feels completely different, right? And no matter what we do or say, our intention, what's coming from inside us, is ultimately so powerful that will override whatever words we say anyway.
Well, you said something again I want people to think about. When you talked about Dave Jilts having that conversation with you, that was $100,000 conversation. Some of you, again, once you start thinking of this, if you have a 5-year commitment, you leave this and you actually fill out that form that you're asked to fill out, and you decide whether you're in this for the gangster, you're in this for the hobby, you're in this for full time. But the idea then, you know, that there's a way of approaching this and saying, oh my gosh, you know, this conversation, not only can solve this person's problem, but potentially you've got $100,000 or $200,000 sale sitting right there at your fingertips. And sometimes you just forget that. You don't even sort of compute. Think about me. I've been on these products for 15 years. And every single month when I consume it, and I consume a lot of them, someone gets paid. It's amazing, right?
Surely is.
So Jen, I want to honor everybody's time, but I've got a few quick fire round questions. We'll just get through these and then we'll call it a day today because we've got a big day tomorrow. This one's a good one. So structure, how much time do you spend personally on kind of those income producing activities like picking up the phone versus kind of supporting your team? That's always a big one that comes up.
Yeah, so I have a big team to support now. So I spend a lot more time in that space because so I have different goals. So, but if you're in the wanting to increase your income phase, so I'm in that I want to solidify my income. I want to make sure my $1 million a year never goes anywhere. So see, I have a different goal. So I need to be more in the space of supporting my leaders to build their businesses. But if I'm in where I need to build my income, my focus has to be on bringing in customers. So I'm going to have to spend more time there. And again, it's what do you want? Do you want hobby money, full-time money, or gangster money? And then where are you going to find the time? But I would just say, if you actually commit to 15 hours a week, the amount you can get so many conversations done, like half learning, half doing, that's 7.5 hours a week, 1 hour a day. You can get so many conversations done in that amount of time. And most people aren't spending 7 hours a week growing their network and speaking to that network. They're just not. So just focus on that and watch what starts to happen. And then sit the learning, the equal amount of learning and upskilling and getting better at communicating and selling and marketing and all of the things that you need to do. Work on your money mindset if that's what you need to work on. Some people, you have this conversation going on inside your head that you're not really worthy. You're like, yeah, I want to earn that, but who am I to earn that much money? Like, I don't really deserve it. Some of you have a conversation in your head and you're telling yourself you don't really deserve to be happy. You don't deserve to be, or you have about rich people are greedy, or rich people do bad things, or, you know, if you know what I'm talking about, if that's you, then that's in your 7 hours, go work on your money mindset. Just start with some great books and then move into some courses where you immerse yourself and really just sort that stuff out, because being broke never really helped anyone, did it?
No.
And then Jen, again, I'm looking at some of these questions coming in and I can sense that people are looking for this perfect structure of you do A, you do B, you do C, and that's how it's going to be, right? Like somebody just asked, you know, do you set a time frame for each call? And I think every call is different, right, depending on the conversation. And every follow-up is different depending on the person, right? And everything you do, there isn't this complete perfect structure, right, of how to do this. And I think that's the trap that we can sometimes fall into, right? We're looking for this golden structure.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I just keep going back to how are you going to grow your network and how are you going to speak to that network? And there are different ways. So you can directly speak one-to-one. You could do a post on social media, follow up. But it's again, understanding those principles of being a good human and being a good communicator, and that it's actually all about them. It's how can I, if you're coming with the intention always just, how do I add value to this person's life? How do I help this person solve a problem? You can't go wrong. Because, but if you're actually, you've got to check in and honestly check in. If your intention is, there's a derby on and I need 4 enrollments this week, you're going to come across very differently than if you're going, I've committed to 3 conversations every day. So I'm going to reach out, I'm going to tick off my list. And these 3 conversations are going to be finding out, does this person have pain in their life right now? And if they do, then can I offer them a solution? And it's just, you know, it's dead. A lot of people want to do a post on social media and just, it's like hope that people come with their credit card. But social media is more about creating an awareness, and the relationship still needs to be built, especially if we're going to have more than just a one-off $400 sale. If we're going to have the sale that keeps happening month after month, year after year, the relationship needs to be built. So many people are trying to build the relationship to make the sale. It should probably be more make the sale and then build the relationship.
Yeah, so good, so good. Well, listen, I think we'll wrap it there, David, unless you've got any other comments before I close it.
We've got a great day tomorrow. We've got another great leader. We are going to ask Jen to come back for the Q&A at the end tomorrow as well. Yeah, so Steve, you want to give those details? And let's thank the team again, Meg and Kat and Jess and everyone behind the scenes, and Denise have all done that. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And again, back to Steve, who's really the vision of all of this. And Steve, I just can feel it in you as well. There's like I'm feeling in Eric, there's a level of certainty in you that is just so exciting, not just about Isagenix, but about the profession. It's about next leveling. It's about becoming 2.0 ourselves, the commitment to each of us to 2.0 our personal lives, not just the company. And I just want to really honor you one last time we're in great hands, mate. And you know how much I love you, but you're phenomenal. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, David. Well, we certainly have some incredible leaders here in Australia and New Zealand. And I know there's people tuning in from everywhere. They're going to really help us, you know, take this company to evolve into something so beautiful, incredible, and that excites me. So thank you for all you do every single day. Thank you, David, for your time today. Thank you, Jen, for just so much gold nuggets all the time. I mean, we could spend the next 4 hours just jamming on the phone to you. But I know you're going to come back tomorrow. We do have Susan Sly tomorrow, absolutely just pin-up girl, right? I know she's your pin-up girl, Jen. And we're going to ask you though, guys, to please be on the line 20 minutes, 15 minutes prior to the call, similar as we did today, because again, we just need to merge, you know, 600, 700, 800 people across into this page. So please be early tomorrow. So can we get a commitment? Can I see a show of hands? We're going to be 15 minutes early tomorrow. Awesome. I love it. And it's going to be the same unique link. So every single person on the line has a unique link to access the training tomorrow. So please use that same link that the girls emailed you today. That will be your ticket in. So we will see you bright and early tomorrow. So we have got Susan Slides tomorrow. We've got Q&A with David Wood. So lots of great juice. But thank you so much for your time today. Thank you again, Jen. Thank you, David. And we'll see you all tomorrow.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you. Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to day number 2 of our David Wood online event. So good to see all your faces back here this morning or this afternoon, wherever you're tuning in from around the world today. So cool to see you all again. So I love just like scanning across the 20 odd pages of people just tuning in from, as I say, all around the world. But just by a quick show of hands, how many of you absolutely loved yesterday and thought it was a phenomenal day 1 of our event? Yes, how cool was it? And feel free to add your biggest takeaways in the chat, just so I can have a look at them in just a second. But what were some of your key takeaways that we got from yesterday? I love that we're talking about treating this like a profession. I love the stuff that Jen shared yesterday, absolute gold. We're going to be talking a little bit more about mindset today. We've got Eric coming back on today, talking about our compensation plan. Of course, we've got the incredible Susan Sly, which I know you're all excited to hear from later on today. But again, what was your biggest takeaways from yesterday? I can see them all coming in now. Let me open my box here. Okay, grow beyond your obstacles. Yes, how cool was that? I mean, how boring would it be if this was just so easy and we would all do it, right? I think the challenges make it so juicy and fun. Someone else said, yeah, get your strategies in place. I mean, you know, if I turned up to Kathy Coover and didn't have a strategy for the year, I wouldn't be doing my job very well. So treating this like a business and being ready to pivot at any time, have your plan B, absolutely. Lean in, absolutely, or lean out sometimes when the conversation isn't going your way. People are saying pick up the phone, having those authentic conversations. I think that was key yesterday, again, from Jen. Really reaching out to people and just checking in, how are people doing? I think we're so missing that in the world right now. We just live in such a social world, right? I think we've lost that human-to-human connection. And yeah, it's just so cool to be able to check in on friends right now. Affirmations I'm seeing come through there. My goodness me. This is, again, we're going to talk about it in a minute, but this is so key. It's so key. I love the positive thoughts, checking in on the thoughts that you choose to allow to come into your day, because it really affects your biochemistry, it affects your emotions, it affects your whole dynamic, right? So really leading with gratitude and checking in on your thoughts. I love that. Again, lots more gratitude coming in here. Few more coming through. Okay, yeah, the energy of the community is so essential to what we do here at Isagenix. It's probably one of our greatest products, I think, that we have. I think you've heard me talk about that many times. You know, we all know that we've got, you know, life transforming products at Isagenix. We have an incredible compensation plan, but our community is really the magic of what we have here at Isagenix, and that really lies with each and every one of you. So thank you for always doing that. So keep them coming. I love to read them as we kick off the morning. But there's been a few birthdays, actually. It's the Torians are in the house. So I know it was Khan Torre's birthday yesterday. I think it's Morgan Richards today. We've got Susie Espily, our sales programs manager. She's a big 3-0 today. Sarah Maxwell, I think it's your birthday today. So for anyone who's got a birthday in May, if you're a Torian like myself, me and Eric Coover, we're both Torians. If it's your birthday this month, happy birthday to you. So before we kick off this morning's session once again, can we all make some agreements? Okay, I'm going to say everyone's hand to go up. Yes, we're all going to make some agreements. Okay, awesome. So again, obviously I know some people are homeschooling. I can see the kids in the background, but where and when you can be, let's leave the phones to the side, put them on silent. Let's not get distracted by Instagram and Facebook and scrolling. Let's sit up straight and let's be fully present for today. We've only got a few hours and it will be over. So I'm going to ask you all to be as present as possible today. And of course, we're going to have lots and lots of fun. So with that said, I have the pleasure now to bring back the legend, the man himself. And I think everyone will agree, right, that there's one person who is just a master at his craft. And even though we're doing this on an online platform through Zoom, I think his energy is just so contagious. I think Jen was talking about it yesterday. Just you could feel the energy from each and every one of you. You could feel the energy from David, just oozing down the screens. And he's just such a legend at what he does. So I want you all to give him the biggest, loudest cheer as we welcome him back to our day number 2. So Meg, I'm going to get you to unmute the lines. Let's welcome him back, Mr. David T.S. Wood.
I just figured I'd let you know. My heart, you are absolutely amazing.
All right, I love it. So wake up the neighbors, wherever you're from. Mind you, it's 9 o'clock already, so it's not too late. But Mr. David T.S. Wood, welcome back to day number 2, my friend.
Well, and you missed one birthday. I know Uncle Richard's on the line, and he's on the East Coast, which means it's 11 p.m. there. And then there's people from England, so it's like early hours of the morning. So I think we should give a great big salute to anyone that's in a really odd time zone who's committing. And Richard's saying, I've got lots of e-shots by the computer here so that I can stay awake till 2 o'clock in the morning. So if we, just to send them some love, if they're in a weird time zone, the rest of us who have these easy times, just push in number 1. Go on, push in number 1. Let's send them some love in the chat. There you go. Nice, just to get you all working. Stevie, you're looking fantastic, by the way. Little sun kiss.
Hey?
I say you look fantastic.
Oh, I've been tanning on the balcony in isolation.
The isolation tan.
That's part of it, right? Do all my calls in the lovely sunshine.
Yeah, I did that. I was on a conference call the other day, and it was quite an important one. So I thought I'd just lay outside in the sun and take it. I fell asleep. What's that word?
Did you get burned with your lovely British skin?
Luckily, I don't have lovely British skin. It's already seasoned. It's like old shoe leather.
Good stuff. All right. Well, again, thanks for all the comments in the chat. But let's kick it off. So, Dave, I know you and I we spoke yesterday a little bit around mindset, and it's just so essential to what we do each and every single day. And I love that topic. I mean, I think we can spend a little bit of time on it this morning if you don't mind. And we talked a little bit about your journey yesterday, from some of the successes that you've had over your career and how it's led you to Isagenix and where you are today. But I wouldn't mind, if you're okay with that, if I get your permission, to maybe just delve into your story a little bit deeper, because it wasn't always like that. And you did allude to it yesterday a little bit. And, you've had some wall-kicking moments in your life, and you've had some challenges in your life. But one of the things that I love about you so much, and I know this comes from practice, right? And we can all learn from this, is no matter what happens, you choose not to sit in that energy. No matter how big the story is, no matter how big the situation might be, you make a choice how long you want to spend in that energy. So I want to maybe unpack that a little bit this morning, but maybe let's tap into that story, David, for the people, all the ones who are new, they might not know that side of you, if you're all right with that.
Yeah, for sure. And first of all, I want to thank everyone. I know this commitment of your time, and we are looking at your feedback as well, and not in the chat right now, but afterwards, how to develop this and make it more interactive so that as we move towards celebration, we can learn some things. So if you've got any thoughts or ways that we can sort of involve you at home more so you're feeling like a real part of it, let us know. Come up with some really creative ideas of how we can just be better. And, Steve and I are already committed to doing more of these together. And I also, again, I just want to do a shout out for your family supporting you, because you've got your families around you and they're giving you a space to be able to come to this. So I want to shout out to the families. Yeah, I think that what I've learned about life, and some of I ran a podcast for 4.5 years. I interviewed hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of successful people, including people that you may have read, like Tim Ferriss or Jack Canfield or Lisa Nichols, or people who are very, very, very famous for the craft of growing minds. And what I realized in that is most of the great minds I've ever interviewed have had great hardship, and they've endured great hardships and come through it. And, we talked yesterday about growing bigger than the obstacles and how important that is. But for me, I think that I didn't realize until much later as I started doing this work, that all of the things that had happened in my life, and some of them were horrific. I mean, I left school at 15, I left home at 15. You know, I hated my family. I mean, it was just a very violent place. You know, I was like I said yesterday a little bit, you know, I just got into some really bad things. That was the only world I knew. And what I've learned about people is we kind of, you know, there's the only world that you're really aware of is one you're in. You can read about other places, you can research them, but really what's happening for you, the world you really live in is the world you're in right now. And I was in an angry world. I was in a dishonest world. I was in a, you know, I wasn't someone you could really trust. I was really in relationships. They were superficial because I didn't trust people. I didn't trust myself. And this is what sort of led me, I think, to being able to do this work. And each one of you right now, and some of you leaders as well, today we're going to focus towards the second half of this. We always want to focus on that new mind, because even if you learn one thing or are reminded of one thing, it can change everything. But the mind is the way to mastery, you know, and when we can master the mind, we can master the noise, whatever it is. You know, if it's negative in our head, we're going to pay a price. And I paid a lot of prices. But what I did, Steve, that was very fortunate for me is I got out of the environment accidentally. I went traveling, which lasted 10 and a half years. And some of you right now don't realize the powerful step you've made. You're getting out of an environment you're currently in and into this culture, this environment, which is, like we talked about, our job is to help grow people, including you, regardless of where you're at. And as we grow, that's one of my favorite sayings, my wealth can only grow to the extent I grow myself. And what happened for me was, as I started to really navigate life differently, as I started to master my own mind, and realized that I did have a choice and that I could reprogram myself, that and what I didn't know was going to happen though, as I started to reprogram, Steve, like the success just came in. The more clean my mind got, the greater opportunities presented themselves. The more clear or the more courageous I became, the more authentic I became. Like right now, I mean, a lot of you have been in my home. You know, Paul McInerney just sent me a text. Paul's been there a couple of times. But, you know, you can see that, you know, I don't talk about things that I don't live. I won't teach on anything I don't use. That's why I bring leaders to teach you about the business per se, because I'm not in the minutia of the everyday build. What I am in the minutia of everyone's mind, everyone on this call right now. If we could do one thing on this call today to make an adjustment to that mindset, then we can have whatever we want. Again, right vehicle, we talked about it yesterday, right vehicle, right time, right mind, right you. Okay. So Steve, I don't know if I answered that clearly or not, but I just think that there was so much that happened. And as I gaze back across my life, there's not one tiny thing I would want to change. Every hardship, every obstacle, and I've lived on the streets, you know, I've been to jail. I mean, all of it. And it's given me such a deep understanding of humanity and a deep empathy that we're all making it up. But we're going to make up life. And luckily for some of us, or everyone on this particular call, is we bumped into something where we're going to be expected to live life at a higher standard. We're going to be expected to develop ourselves to be the very, very best authentic version of ourselves. We're going to be expected to be real, to be authentic, to be kind, to be gentle, to be loving. These things we expect. We expect from you and from us to help each other, to link arms together and understand that everyone's doing the best they can with what they have. You know, so wherever your station is in life right now, don't worry about it. 3 years, 5 years, 10 years from now, you stay plugged into this and you keep expanding and cleaning out the mind, great things will always happen, Steve.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. I love that. And I particularly love that you just said that we can choose to live a life of a higher standard. And again, it comes from practice, right? It comes from, you know, training our thoughts. It comes from really choosing to move out of an energy. And we're going to tap into it a little bit in a second. But, you know, through the thousands and thousands of people, all the leaders, all the associates, we love you all. This isn't directed at anyone in particular, please know that. But, you know, where I sit in this seat, I have a bird's eye view, kind of really, I guess, of the Isagenix world. And I watch some of you get stuck. I watch some of you stew and brew and sit in a situation that can sometimes last for years and years and years. And sometimes it gets to the point where you can't even remember what you're mad about anymore, right? And I think, David, you say it at your events, right? It's like you drinking poison and expecting the other person to die, right? And I watch it over and over again. I watch different situations come up and people choose to get stuck in this energy of it, right? And it really affects the way they show up in their business. It affects their team. It affects their family, probably at home. So Dave, I want to talk a little bit about that and how can we kind of practice, I guess is the right word, coming out of those kind of situations and catching those thoughts, right? Being aware of it.
Yeah. Well, it's such a great question. And by the way, I got to tell you how much I love your style. It's so great. I told you that all the time. And I'm just going to throw it out there because your questions are so well thought out and your style is just so real. And for you to bring this up, there's a lot of people stuck. You think what the company's gone through over the last few months, and we're in a natural change in the company. So it happened in 2008, 2009, sales start to change, like every kind of business, like the stock market, like real estate. We talked about that yesterday. And in that downturn, and some leaders left the company, right? And some of you made up a story about that and really got stuck. But it's going to be the natural ebb and flow of life. It's like, you know, in your families right now, there's natural things that will occur, right? But here's the thing, I think, to really test your mind, you think about this. If we take a simple word like no, N-O, 2 letters, and I've interviewed people all over the world. Every time I'm in Australia, every time I'm in New Zealand, every time I'm in the US, every time I'm in the UK, right? I ask the same question because it's fundamental. I say, what have you made no mean? Just no, N-O, no. What have you made it mean? And the response is, Steve, you've heard them 1,000 times, you know, things like, I suck. I can't do this. I did it wrong. They don't like me. I'm not good enough. And what you could do if you want to just join in for a second, and not the positives, because if you've really befriended the word no, and because where I'm going with this, Steve, is we are all story making up machines. We make up a story about everything. We give everything its meaning. Stuff happens, and it can happen to me, and because of the work I've done, I give it a certain meaning. It can happen to someone else and they give it a completely different meaning. And that meaning, because we're the people that control the meaning part, right? So the word is no. Each one of us give it a different meaning. So what you can do if you want, for some reason I can't see the chat. It's not scrolling for me, but I don't know why. But Steve, you can keep an eye on that. But you think about what's a negative you've made the word no mean, right? Okay, don't the positives, because if you're putting a positive in there and your business isn't flourishing, it's not what you really think. So if your business is exploding, I believe that you've really sort of got a great friendship with the word no, right? So see, not good enough, not smart enough, right? I screwed up, not worthy, not professional, I failed. This is the reality of what we're dealing with, Steve. So coming back to your question, this is why mastering the mind. You think about the one little word called no, and all these different meanings that they mean. And the truth is, each one of you, I really want to look at the new person. Look into my eyes right now. Look deep into my eyes. Put down whatever you're doing. Focus in my eyes for a sec. You can do this. Thank you. Yeah, she's leading right, and I love it, right? But you can do this. And you're going to have to fall in love with the word no. You're gonna, because you're going to hear it so much. You're going to hear the word no thousands and thousands and thousands of times. And, and then you say, well, okay, what meaning will I give it? And so that when it happens, because this is how we practice. When we practice the big things, I never say to someone, no, practice, on the big thing in life. Practice on the tiniest thing. That's where we build the muscle. So practicing with the word no is a great one, because if you're out there doing the business, you're going to hear it a lot. And the residual energy, like I said, it can ruin families. I mean, and it can ruin relationships, okay? So Steve, one of those sayings I love, and I've actually written it here. Hopefully you can see me if I'm talking. Ready? Here we go. Ready? Can you read that, Steve?
Got ya.
You can read it?
Yep.
Can you read it out loud then, so they can all hear it?
Nothing has meaning except the meaning I give it.
Yes. See, this to me, ladies and gentlemen, it's like, oh my gosh, when I learned that part, Steve, I am kind of like this, I give everything meaning. And so if I want to live in a happy, vibrant, if I want to live in a gorgeous world, if I want to design my life, and if I want to have great things happen all the time, right? Then I just have to give meaning to things even when they're bad things. So the meaning, and I had this conversation with Eric the other day, and we were saying, the company's gone through this kind of like real metamorphosis. And you'd say, well, if COVID-19 hadn't struck when it did, right? Then it gave us all time to really sit around together and talk. So even that, you're looking at, oh my God. But if you embrace it, because guess what? If it's already happening, you can't change it. So then so resistance equals pain. So whatever we resist persists. And so we got to understand if it's really happening, we get to give it a new meaning. So the meaning we've given it is, oh my gosh, how fortunate. Again, we understand a lot of people have passed, and I don't want to bring that into it, but how fortunate it was for our company to have the time to slow down and everyone to be there so that we could take it to a whole other level. And that's what I'm talking about, Steve. Regardless of what happens in life, regardless of what happens in life, we are the writers, the authors of this great story called our lives. And when we understand that we are a meaning making up machine, and then we start catching ourselves, is the meaning I'm giving this going to make me stronger, put me into greater action? Is it going to create better relationships? Is it going to make me healthier if I give it this meaning? But if I give it this meaning, am I constricting? Am I slowing down? Am I hiding? And so this is the powerful thing, is that, okay, if it's coming in at me, right, then what meaning do I want to give it? And I would say, once you practice, then I give everything a positive meaning. And I'll give you an example, and I'll give you a philosophy. I was on a plane in England, and on that plane, we got stuck on the tarmac for 45 minutes. Now, I was watching the different meanings that everyone gave it. People were pissed off, people were grumpy, they were snippy with the flight attendants, right? So we were stuck on a tarmac for 45 minutes. Now, I always, as a pilot, I understand that I would rather be stuck on the ground than stuck in the air, right? So first of all, my philosophy is, well, guess what? I mean, there's a lot of planes take off, they don't all take off on time, so what? Now, I was going to Croatia on one of my little walkabouts, but when we landed in Frankfurt, the captain came on and said, hey, sorry everyone, everyone's missed their flights tonight, so we're going to have to put you to hotels, and you're going to have to fly tomorrow. And I watched just the tension and the anger, and everyone's giving meaning to this. Everyone. Now, the meaning I gave it was this. I think this is my clarity thought was, I wonder what great thing's going to happen because of this. This is my meaning. My meaning is, all right, so I'm not going where I planned. I'm going to miss one day in Croatia, which was actually going to be could have been a problem because I didn't have a lot of time there. But I just looked at it, I thought, what great possibility can happen right now. And as I got off the plane, I got on and by the way, I hugged the flight attendant. People were growling at her and snappy at her, and I gave her a hug. And there was a girl in front of me that did the same thing. So she had the same kind of meaning. She was flowing with what's happening. She was stuck in a foreign country overnight, and she gave it meaning. Now, she happened to stand next to me on the bus. So I started chatting to her, and we started, because both of our energies are light, because we weren't bothered with the fact that we had to go and get a hotel, because that's life. Life throws curveballs, and people who are great at the mind will flow with every tiny thing. Whether it's a car accident, it doesn't matter what it is. You just flow with what's really happening, not with what you wish was happening, right? So, hey, she stands next to me on the bus, and I listened to her talking to this German guy about how great Frankfurt is. So I leaned over and I said, hey, if you like, it's 10:30 at night, by the way. I said, if you like, why don't you let me show you the city? Now, I didn't know if she was single. I wasn't trying to hit on her. I was just being kind. We're in the city. It's 10:30 at night. Why would I just go back to the hotel room? Why not make it an adventure? So we ended up going out, and I found a taxi driver who toured us around the whole city. And we found a place where we had a couple of drinks. Anyway, that girl right now, by the way, we've been dating for 4 years. 4 years. Now, if I'd have got up pissed off, if I'd have growled at the flight attendant, if I had been constricted by this thing that my plane didn't take off, that meeting would never have happened. Or if she'd seen me, she'd have said, what a grumpy, what a person. So everything we do has a response, Steve. It's like whatever we put out comes back. So what I like to do is whatever happens, whatever situation happens, whatever, it doesn't matter whether it's in business, relationships, is to flow with what's actually happening and give it a meaning that supports me living a great life. Does that make sense? That was a long answer, wasn't it?
It was, but I love your answers. And as you were kind of explaining that story, I just scribbled down a note here. And it's really, again, I want to go back to it's a choice, right, that you make. And I wrote down, are the thoughts that I'm choosing to allow into my mind, are they moving me closer to where I want to be, whether that's a feeling, right, to feel better, or is it whether it's a goal, right? Or is that moving me further away from that, right? And if it's not, like, how are those thoughts serving you? So it's being so aware of your thoughts. It's so, so critical, Dave, isn't it?
Well, you know, and you look at, again, everyone I've interviewed, and Jen yesterday, and Jen's on the call, look at her, she's learning, she's still sitting there, she'll be making as many notes, even though she's making over $1 million a year. This is what I love about our leadership. Leaders are learners, right? They want to learn, all right? But, you know, every single one of the leaders have great rituals that allow them to train their brain. And so you new people, or you leaders, if you're a bit stuck right now, look at what you're thinking about, right? Because your thoughts are definitely having a result. And it's not necessarily, we talked about that yesterday, I won't go back there today, but what are you thinking about? You know, how are you allowing yourself to feel, right? It's like being at home right now. People are saying, are you bored? No. Why would I let boredom be a part of this? You know, someone asked me, because I've been home, my son just got home. So I've been alone now, completely alone at this house, right? Are you lonely? Well, what? Why would I use that term? Why would I embrace the term called lonely, right? Because I think we all have a chance to give those words meaning. So I don't ever feel lonely and I don't feel bored, because boredom isn't a word I want in my life. I choose to have a vocabulary in my life that supports me leading a great life, not supports me like, oh my God, what if we were stuck home for a year, right? Then we make it the best year of our lives, because the reality is we're here. And even saying the word stuck, I wouldn't use, or isolated, I wouldn't use. I would say, hey, I'm choosing solitude. I'm enjoying the solitude. I'm making the most of the solitude. And I'll tell you this, when I was standing here yesterday, Steve, I didn't tell you because you were in the middle of saying something, but a bald eagle flew right by this window so close I could almost touch it. And since I've been home, I've seen more bald eagles. And so I'm starting to notice and see things that when I'm sometimes so busy, I don't even notice. So does that answer your question, Steve?
It does. It does. And Dave, I want to ask you maybe this question, you know, as we all led into this pandemic, this isolation world that we all found ourselves in, you know, you saw throughout social media, right, got flooded, you know, I'm going to renovate the house. I'm going to read 10 books. I'm going to, you know, do that business plan that I've always told myself. And particularly here in Australia, it seems to very quickly that the world is starting to get back to normal, right? So I can probably bet my paycheck, right, 99% of people wouldn't have ticked off all those things that they said they were going to do, read those books that they were going to say they were going to read, right? Why do you think that is, Dave? What stops us doing that?
You know, I'm guilty of some of the things as well, right? So I want to make sure that I don't, you know, I want to talk about what happens to me. When the mind is so tricky. The mind always wants to bring us back to this kind of stuckness. You know, we talk about it. The mind is always working against us. The conditioned mind. The conditioned mind doesn't, I didn't talk about this yesterday, but maybe I'll talk about it. There's a character in the brain called the psycho-cybernetic mechanism, right? And every single time we leave our comfort zone, we actually, the psycho just kind of floods our body with chemicals, and we interpret it as fear, apprehension, doubt, and uncertainty. So like building this business, it's scary because every time you go to talk to someone, you have that same feeling, especially, and not even leaders will talk about it, you know, so even if you're developed. So that feeling of that sense of fear, apprehension, doubt, and uncertainty. So the reason I'm bringing this up, Steve, is the brain is actually not trying to stop us, it's trying to warn us. And I think because we're constantly in this state of every time we take a step forward, the brain is kind of trying to, you know, attack us. So we're in the habit of saying things and not doing them. We're in the habit of stepping back versus forward. We're in the habit of slowing down versus running. We're in the habit of staying stuck. That's just a habit. Now, what we know is to create a new habit, right, that we want to commit, and you've heard different ones, 66 days, 20, 31 days. There's a lot of different ones. You can choose the one, but over 30 days, but if you went to 60 days and you said, I'm going to build a new habit, and that habit is something that I'm going to measure. Because if you can't measure it, you can't know where you're going, right? So if you said, okay, so I'm going to be in the habit of doing that 1% growth each day. So let's say because that's a great one for us all to choose. If I'm going to get 1% better today, then what if I schedule my growth into my calendar and I don't break my commitment to myself? So again, always practice with the small things. So when the big things come along, you're already capable because you trust yourself to accomplish it. So Steve, what I would say then is that every single day you schedule it and you do it. And then you start to feel this, you start to build a new habit, right? And you start to build, a way of living where you start to trust yourself. So when you say you're going to do something, guess what you do? You do it. But it's still the brain working against us. And that's what we've got to be careful, because the brain is always going to try and bring us back to our comfort zone and living small. That's what it does, right?
Yeah. And I was just thinking as you were talking about it there, I think the beauty of our profession, right, is that each of you are your own boss. You're the CEO of your own boss. But I guess the downside of it is you are the CEO of your own boss, right? Luckily for me, if I don't show up for work, I'm going to have Kathy and Eric and Travis Ogden and Sharon on my tail, keeping me accountable. But for you at home, it's a different story, right? You've got to keep yourself accountable. You've got to, do all these things by yourself. So I think that can be a challenge, Dave, right? Is having that commitment and sticking to it.
Well, there's a great saying I was going to say. You may want to write this down, everyone. If you've got pen and paper out, write this down. This changed my life. And maybe I'll tell you a story about it too. The chains of habit are too light to be felt. So the chains of habit are too light to be felt until they're too heavy to be broken.
Yeah, I love that. So
I get goosebumps even saying it. I mean, again, this is so embedded in my DNA. We're talking about this. And there's a famous story. I used to tell this at the MMI, the Millionaire Mind Intensive, about the Barnum and Bailey circus and how they train an elephant, right? What they do with an elephant is they take a baby elephant and they tie a massive chain around its leg, and they take a great big metal stake and they drive it into the ground. And that elephant will pull and pull and pull and pull and pull and squeal, all right? And then what happens is in the elephant's brain, the elephant decides it cannot break free from the chain. So what happens is as the elephant grows, and you know how big elephants grow, the handler then can use a piece of string and a little tiny piece of bamboo, and they can knock it, a little wooden peg, like a tent peg. So now you've got a massive, fully grown elephant weighing tons being held not by this little piece of string, but by its mind, trapped by its mind, right? And this famous incident, there were 12 elephants died in a fire, and each one of them were tied to a railing, like you have a bike's tied to, and every one of those elephants could have picked up that railing, but all of them perished because of what they believed to be true. Right? They believed that they were chained. They no longer resisted. So one of the things for us on this line right now, your chains of habit were so light, but now they're like big, heavy chains. So now we want to create new habits that we control versus the habits that we have right now. So some of us that aren't helping us, aren't moving us forward, are ones that have happened to us. And we just got in the habit of not doing. And when do we feel the best? We all feel the best when we accomplish things, when we progress, when we grow. That's when we're feeling our best, right? So does that answer your question, Steve?
Oh, it's so good. So good.
I mean, such a good...
I don't know, we're completely off topic from our agenda, but that's great. So much good stuff going on.
We have an
agenda? But Dave, would you just give us that quote one last time? We just say it slowly.
The chains of habit. Well, someone could type it in there for us. The chains of habit are too light to be felt until they're too heavy to be broken. All right. And again, I always think of those elephants because it's such a vivid thing for me. And it's, again, if you're an animal lover like I am, you don't want anyone to get. But the fact that they were trapped by their thoughts, not by a chain. And I think we all get like that, Steve, right? I know that we were going to sort of talk about, I know at the University in Action, my last day morning, I talk about a formula that really changed my life as well. And I know you leaders know it, but the question is, do you practice it with everything? And I'm going to say, if you understand this formula, and going back to where we started with, you know, nothing has meaning except the meaning I give it. And the formula is really simple. I actually drew it up for you, right? Ta-da. Okay. The event plus a story equals a problem, right? The event plus a story equals a problem. And this is where, if I know I'm a story making up machine, and if I have decided to live my life in an extraordinary way, whether you have the money or not. By the way, if you have no money, I didn't have money when I started doing this. I wasn't wealthy back then. I became wealthy because I started doing this, right? So, you know, it's kind of what comes first. You know, the mind is going to lead you because you're in the right vehicle, you're in the right time. So now it's just the right you. So if we can work in here, I mean, you're going to see extraordinary things happen. So I told you about the plane. So with Asta, right? So now I end up with a girlfriend. I mean, she's beautiful. And that happened because the event was the plane didn't take off. I missed my flight. And the story was, hey, there was no story. There was no, oh my God, da, 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 da. I was angry, upset, right? Constricted. And Steve, I know at the University in Action, I probably tell 5 or 6 different examples of this. And I won't do it right now, but I will tell one more. And that's where, you know, I was, someone reversed into me while I was sitting at a stoplight with my kids in the car and rode off my car. And when I got out the car, right, I walked up and I just said to him, and I was really hurt. 6 months I was in sort of some kind of rehab. And I walked up, I said, are you okay? And he was shocked. He was lighting a cigarette. I said, I'm so sorry I was lighting a cigarette. So I said, yeah, come here. I gave him a hug. The event was, my car was written off. I still create the story. Me being angry at him and yelling at him and screaming at him, or, right, the car's already gone. I can't go back in time and wish the car wasn't damaged. It's damaged. So great mindset is accepting, listen to this, write this word down, accepting what has happened, all right, immediately, rather than wishing it happened, it was something else, because most of us live with the regret of the past or the fear of the future. We're bouncing around from scared of what's going to happen, scared of that phone call, or regret that you didn't make it. It's kind of like how crazy our mind is. So Steve, you know, that the formula that I live by, which has changed everything, right? Regardless of the event, no story, no problem. So same event, whether it's a car accident, whether I lose my legs and I'm now confined to a wheelchair. Event is I lost my legs. The story I give it is up to me. No story, no problem. And this isn't glib, Steve. This is a life practice. And what I love is whether, and you've heard lots of stories of these. My son just rode off his car, you know, and he went through the woods, smashed into a tree, and he was right on a cliff. And that was the event, you know. But we didn't allow him to create a story about it. And it was just over. The car was already done. So him dwelling on it, so he created a new story that was positive, and there was no problem. So Steve, that's a formula I think we can apply to every area of our life. And the way to get tested is notice when we get triggered. Notice anything that triggers you, whatever it is. So something happens, you feel that trigger, right? Then think to yourself, what story am I creating and how do I change it?
Thanks, Dave. I love that. And again, I just want to reiterate how essential it is that we put these things into practice. And trust me, even today, Dave, I'm sure, you know, as mastered as you are, you still come up against them, right? But you're just more equipped, right, to catch them before they manifest into something bigger, right?
Well, I tell you what, I catch myself sometimes and I'll actually laugh out loud. Listen to this. If I ever catch myself going down a rabbit hole, and, you know, think about it. Any thought that takes you, that shrinks you or brings you down or whatever, you notice, or you start to get frustrated at something. I love this. I get frustrated at an inanimate object or someone cutting me off or something like that. I catch myself and I start to laugh and I'm thinking, what are you doing? Why are you letting that thing push you off center when you could just stay on center? And I love that. I love shocking people, Steve, where I actually behave in direct contrast to the way people think I should in that particular thing, right? It's like when my house caught fire, you know, I thought the house would all burn down. I just ordered a drink and sat there and just relaxed. I thought, oh yeah, house is gone, so what?
Well, listen, Dave, I'm just going to give Eric a quick call just to check that he's on the line. I know he had some trouble getting on yesterday. So if you can just give me 1 second, I'm just going to give a quick buzz.
Yeah, well, I'll just talk to everyone here. I tell you what, everyone listening right now, let's play a little game with you. If you've learned something that you know you can apply already to your life, and again, understanding, you know, your own habits or your own mindset, or when your mind is pulling you away from what you want, and you just start to say, okay, I notice I can hear that little voice that isn't always supporting me, but it's my voice. It's your voice, not mine, but your little voice. If you experience it, just push it number 1. So I know that you understand exactly what we're talking about, right? Look at that. Awesome. Wow. There's hundreds, right? And that's the beauty of real transformation. And, you know, and people often say, oh, I can't believe you're still talking about that. Well, guess what? When things worked for me, what allowed me to transform my life is the stuff I teach you. So I may have been teaching some of this stuff for years. I mean, I have lots of new stuff, but the fundamentals about mastering the mind haven't changed. They just haven't changed. It's that decision. But for a lot of you, just the awareness that that negative voice isn't you. That's your conditioning. And that because you're aware of that, you can say, okay, so if I'm now going to create new rituals and habits that will allow me to have the kind of mind that will give me everything I want, then that's the choice. So those of you that are committed, just committed, to really listen to your mind in your language. So I always say one of the things you do, get rid of all the low energy words in your language. So like need. I don't need to do anything. I choose to do everything. I don't need to do anything. I choose it, right? So that would be a good one. Hate or can't. So the idea that those of you that would be willing to take on the challenge to really start noticing any language that's not supporting you, and then find a new word and sort of see, I won't even say it. I said try, because you don't try, you either do or don't do. So those of you that are committed to really start working on this, just put number 2 in there so I can see that you're actually listening to me. Someone put 22 in. That's awesome. Awesome. Is he here?
He's just finishing up a call. He'll be joining us in.
Oh, no worries. So yeah, look at that, Steve. 222. Lots of 2s there from Becky. Hey, Becky.
Well, we're gonna see some mind transformations by next week, or maybe in 30 days, right?
Well, I think, you know, let's say 60 days, 90 days. I mean, but yeah, 30 days. You get the first 30 days done. Just keep it going. And Steve, you know, you talk about this stuck. I think the idea of, you know, feeling stuck, going back to what we taught yesterday, because I love repeating or going back and reminding you, just go back to your results. People say, how do I know? Look at your results. Look at any area of your life where it's not, you know, giving you what you want, whatever area it is, and apply these principles to those results. And then the results will tell you whether you're moving in the right direction or not. Your results will always tell you that, right? So that's the litmus test, Steve.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah. Hey, Jen.
Jen?
Hey, good morning. Good afternoon. Hey, one of my mentors taught me once to choose a role model, and in situations ask what would that person do. So when I did this course, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, Susan was my hero, and Susan's coming on. She was my hero. She still is one of them. And so I would then, what I learned to do was to say, whenever something challenged me, I would say, well, what would Susan do? How would Susan act? What would Susan's posture be? How would she deal with this situation? And it was just a really easy way to think about. So like everyone could think, how would David react? Or and it's just easy to take ourselves out of that space, out of our own conditioned way, and try and step up and into a higher level of who we want to be and where we want to go.
It's an easy thing to adapt. And I know that friends of mine have adapted that. One of them was going to get a tattoo on his body. I had to talk him down. But what would such and such a person do, right? But I think it's so beautiful. And so when you were in situations, could you give us one example, Jen, of where you were maybe going to go left and you started to think what Susan would do, and it, you know, you kind of adopted it in that moment? You could give us a real life example so someone could hear it.
Well, Susan's got so much quiet confidence, right? And I don't imagine she's ever got to where she is without having clarity and being organized, and because she's the queen of organization. And so whenever I felt a little like being a scaredy cat and not stepping up, and, you know, maybe not, if someone asked me to speak, you know, in public or whatever, then I would say, okay, what would Susan do? She's courageous, right? She would step into that and just get it done, and she would be prepared because she's so organized. So I think about who I think she is and how she would, you know, she's so professional always. So she would just go and she would get the work done, so she was ready to deliver what she was required to deliver.
Well, let's do a challenge again, because I really love this, is listening to what everyone's saying. Think of someone right now that you could do that with. So each one of you write in the name of the person. Again, it could be a great friend, but somebody that lives a sort of a higher standard, let's say, than you're at right now. Maybe the standard isn't the right word, but someone you could say, hey, this is who I'm going to use. Someone called Kathy Kuva, Emily Vavra, Jen, Dave, Carol, Jennifer Jeffries, right? Awesome. So Lloyd, right? There you go. And so Jen, let's go back to this. You know, when you, because there's one other step. First of all, you think about that person, what would they do? But then you actually have to do the thing that they would do. And that's where, you know, that's the big step, right? The big step isn't just thinking, oh, I wonder what Dave would do right now. I wonder what Jen would do right now. And then you say, well, I'm just going to think about that. But you actually had to get up your butt and actually do. How often was that so hard for you to do? Because it was actually the thing that was making you step up higher, right?
Well, in this course that I went to, we had to wear the person's name tag. And actually, when we were challenged to do things within the course, we had to stand up and just embody that person and embody their energy and their posture. And so try to think how they would think, but also, you know, stand the way that they stand and carry that. And that was so powerful. So it was like I had to wear this thing all weekend that said Susan Sly. Like I was Susan Sly all weekend. And then just having that experience for 2 whole days, then I don't know that I ever got out of it was just my easy go-to. What would Susan do? Okay, there's my answer. And it was.
I love this. I see some other, Peter Kelly's just come in there, as far as Anna Richards. I love Tanya Kirkpatrick. Well, I think this would be a fun challenge. Next time you're in your office, why not put on the name tag of the person that you just laid down there and sit in that office and embody. Next time you go and do your income producing activities, I think this would be a great little exercise, Jen. Can you imagine? They snap it on. All right, now I'm embodying Jen Patch, or I'm embodying Susan Sly or Anna Richards. And then you start behaving like that. And you said, which I think is really key, you did that over 2 days. And at the end of it, you had already sort of raised yourself up to a higher standard, because you're like, oh, this is what it feels like. Because it's inside. Don't you believe this, Jen? Every single person on this call right now, it's inside them. Mm-hmm. It's not outside them, right?
Absolutely. It's right there waiting.
So good. I love that, Jen. Love it. All right, Dave. Well, we can move on with our agenda now. I've got Eric, who's just joined us. He's just finished up a call, so he's with us in the house. So I can let you move on to our compensation plan.
All right. So first of all, Eric, I apologize, because I know you said 5 you'd be available. I know you're on call, so that's our bad. But that being said, because of the new people again, Eric shared, I know you're going to get a recording of this, so you can go back and listen to the story of Isagenix and Eric's personal story. But I just want you to know again, for me, watching Eric over these, I don't know how long we've been friends now, but a long, 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 long time, I really think a lot about what Eric would do, because I find that his courage and his willingness to grow and expand beyond his current reality is constantly there. And Steve, you know that. You and Eric are great friends. But I just want to sort of talk about the things we're asking you to do. I've watched Eric implement and really move from a young, and he talked about yesterday, feeling insecure kind of a person who didn't really believe in himself, to being such a person who's respected globally by some really people all over the world because of who he is. So with that being said, Eric, welcome back.
Hey, thanks, Dave. Thanks so much for having me on. Great to see everybody again. I'm going to make everybody really jealous right now, but I've got the new Mango Mimosa Bia that we just launched. There you go. We are working hard on getting this one as the next flavor for Oz and New Zealand. So,
Eric, the taste of this, let's just talk about it for a sec. I mean, I have never, you know me, I am not a carbonated drink person at all, right? And I blew through these and I'm enjoying them. Like and the flavor of this is so great in the mouth, right?
Yeah. This tested like by far and away the highest out of any of the stuff we did in our focus group. So
awesome. All right, let me start with something. I'm going to take, so people don't know this. You know, you've sort of grown up through the company, and you started off, I told you yesterday, in that little tiny cubicle, and sort of moved to now with your current title. I know you don't like titles, you're like me, but you know, it's important to have one in a corporation. But our Chief Visionary Officer. But you know, last year, I think it was last year, you did something which just blew my mind, because you were already in the process of having children, and we know how hard that is for anyone. But you decided to go to Harvard and do an MBA. Talk to us, what was your decision? Why did you want to go to one of the prestigious schools in the world and put yourself into arguably one of the hardest programs in the world? And what was the drive? Why did you do it? And then what was your takeaway?
Well, I think a number of things. Basically, what the program was, it's kind of an executive education program that Harvard offers, where basically they kind of cram everything that you would learn in a 2-year MBA, and they do it in 7 months. And so it's extremely intense. It's a mix of online material, also with about a month on campus. And so, but basically the program was made up of about 180 people from, I believe it was like 48 different countries. So it was such a global group. So I got to get so many different perspectives. So why I really wanted to do it was I wanted to, you know, because I've been in Isagenix for, you know, about 9 years full on, giving it everything I have. But I wanted just such a new perspective, and to really put myself into an uncomfortable situation, because when you kind of get in the world of Isagenix, it's easy to kind of just get focused on just what we're doing in our own little world. But it's so important to just immerse ourselves in what other companies are doing, what other brands are doing, and get outside even the industry of network marketing and get that new perspective about what business is doing. And so, and I knew it was going to stretch myself. I mean, that's probably the biggest reason why I wanted to do it. I mean, I look back on it, and you know, Sol was like 6 months old, and you know, we're just starting a family, and I just Pete, and I just said, you know, I was kind of nuts even signing up for it, and I can't believe I did it. But but I wanted to stretch myself and just you know, and really prepare myself for the future that we're all creating together. And I felt like, you know, there's no better place than Harvard to really do that and take that challenge on. And so that's why I did it. My biggest takeaway was, you know, you learn so many different things, but I would say, you know, I just want to kind of set the stage. So you learn everything when it comes to business, from finance, accounting, economics, to marketing, to, I mean, literally everything they throw at you. But the biggest, you know, takeaway is when you come on campus, and like the first moment you kind of step into a classroom at Harvard, like your chest is pounding. It's like you can hear like a pin drop. It's like got that like feeling in the air to it. And, you know, I was just like really, really nervous. And that nervous feeling never left me every single time you stepped into the classroom. Because when you step into a classroom at Harvard, every class is designed around a case study. And basically what a case study is it's just about a 10, 15 page write-up about a company, and it kind of goes over to the summary of the company. It gives you a situation that they were kind of in during a certain point of time, and then it kind of leaves the case open-ended to allow you to kind of make a decision about what you would do in that situation that the company's in. What decision would you make? And you got to kind of back it up with facts. And when you enter the class, you have to be prepared to defend your stance and back it up with facts. And, you know, during the time at Harvard, you live with 9 other people. And so kind of like you get to discuss the class or the cases with your living group, and then in preparation for the class. And when you get into the class, there's like 90 people, and the professor literally starts the class and is like, okay, let's get into the case. Let's start talking about it. So Eric, tell me exactly, you know, what you would be doing in this situation, and, you know, why would you do it? You know, why would you make that decision? So it's not like you get into the class and it's like, okay, you know, who'd like to volunteer? You know, who's ready? It's like, no, Eric, tell me what's going on and back it up. So you're on the spot, 90 other people in the classroom, and you got to be ready. And then another person would so I give my answer, and then the professor would be like, okay, who agrees with Eric? Half the hands go up. Who disagrees? Probably half the hands go up. And then he'd call in another person and be like, okay, why do you disagree? And then so this person's like saying everything that they disagree with me, and they're backing up with like really good facts also and detail. And then the professor's like, okay, thank you, Eric. Response. And so you're literally in a live debate in front of 90 people in this classroom, and there's no slouches in the classroom. And it's like, it's intense. And like when the other person's talking, it's like, wow, like they're right. I never even thought about that. And so you learn so much from the different perspectives, and really learn that there's no right or wrong way to really do this. I mean, there's no right or wrong way to run a business if you're like, you know, just kind of going with your gut instincts and like doing things that match your values and who you are, and backing it up with facts. There's so many different ways to do it. It's just like there's so many different ways to do an Isagenix business. There's no like right or wrong way to do it. Sure, there's better ways to do it, but people do it different ways. And so, but the biggest thing I gained at Harvard was I really, really felt like I found my voice. You know, my voice that was like, the feedback that I got from my living group, the people that I live with, was when they first met me. And this was only about a year ago. Like this was like 9 years into my Isagenix journey, after all the personal growth I had been through. You know, when they first met me, their perception of me was, you are so quiet, speak up. Why aren't you saying much? Like, and they gave me that direct feedback. And because I'm a natural introvert, I'm naturally shy. I have, you know, sometimes I have challenges really speaking what I feel. And then they kept giving me that feedback. And so I started speaking up more and more and more. And then they started to say, you really got a lot to say. And so I started to gain more confidence. And in the classroom, when you got to, you know, defend who you are and why you would do things in front of 90 other people with so many different perspectives, you start to find your voice in who you are. And I think that that's the biggest thing that I gained from Harvard, was I truly feel like I found my voice in Isagenix and helping to guide this company into the future.
Yeah, and any one of us, a part of the executive leadership team, will agree. Eric, I brought you on to talk a little bit about the compensation plan. Obviously, we've got a lot of new people on. We are going to focus with Susan. We're going to focus a lot on our leadership, on how to grow leaders. What I love about the story you just told is even 9 years in, there's always that next level, which you found, you know, with your voice. But if we can go back to the Isagenix compensation plan, what do you find is unique and competitive about this, you know, when we compare it to other options? What stands out for you?
Well, I mean, look, there's lots of great compensation plans in the industry, but my dad built this compensation plan based on like 25 plus years experience before he designed the Isagenix plan. He saw what worked, what didn't work. He saw my mom and her experience in other companies building, and he saw compensation plans that she built that were brutal, so hard to make any money, and really, really tough. And then he also saw, you know, some that were really designed really, really well. And, you know, he watched my mom in a company, I think it was like literally in 6 to 8 weeks or something like that, she earned 6 figures in her first 6 to 8 weeks. Again, this was after, you know, she had a lot of skills and a lot of experience, but she's like, and it was a binary compensation plan that she did that in. And what I think that is true is that superstars, you know, in this profession can, you know, they can make money in any compensation plan and be successful in any compensation plan. But it's, you know, the person that is, you know, just getting started, who doesn't have a lot of experience, that maybe is just looking for an extra $100 to $500 extra a month. You need to have people that are winning, and the superstars just can't make, you know, the money, you know, when you're building compensation plans. And so you need a plan that is lucrative for really everybody, from the person, the beginner who's just getting started. And what's so powerful, I feel like, is the unlimited depth of our plan. I mean, literally the fact that you can sponsor somebody, get somebody started who knows somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody, and then they get started, and you have no idea who this person is and where they're from or whatever. They could be in New Zealand, Australia, anywhere in the world, that countries that we're open in, and they could just go like totally nuts and be a superstar, and you get like that. Those points count as much as somebody that you personally get started, and it doesn't matter what level they're on. That's like, to me, that's the total magic with our compensation plan. I mean, I can't think of anything more disempowering than like having a certain level where you get cut off, where it's like, because they're on your 8th level, you don't get paid on those people, and the points don't count for you. I can't think of anything more discouraging than that. And so this comp plan really rewards teamwork, and doesn't matter what level or whatever you're on, doesn't matter where they show up, where in the world. I think that is the true power. And when people really get their heads around that, around literally how 2 people, one person on your left and one person on your right, can literally change the game for you. And it doesn't matter who gets them started. That is pretty powerful. So,
Awesome.
yeah.
And so, Eric, what advice would you give? Again, we've got a lot of newbies on here, right, who are starting their journey. You and I know how exciting that is, the next 5 or 10 years of their lives as they start to expand and grow and discover their own voices. But what advice would you give them how to really tap into this comp plan? What's your advice? How do you tackle this? Where do they start with this?
Well, I think that you want to start people with, I mean, I love asking the question. If you could change, I mean, you could ask anybody this, that you're getting started. If you could change, or if you could make any amount of money in the next 90 days, how much money would that be for you that would like just totally be significant in your life, that would make a huge difference? And most people like are going to say, like, if I could literally make $500 extra in the next 90 days, that would like be life-changing for me. And it's like, awesome. Well, if I could show you a way to literally make $500 over the next 90 days and do it, rather quickly, maybe even sooner than that, would you be open to that? And it's like, and then just stepping people into the plan and getting them like getting into the habit and building that muscle of having that conversation with people. Because the full gift of Isagenix is all 3 products that we offer: the products you put in your body, the financial wellness opportunity, which is the comp plan, and then the community. Those are the 3 products. And that's the true gift of Isagenix. And if you are kind of taking away any one of those 3 things when you're talking to people, then you're kind of taking away a portion of the gift of Isagenix. And I understand that some people may not be ready. They just want to take the product. Awesome, that's fine. But everybody's got their time. But if you at least get into the habit of asking people that question, if you could make any amount of money over the next 90 days, what amount of income would be significant for you to change your life, to make an impact in your life? Because you're going to get on these products and people are going to start noticing a difference in you, and you're going to start noticing a difference in how you feel. And you can get, compensated for that just by getting some people started. So I think getting people winning quickly and getting them paid quickly, doesn't matter how much money it is. I think sometimes in the beginning, it's really about managing people's expectations. Well, I mean, it's important to enroll people into a vision, but the amount of people that earn 6 figures in 6 months or even their first year is extremely low. It's extremely low. And that's, of course that's possible, but it's like the 1% that's actually going to do that. Now that's the long game. That's kind of the infinite game that you want to, cast for people. But like a lot of times, if you're casting that vision too early and you're setting those expectations too high, all of a sudden, if the person's, you could have a person make $10,000 in their first year and they feel like they failed. When in reality, that is so epic, like to make $10,000 in your first year. So I think that managing people's expectations, getting them winning quickly and celebrating the money that they're earning, whether it be one freaking cycle or, you know, with the rank advancement bonuses, any of the new bonuses, just celebrate the money that's coming in. And know that, you know, that the long-term money, the, you know, six-figure income, that can come obviously with time and work and effort and building the skills, but that's, you know, that could be a 2, 3, 4, 5, you know, 10-year process. And I think that if you manage those expectations up front better, you're going to have more people that want to be involved in Isagenix and not get discouraged too early.
Yeah, we could do a whole show on expectations, managing expectations, right? The comp plan has continually evolved. You know, one thing that we've heard, like even Jimmy Smith would say, he left companies because of changes to comp plans. Companies do that. They become greedy. I know that what's happened with this compensation plan is this evolved, and it continues to evolve, and that more and more money seems to be added to the plan. Listen to these figures, everyone. So far, Isagenix has paid out $3 billion, with a B, $3 billion in commissions. I get goosebumps. $3 billion. And you think that an extra $500,000 or $1,000 can really considerably help a family. And we've paid out $3 billion, but we also have 314 millionaires now, Eric. I just want to put those out there so people get it, that this is the real deal. But what excites you most about some of the new bonuses? Because this is the evolution. You know, we're looking at a point of time. We look at what bonuses that work, what behaviors they create, and if it's creating, you know, if it's fair for everybody. And so there's, you know, some of the new bonuses are so exciting. Just want to sort of delve into them and tell us, you know, how to approach those.
Yeah, well, the bones of our compensation plan has never changed in 18 years. And, you know, that's always going to be such a core of what we do. And the only kind of evolutions that we've had to our compensation plan, we've just added more money. And so I think that, like you say, you know, we've done over $7 billion in cumulative sales. We paid out over, I think it's, you know, $3.4 billion. You know, so isn't it so cool? I mean, this is profit sharing in its finest form, this profession. I mean, that's what this is. I mean, you know, of course, we're taking in revenue and profit, and then we're redistributing it to the people who are actually out championing the brand. And that is just like such a forward model. And that's how epic this industry is. And so I think that in terms of the new bonuses, you know, anytime that we, you know, because we're always looking to add more money to the comp plan, because like the long-term residual income that that is such like the prize in network marketing, that's, you know, it comes in forms of cycles, and, you know, and that takes time that we just talked about. But you need to get people winning quickly, and you need to get people paid quickly to keep people excited, get people's products paid for. And that's why those upfront bonuses with the new rank advancement bonuses that we've put into place for a number of years now, the product introduction bonuses, the double product introduction bonuses, that's all kind of promotional money that we've added into the compensation plan to get people paid quickly. Now, the reason why we position those as promotions, like the rank advancement bonuses, the double PIBs, the new executive lifestyle bonus that just came into effect, where you get to paid as executive, which I think is so key. And one of the things that we know is that a lot of times people get to paid as executive, and they, you know, they're celebrating as they should, but then, you know, a week or 2 weeks later, they're falling off. And so, you know, we want to remove this mindset of just getting 10 people, you know, who enroll and then become consultants, to like, you know, you need to always be like a consultant creating machine and think well beyond 10. And every month that you do that, Isagenix is going to pay you $750 just for staying paid as executive. Now, we used to have our leadership pools, you know, our 2-star and above pools, but what we decided to do was kind of re-spend that money on the executive lifestyle promotion. And that's why we have promotions, is that we always want to be putting promotions towards things that are producing the right activities. And so like double PIBs, that's a promotion, but it's a promotion that we've, you know, extended for the last like 9 years, because it, you know, it produces the right activity. You know, the rank advancement bonuses, the leadership pools, the 2-star and above pools, they produce the right activity for a certain period of time in our evolution, but we were finding that they were no longer producing the right activity. So we reallocated those funds and put them towards the executive lifestyle bonus. And we're already seeing, you know, that was a wise move. So that's why kind of the bones of the compensation plan is always going to stay the same with cycles and stuff like that. But we've kind of got this promotional money that we reallocate towards new things to really drive the right activity. And so, but trust me, I mean, literally my mom is like, something that she is always bringing up is, okay, how do we just pay people more money? And like, that is just so rare. And so, yeah, so our comp plan is always going to be evolving, and we're always looking for new ways on how to get people paid in different ways, and because this is a new world that we're living in 2020, and we need to be thinking about new ways that we can pay people.
Well, that's really, I mean, when you look at, your mom's goal was to have more 6- and 7-figure income earners than any other company in history. I mean, and you look at that, what we just talked about there. But what I love about the strategy of rolling out, so when there's things added to the compensation plan, how smart it is, because often they're rolled out for a short period of time so that we can really monitor how successful they are and how they pay through, right, before anything's been added, right? So I love that approach. Eric, I know that you've got a lot on today, but I just want to ask you a question. We're going to be sort of moving into a leadership part right now. And we've got a lot of great leaders on this call. I just wonder what message or what final words you'd like to leave them with, just anything on your heart at all you'd like to share with them.
Look, I would say that, again, as I said yesterday, I mean, this is a legacy company. And if there's one piece of advice that I can give anybody, that I look back on my own personal journey that like helped me, and you look at the, leaders like Jen and Susan and all, the leaders that have had really, really big success in Isagenix. Like, what was it that like has propelled them into this huge, level of impact and changing the game for their lives and stuff like that? They just, committed to doing this one time. And I look back on my journey, and I committed to doing this for the long haul one time. This is not like, imagine if my parents, like with all the, imagine all, we literally, we hear everything. Everything that like it's getting dispersed or said in Isagenix, it makes its way back to us. And some of it's like extremely positive, and trust me, there's also some distractions and some negativity. But imagine, like, we just don't dwell on that crap. Like, imagine if my parents and I and PETA and, our executive team, if we just spent our days be like, oh my gosh, did you hear what this person said? Like, gosh, I wonder if we should even do this anymore. Like, I wonder if like, should we keep going? Like, that just never crosses our head ever. Like, it's like, it's not even a conversation that goes through our psyche. And like, imagine if we were letting other people's opinions and stuff come our way, like get in the way of where we're going. Like, Isagenix wouldn't have a very optimistic future if we were doing that, because our team is so committed. Like, this vision like pulsates within my DNA and my soul every single day. And so if there's one thing that I just want everybody to get, is that you're going to have the good and like the negative come your way. Just never lose sight of where you're going and where you want to take this, because it doesn't matter what avenue or journey you want to be on in your life, you're going to have the good and the bad come your way. And it's just so much easier to just commit one time instead of having to commit over and over and over and over and over again. That's just so exhausting. You look at all the professional athletes out on the planet, you watch them post on social media, you look at all the people that are doing big things in the world, and you look at some of the comments on their social media pages, like some of the things are like, if they spent energy looking at that crap, like they wouldn't be able to do what they're doing. And they just aren't putting energy towards that. They're just never losing sight of where they're going. So anyway, that's what I would say. And we've just got the most remarkable future ahead. And I've never felt it more ever in every cell of my body than I feel it right now. because of everything we've got going on. So
and it's so sexy on you, buddy. It's so sexy on you. Like, you know, it really is. It's like every time you talk right now, that level, I always say certainty is sexy, but I just want you to see some of the comments right now. And I would keep it just a simple one. If just listen to Eric right now, anything's come up for you that you can bring into your journey, I want you to just type in 2.0, that you are really committed. Committing once is the big call here. Committing once. Look, Eric, you can see him just flying in there. This understanding of how powerful that one thing is. Eric, I know, again, you've got a lot on today. Thank you so much for your time. I love you, brother, as you know that. And thank you for everything you contribute constantly. And thanks for the journey. I mean, when I look at your journey, I just remember where you started out. And I just think about these next 10 years. And my mind can't even fathom how great this is going to be. It's just like the potential with the leadership we have, with the internal leadership, with the vision we have, with the certainty and the alignment we have. I mean, watch out, world. I mean, the world is going to be tilted on its axis coming up here, right?
absolutely, yeah. Thank you so much, David. And I just want to say, David, for those of you who are new to Isagenix, I mean, he's been with Isagenix for like almost all of the 18 years. And if there's a single person that's had, I mean, I talk about the community that we have here and the culture being the best product that we have by far, in my opinion. It's the thing that's had the biggest impact in my life. Like, Dave, I mean, you have had the greatest impact on our community and our culture. And like, my mom and dad and you are the greatest mentors in my life. And I'm just so grateful for your friendship, and you are one of the greatest gifts that's ever walked into Isagenix. And I know that every single person on this call knows that. And I don't think there's a person in the world that's better on the planet than what you do. So I love you.
Oh, now I'm going to be speechless. I can't say anything. You didn't hear what Jen was saying. Let's just get real for a sec. I know you're going to go, but Jen was just telling a strategy she used, all right, to empower herself, was to embody someone. So she actually wore a name tag of Susan Sly and behaved like her. And I was telling, I didn't go into detail, but now you've just said all that. I just want people to know our friendship. Is there was a point when you were starting out, you come to my programs and you phoned me, you'd had a couple of drinks, and Eric really doesn't drink. He'd had a couple of drinks and he said, Dave, I'm going to get a tattoo on my arm. Oh no, here, you're going to get it on your chest. It's going to say, what would David Wood do? And I'm on the phone, I'm saying, no. It's like 6 o'clock in the morning.
I was so close. I'm going to tell you, I have no tattoos on my body, but if there's anything that I would have ever thought about getting, that night I was so close to doing it.
That was so fun. And I'm like 2 o'clock in the morning, because you were in Bali at the time. And I'm like, Eric, no, listen to me, stop. And he's like, I'm going to get it. I love it. All right. That's the journey. Hey, listen, Eric, thanks so much. I'm going to bring Susan on now, but I love you, brother. Everyone say thanks to Eric. And then what we'll do is just everyone stand up for a sec. Just stand up and then just have a little stretch out. There you go. A little stretch. Stretch to the left. Stretch to the right. Jump up and down a little bit. Come on, let's have a little jump. Get some energy going. All right. Hello. All right. Thank you, Eric. All right. Stevie, just before we bring in Susan, I just want to just hand back to you for a sec. Any comments, thoughts about what Eric just shared?
Oh, mate, just honestly, again, just to echo what you just said, just watching the chats there, I just had the biggest grin on my face, and just can feel it oozing out of your whole body. Every cell of your existence right now is moving this company to where it needs to go. So again, thank you, Eric, for your leadership, your vision, your just I wrote it down on my piece of paper. One of the things that attracted me personally to Isagenix was the pinnacle leadership that we have. I mean, Jim, having over 25 years experience in this profession and in compensation plans, helped multiple companies, reach multiple millions of dollars. You've got Kathy, who's just, again, such a benchmark for our entire profession and has had the experience with, again, multiple companies before they came into Isagenix. You've got somebody like Eric, who's just, again, just a thought-provoking leader at his age, and just the vision that he has for this company. You just don't get that anywhere else. And people like David Wood that's teaching us this stuff, and that aligned with our leadership, that aligned with our product, is just something that is so special, so magic, that is just unique in this world. And that's why I love Isagenix so much.
Awesome.
We love you, Foxy. There's no better guy in the planet than be in the role that you're in, and like having such a clear vision for Australia, New Zealand, and talk about pinnacle leadership. That's what you are. So
Thanks, mate.
I know everybody feels that way about Foxy.
Yeah.
This is how we'll talk to each other. We talk to each other, and it's that casting that vision into each other. You hear it, right? I know that we're going to move on. Thanks, Eric. I do want to say, I've said it a few times already, Steve. I totally concur with what Eric just said. And so does everyone else on our executive leadership team. You know, just they see you, that see that greatness in you. So we so appreciate it. The lady I have the honor of bringing on, again, you got to hold on to your hats here. And you already heard yesterday. I mean, Jen, I had so much feedback yesterday on how great you were and what value you brought. And here you are saying that the person that you were embodying was the person we're about to bring on. She's a tech investor. She's a best-selling author of 7 different books. One of those books she wrote with Jack Canfield that appeared on 6 different top 10 Amazon bestseller list. She's a speaker and trainer, and then a phenomenal speaker, phenomenal trainer, entrepreneur. She's appeared on CNN. She's appeared on Fox. She's appeared on Lifetime, CNBC, and for you Aussies, she's appeared on CNB morning show in Australia. She's had quotes in Forbes magazine, online, and the teams that she's built have produced $1.6 billion plus in sales. Imagine that, being responsible for 1.6 billion in sales. She's the co-CEO and co-founder of Radius AI, which is an artificial intelligence company stationed between Phoenix and the Silicon Valley. She is just, again, I could go on and on and on. She's at MIT right now in her spare time, gaining a certificate in artificial intelligence and machine learning. So that's there. She's run the Boston Marathon 6 times, including the year it was bombed. She's placed top 10 in the pro division of the Ironman. I could go on, but I'm going to slow it down. Mother of 5. And she's had these babies while she's building. So some of you, again, we use our children as reasons not to do it, and some of us use it as reasons to do it. She's a 17-star platinum and a 15-star crystal executive. And the reason why we've asked her to come on and talk about developing and growing leaders is because of her results. Susan, welcome to our show.
Well, thanks, David, and it's wonderful to be with my Aussie family. And as a Commonwealther, we love the Commonwealth. No offense, Eric. It's 21-star platinum, working on 22. So 21-star crystal, 20, whatever. I'm working. Like I feel like a hot mess. Yesterday, I did an opportunity meeting. I had Lululemon shorts on in the bottom and a nice top on top. I don't know if anyone else is doing that too. But anyway, David, it's wonderful to be here. I'm so excited. I've got a great training plan to help, regardless of whatever level you're at, to take your business into a new level of momentum. And just, I want to acknowledge David and Meg and Steve and Jen and everyone, Eric, who's put this together. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, well, you're looking fantastic. Warren Lance texted me yesterday and asked me if I was wearing pants for the same set of reasons, because there's only so much of us that's being seen right now. But Jen, you know, is your number one fan. She's talked you up all day yesterday and today, and I'm gonna, you and her are gonna get together later. We're gonna do a Q&A at the end, and that's gonna be after we close. So those that want to go can go, but we'll do a special Q&A with you and Jen, which we're so excited about. Take me back. Before you start training, I want to ask you about 3 questions. One is, you know, how did you get started? What started you in Isagenix?
Yeah, sure. Well, interestingly enough, it was a time of a lot of uncertainty for me. Like a lot of people who are on your lists, I probably had some traits that of someone you'd want to put on your list. I had been a personal trainer, a nutritionist. In Canada, I taught at the university level. I owned my own health club. I was on radio and television. Just like Men at Work is like the prodigal Aussie band, the Tragically Hip are the biggest Canadian band. They were my clients. And I was a professional athlete. And that was all well and good until I fell into this delusion, David, that I'm looking at Eric's name, sorry, that I fell into this delusion, David, that doing it all would equal having it all. And so little by little, my health began to go downhill. I started ignoring all sorts of things that were going on in my life, just telling myself that if I worked harder, things would get better. And so, back in January of 2000, I got very sick. I lost my business. I ended up homeless on my brother-in-law's sofa as a single mom. And by the grace of God, I made some decisions in my life. First and foremost, I said, and if you're taking notes, God, if you'll show me the way, I'll do the work. I didn't ask for a handout. And I think as leaders, the thing we always want to do, Jimmy Smith says, I'll never look down at someone unless I'm reaching down to lift them up. We don't want to be asking for handouts. We want to be asking for hand ups. And that's what I said, God, I'll do the work if you show me the way. And so I had to get humble. I dusted off my resume, just like some of the people you're talking to who've lost their jobs, who've been furloughed. And I got a job working for a health club company. And I once I got the job, I had to prove myself. And so I took that health club division to number 1 in the whole chain. It was called Bally Total Fitness. We had 444 clubs globally, and my sales figures were converted from Canadian dollars to US dollars. So I lost about 40 cents on the dollar, and we became in 90 days the largest, most profitable division in the whole company. And that summer, I took on a personal training client who would introduce me to network marketing. And it took her 8 months to get me to look. And she kept giving me books like Rich Dad, Poor Dad and Think and Grow Rich. And she was drawing circles on napkins. And it wasn't until I was training for Ironman Malaysia and I fractured my pelvis and I went in to train my clients. And she said to me, it just killed me. She said, Susan, why are you training your clients? And she stopped. And David, I will never forget this. She put her hand on her hips. She leaned in and looked me in the eyes. And she said, I know why. Because you need the money. And if you don't train your clients, you won't have the money. And I was like, oh, and she said, are you going to look at network marketing or not? And I said, fine. When I get back from Malaysia, I will take a look. Well, fast forward time, we joined a company, and in that company, Jimmy Smith was one of the top leaders. I read his story and I was like, God, I would love to work with Jimmy Smith one day. Well, they made some changes in the products. The products weren't for me. And eventually that same woman recruited me into Isagenix. And when I reached out to find out who my upline was, I found out it was Jimmy Smith. And so that's how I got started in Isagenix. So that was back in 2003. I'm about to celebrate 17 years, David. 17 years. I joined when I was 5.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You're looking good. So, it's interesting when you talk about Jimmy as well, right? Because, a lot of people are looking for their final home. So people who have moved around the network marketing profession, and much like Jimmy was in 2 other companies before and found his final home. And I know he's like Papa Jimmy to you and like to me as well, right? But can you give us a couple of pointers before I sort of send you off into your training, which I'm so excited for? How many conversations have you had? So you go back to this 17 years ago. How many conversations do you think you've had?
That's a great question. So the last time I was in Australia, I taught organization. And for 17 years, I've kept these spiral notebooks. Now, I am half Chinese, so I've got to put a little coin on it for luck. But
it's red for luck.
It's red. I don't care. David knows I'm so quirky. With me, what you see is what you get. If we meet in a hallway at an event, as long as I don't have to use the blue, I'm just going to be what you see now. So I've been keeping red spiral notebooks for 17 years. And so every conversation that I've ever had in Isagenix, every person I've messaged, every person I've enrolled, every person I've taken to consultant and above, they're in there. So in terms of conversations, I average, not including group training, just one-on-one, I average about 3 to 5 a day. I just got off of one right now. So 3 to 5 a day, David, for 17 years, let's say Monday to Friday, and just do the math. Nonstop.
Well, someone else can put that in the chat if you're good with math. And so just because I talked about no earlier, what we make no mean, from those tens of thousands of conversations. And I know how disciplined you are. So I know when you say 3 to 5, some people will say it, but they don't always follow through with it because they don't keep a note of it. They think they did 3 to 5. How many no's do you think you've endured?
I don't even care. I only care about the, yeah.
Perfect. That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, did you hear that? I don't even care. So my last question before you train, how many millionaires have you created in your team?
42 millionaires. And of the first 10 consultants that took me to executive, 7 are still with me. One of them, Marlene, just became a grandma, and she just messaged me. I've been like checking in on her. She's never really built a business. She's done a long time ago. She's like, oh, I'm ready to build now. And and I just got off the phone with a gal who had used the product several years ago. And I messaged her and I said, don't you think it's time, Catherine, for us to revisit Isagenix? And she's like, absolutely. So I'm, a lot of people, David, I was backstage at an event, and it was a 20,000 person network marketing event. And I was doing a 3-way call. And I heard these girls going, oh, if I made as much money as Susan Sly, I still wouldn't be doing 3-way calls. And she's in the wrong company if she's still doing 3-way calls. And do you know what I said? You will never make as much money as me because you're not willing to do the work. Now, I know that sounds brash and arrogant, and I'm not an arrogant person, but it's the God's honest truth. Why would you care about the no's? Who cares? You focus on who says yes. Steve surfs. He cares about the waves. That's what he cares about, right? And so that's the, thank you, Tara. So that's the whole point of it. And I'm so excited. I worked on this training for all of you. I don't want to train on anything that's BS or nonsense. I want to train on what's working right now. All roads lead to Isagenix, what I'm about to train on. Any of you can do, if today is day 1, if it's day 1001, you can all do this. And so I am excited.
Well, off you go, kiddo. I'm really interested in the systems that you've created for developing leaders. So let's get started.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to, I always start all of my presentations with the compliance slide. And so everything I'm about to teach you, I will, share these resources. Only one I've created. The rest came from Isagenix Business. And I always start all of my trainings with the compliance slide because there's so much nonsense out there. There are people trying to take our Isagenix associates away, and they're posting stuff like, oh, so-and-so made all this money and whatever, blah, blah, blah. And it was interesting because the FTC came out with a list of companies they're watching because they're not compliant, and which company was not on the list? Isagenix. Hello. Anyway, so as I'm going to share this with you, I am going to be sharing some numbers. I'm going to be sharing some how-tos. I'm going to be sharing some goal outcomes. We're all here as a training, and we know this takes work, right? It takes work. That's me, whatever. All right. So we get into Isagenix, and we're excited. I see my friend Mary Leaf there, who's just a gorgeous girl inside and out. And, so many of you. And we start to have these dreams, and we never know when those dreams are going to be activated. It might happen at a meeting like this, and you hear Jen Patch, or you hear someone start to share, and suddenly you're thinking, I could live in Bali half the year, or I could retire my husband, or I could retire my wife, or I could take a year off and find the perfect husband or wife. You start to think about your dreams, or pay for your mom's house, or whatever it is. And it's exciting. One of the big things about leadership is every single day you have to look for more reasons to succeed than there are to fail. And what tends to happen to people is they become overwhelmed. There's not one, person who's ever achieved millionaire in Isagenix that hasn't been overwhelmed at one time or another. Sometimes it can happen because they come in, and people who started in, say, 2008, 2009, and all they had to do was post a before and after on Facebook, and they get 27 leads. They might not even know how to really build a business. Going back to the old school network marketing days, I I've run ads in USA Today, The Rob Report, which is a luxury magazine. I've cold called people out of the white pages. David and I used to do a training called Power Prospecting. We might do it again. It was 3 days. And we taught people how to really do this business. Like if social media didn't exist, how would you do this business? And I'm not saying you shouldn't do social media. You should do. You should look at all of the different aspects. But what sometimes happens is you come in and things start to work and then they stop working. Can any of you relate to that? And it happens, right? And that can be overwhelming. Or you can see a friend and suddenly they're rank advancing and you're not, and that can be overwhelming. Or you might have an unsupportive partner and that can be overwhelming. Or you might have children pulling at you, or, you know, all this life happening, and it can get overwhelming. And then suddenly you've been looking for reasons to succeed and you start looking for reasons to fail. And so one of the biggest things I'll share with you that I teach my team, and you know, I would consider all of you as my team. We're all a family. That every night you should fire yourself. Tonight, before you go to bed, fire yourself. And then first thing in the morning, the most important person to recruit is you. So how do you do this business for 17 years and have babies during it, and, you know, not always had support, especially in the beginning, I do now, and move countries and deal with immigration and putting kids through schools and having an autistic son and running companies and going to school. Like MIT this week, I have a huge final paper due, and they sent an email. They said, it'll probably take you 20 hours to write it. And I'm like, right? So how do you do all of that? I recruit myself every morning. And what I'm about to teach you and train you is just very basic stuff. And some of you are going to say, well, Susan, that's not rocket science. I was hoping you'd give me some magic pill or formula. There's nothing magical about it. The week that PETA went from 4-star to 7-star, I'll never forget this. I think it was in 2012. I had just been to Australia in the summer, and PETA was a 3-star back then. And she was at my training. We had a good chat. And she just did what was gritty. And one of the things I admire about her build is the Wellness Wednesdays, the getting on the phone with people, just the real organic doing the do. And that's what I'm about to teach you, how to take your business, regardless of where it is, and put it in a state of momentum and get yourself out of overwhelm. And I want you to write this down. With clarity and certainty, there can be no overwhelm. With clarity and certainty, there can be no overwhelm. And what that means, my friends, is that you, as long as you have systems, as long as you have a recipe to follow, you're going to have clarity and certainty, and the overwhelm goes away. And in the face of challenge, we can give up or get better. You are going to have challenges, and some of you might be having challenges right now, but you have a choice to give up or get better. And for myself, and I'm not perfect, I don't have all the answers, I'm just like an everyday person, but there's one thing I think that has really allowed me to achieve anything in my life, whether it's heal a broken relationship or be a better mom or build an Isagenix business, is when I'm challenged, I choose to get better, not to give up. Have people tried to recruit me over the years? Of course they have done. You know, have I been distracted at times? Of course I have been. But then I dig back in and I say, I want to be better. In this current COVID crisis, I was doing an interview yesterday on a big podcast show. And the woman said, what advice would you give to all of these women out there? And I said, I want you to focus on the woman you want to be on the other side of this and take steps every day to become her. Right? So I want all of you to focus on what it is you want this business to be and embrace that woman, that man you're going to become as that process. I want to take you down memory lane a little bit. David asked about my story. So it's so funny. I'm on social media, but I'm not obsessed with it. Why? Because I was the OG influencer on the internet. This was my website from 1995. I was one of the first health and fitness coaches online. And so I had clients that reached out to me from all over the place. And look how cool my website was. You know, we had a calorie burner calculator. We had all this stuff. That was me. I can still do the picture. So I was in that picture, I think I was 22 years old. And, you know, and I did that whole influencer thing, putting myself out there. And that website was up until 2004. And one of my consultants who I enrolled in 2003 came to me from this website, and she's still a consultant 17 years later. So, you know, I had been, like I mentioned, a professional athlete. I was a professional triathlete. I specialized in half Ironman distances. I raced for Canada many times. And throughout the whole process, I held myself to a certain standard. And I want you to write this down. We don't get our goals, we get our standards. We don't get our goals, we get our standards. So when my coach gave me a workout, my goal was to do the workout. It was my standard. And in my own life, I set standards for myself. I don't really compare myself to other people. I don't even know where I rank in the company right now, and don't tell me, because I don't want to know. It might change my standards. It might cause me to be distracted. Chasing number one in Isagenix is a moving target. I don't care. What I care about is retention. What I care about is team growth. What I care about is how many people we have at an event. If you focus on those things, the results and the awards and all of those things take care of themselves. So when I was introduced to Isagenix, I was living in this house, and I had really shrunk my dreams after I had gone through everything I did in 2000. And it was I was married before, and it was, I had a very public divorce, and it was written about in the newspaper. And I know what it's like to be tabloid fodder. And I walked down the street and people would look at me, and it was awful. I had to lay off 52 employees when I lost my business. And I still, to this day, it breaks my heart to think about that. And so by the time I had come through that, I was living now with my great love, Chris. We've been together for 20 years. We had 2 little kids. And when I got the call about Isagenix, I was angry. I was very, very bitter. I was disappointed. I had been with a network marketing company that had been closed, and it was shut down for claims. It was shut down by the FDA and then the FTC. So I wasn't the one making the claims. It was you think it's all innocent. What happened was, we used to have live recruiting calls, and I'd be running ads, and I'd 3-way people onto these calls. And one woman got on there, and the person would call for open testimonials. And this woman goes, "Oh, this product cured my arthritis." And there was an FDA auditor on there. The company got shut down. And then once again, I had to tell everyone what they weren't getting paid. And I was building a team in the Philippines, in Canada, the United States. It was awful. So I swore I was done with network marketing. However, when network marketing gets into you, you can't truly stop. You might go back to a job, you might do something else, but there's a part of you that changes forever. Just like how our lives changed after one person tried to bring a bomb through TSA in a liquid, and now no one can take liquids through any airport, any major airport in the world. Once network marketing gets into you and it shifts you in your fiber, once you're in the field and you have that feeling of starting to take back your control. The problem with COVID is not COVID. It's people feel like they're out of control. So they're drinking more, they're smoking pot, they're Netflixing, they're doing whatever they can to not feel. When you're in network marketing, you start to feel good, and people start to uplift you, and you start to feel like you control your destiny. I am in the corporate world every single day in artificial technology and machine learning, all day. I meet with massive companies because I'm part owner of a company. And I used to code in university. I actually worked on the first, some of you don't even know this, I worked on the first facial recognition algorithms and helped to code them in 1989, 90, and 91. And so I invested in this company, became part owner, blah, blah, blah. But I'm in these meetings and I see it all the time. People aren't cheering you on. They aren't lifting you up. They're not going, "Oh, Jenna, you're amazing." They're like, "Okay, thanks everyone. Have a great day. See you." And And I will tell you all that when this really gets into you and Isagenix and network marketing, there will be no other things. You might invest in real estate. You might invest in companies like David and I do. You might write a book. You might go and do mission trips, but there will be part of you that will never be fulfilled without what we have. And so I wanted to share that with you. And when I first started, my husband, Chris, he was not overly supportive because he didn't get it. And so my first people that I recruited were my friends in Toronto, and that was a 3.5-hour drive from my house. And so I was working in the day at a charity, and I'd message people at lunch. I'd follow up at night after the kids went to bed. Chris would be sending me emails saying, "You're going to get arrested. It's a scam." And, honestly, I had to tune it out, because one thing I didn't tell you was, with a gifted daughter and an autistic son, just the cost for all of their support, we couldn't afford it. We were living on $32,000 a year. Avery would get invited to a birthday party, and Chris and I would have a massive fight. And I had been used to making a lot of money before I got sick. I was a millionaire by definition at age 24 before I lost everything stupidly, because I had more arrogance than I did common sense. So I was humbled at this point, and I had to tune Chris out. So I go to work, and then I would wait for him to come home. I would drive to Toronto. Often we would have a fight. And at the en route station, this one on the way, I would be crying, and I'd have mascara running down my face, and I'd go into the restroom, and I'd get cleaned up. And then I'd arrive at Mara's house, her condo, and we'd do a presentation for girls. We'd serve wine and sushi. We'd play a video. It was like we'd never seen the video before. We must have watched it 100 times. It was an old VHS. And we'd sign everyone up. And then, this is like, at this stage of the game, I have no sacred cows. I'll just tell you everything. So everyone would enroll. They'd all leave. Mara and I would put on our pajamas. We'd watch Sex in the City, drink wine, eat tortilla chips. And then I'd get up at 3 a.m. and drive home so I could see my babies when they got up, and fight with my husband again. And I did it week after week after week. So what changed? My first check was $7. What changed was I had my standard, and my standard was, I'm going to pay for these kids and all the special things they need. And so I said to my husband, I said, listen, I'm going to get my products paid for. This is my last network marketing company. I'm going to be on auto ship for 7 years, and I'm going to treat it like a profession. And I did. And so every week I'd send my commission, $7. 1 week it was $0. 1 week, because we only had 9-day cleanses, I got $10 PIDs. All the stuff you guys have, we didn't have any of that. There were no rank advancement bonuses. I went Crystal Manager in the first 3 weeks. I got like nothing for it. I don't think I even cycled. My first check was a paper check they mailed to me from America. It took 3 weeks to get there, and Jim had signed it with a happy face, and I needed that $7, and I cashed it. And to this day, David, I have no regrets, but I regret not having that happy face check from Jim. I'm going to ask him to write me another one, because I really want that. Anyway, so, I kept sending it, and then, it went to $54, and then it went to $100, and I just kept on going and kept on going. And so what really built my belief, I know not everyone's seen this. Eric and David have seen it. So in 2004, we won a cruise. And so this is Kathy and Jim and Chris and I on the cruise. And if you think Susan's probably had some cocktails, I think I had done. And it was just, once Chris met Jim and Kathy and the Smith family, that's when he really became supportive, and he realized that this was a real family and a real culture. And that's how my business really began. And so fast forward time, these are 4 of my kids. My son AJ was told he would never go to uni. He was told he would probably never graduate high school. He's just been accepted into an honors program at a local uni here. And my daughter Avery, she's graduating ASU with a marketing degree. And none of my children will have student loans. Last year, the tuitions totaled after tax, 190,000 US dollars. All the kids go to private school. You'll never see me flashing a Bentley, or I don't own a Bentley, but you'll never see me doing that stuff on social media. It's not me, because the only thing I care about with my commissions after tithing, paying for our house and doing all that is that my kids have no loans and they have the support they need. That's the only thing I care about with the money. Everything else, I'm not that person. I do like a nice handbag and shoes, girls. You do know that. But again, I'm not going to flash all that stuff. This is very personal to me. And so David asked about my numbers. Here is the summary: 21 calls to get me to join. It took Deborah 21 phone calls. Love her. So grateful. I made a list of 75 people. Only 3 said yes. It was heartbreaking. I joined Isagenix in 2003. 7 of my first consultants are still paid as consultant, 42 millionaires on our team. So that's the story. And so I want to get into training, and I'm going to get you guys into a place of momentum. I'm going to share with you some real tangible things you can do to build your business. And we're going to do that. And then I'm going to throw it back to you, David. So before I came into Isagenix in my previous company, one of my friends, we were at a conference, and I was pretty new in the industry. And even though I had this great sales background, I didn't have a huge network marketing background. And he sat me down. He said, "Susan, have you heard of the 4 mental enemies?" And I said, "No, Guam, I haven't." And he said, "Susan, once you know these and you know that they're going to happen, there's an anticipation, they're going to happen, you can defeat them, because one of the things that is written that if you can call your enemy by name, you own him." And what happens when we're in our head, as David says, you know, in your head, you're dead. When we're in our head, we can't call the enemy by name, because we keep telling ourselves it's us. What's wrong with me? I'm a loser. I can't do this. It's not. There are 4 mental enemies. Let me walk through them quickly, make some notes. So the first one's apathy. You're going to feel apathetic. There are going to be days where you just don't feel like doing it. That's why I teach people to set micro goals. Okay, I'm going to send 5 messages today, whatever that is. You're going to have times when your team is apathetic. You're going to have times when you don't feel like going to the event. You don't feel like getting on a training. You don't feel like ordering the new seasonal product that just came out. Whatever. You don't feel like doing a cleanse day. You know what's going to happen. You own it. You say, "Hey, apathy, I know you're going to be here, but I'm going to own you. I'm going to own your ASS. You don't own me." And you talk to it. You speak it. You own it. Get rid of it. Rejection. You're going to have rejection. That's why I said I really don't care about the no's. I only care about the yeses. So however many no's to get to the yes, because I know what we have. I'm so convicted. I know in my heart what we have. There's no other company out there, and I'm not just saying this because Eric's here. Eric and I have known each other a very long time. I know what we have. There are no owners in network marketing like Jim and Kathy. I live down the street from Jim and Kathy, and I'm not saying that to impress you. I see Kathy often. I see her doing 3-way calls. I see her, you know, when she is like out power walking in the morning in our neighborhood, calling all of you, congratulations. You know, that doesn't happen at any other company. So why do I care about rejection? I don't care, because I know what we have, and I feel very sad for the people who don't. That's the bottom line. When people leave, I actually think it's hilarious, because I'm a businesswoman looking at a profit and loss of another company, looking at who owns that company. Is it owned by real humans or investment bankers? Looking at all sorts of different things. I just don't care. I just don't anymore. I used to take it personally, but I call it by name. "Oh, rejection, you're here." I laugh. I had a phone appointment booked with someone today. They no-showed. I actually friggin' laughed. And you might say, "Well, Susan, that's because you're, you know, whatever, a 17-star platinum." No, it's because I've been doing this for 17 years and I've been rejected in every way possible. So no one can come up with a new way to reject me. Why do I care? Deception. People are going to lie to you. They're going to leave your team. They're going to tell you they're going to show up on a call. They're going to show up at an event, and they don't. "Oh, I'll be at your in-home," which we aren't doing now, but if we were, they're not there. "I'll be at your Wellness Wednesday." They're not there. "Oh, you're the greatest person." And then you find out they're talking smack about you behind your back. Who friggin' cares? People are going to lie about you. Write this down. Money doesn't change who you are. It only amplifies what's already there. If you're a git, which I love that word. It's a British word. If you're a git, you're just going to be a bigger git with more money. And I see this all the time. I was a decent human when I was poor. So I hope I'm still a decent human now that I have more money. Like, whatever. Deception's going to happen. If someone's freaking lying to you on the way into your business, why do you care if they're coming in your business or not? Yeah, I'll look at your video. Did you look at the video? Yeah, and you know they didn't. Oh, you know, like, who cares? You guys have to have a thick friggin' skin. It doesn't, like, you're friggin' Australian. Like, you're supposed to be, like, trust me, everyone, you know, living in America, they're like, oh, I want to go to Australia. That's where all the hot people are. Like, you're supposed to be this, like, glamorous group of people who are amazing. You gave us the Hemsworth brothers. My goodness, right? But no, people are going to lie to you. It's going to happen. And attrition, people are going to leave. People are going to drop out of your business. It's just going to happen. I just went through one of my Facebook groups. I just purged a whole bunch of people, and I was like, oh. And I did a post, and I said, I'm cleaning house. If you're not engaged, if you're not, and I know what you're thinking, Susan, you're a horrid person. Like, social media has to be a safe, friendly place. And for a lot of people, it's not. But my groups for my team have to be a safe haven. They have to be a place that I feel good about inviting people to. And if you're not a good human, you're out of there. And so those are the 4 mental enemies. And I just want to check in the chat. What are you getting from this? What are you getting from this? Oh, I freaking love you too, Luella. Thank you. Thank you. Awesome. Yeah. Thank you. All right. You guys, yeah, it's time to purge. Just freaking purge. All right, let's get into it. So massive action neutralizes negative emotion. What I'm about to share with you is what we refer to as a grow week. So when we're in massive action, there's no time to be in our head. We're just going, 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 and that's what we do. So how to do a grow week. So what is a grow week? A grow week is a dedicated week where you rally a group of your team members around growing. It's not just growing their business, it's growing themselves emotionally and physically. And so we're in the middle of a grow week right now. We just came out of our highest volume week that we have had in over 2 years. Our team last week, I have to look. We brought in over 1,000 people last week. Like, we're in a massive grow week right now. And I'm going to share with you how we do it, because everything I'm about to teach you is available to you. And it's my joy to give it to you. So when we're thinking, we used to call them push weeks, but that had this energy to it that was like intense. And so a grow week means we're growing together, we're learning together, we're laughing together, we're crying together, and that's what we're doing, and we're committed to growth. So here are the steps on how to do the grow week. Then I'm going to show you our resources. So you have to decide first and foremost, you've got to start planning this a few weeks out. Decide what you want and why. So number of new members might be a good grow week goal. A rank advancement might be a good one. A financial goal. For me, it's just the number of leader and action points. So we have our sheets printed out. And my goal this week is 33 leader and action points. And because Fiji, hello, that's like the best thing ever. But it's got to be quantifiable. So it might be the number of new consultants, but it has to have a definitive number to it. And you have to get clear, because you're the leader. Even if you have one person following you, you're the leader. And I've seen cross-line teams do this. Back when I taught max out training in Bali to the Aussies, this was a concept that I had introduced then. So it's an old concept with a lot of, new possibilities. So what you're going to do is you are the leader. So you can do this with some other team members. You've got to get organized. So I'm going to teach you what all these things are. So you organize your power hours. So what we do this week, so I use a paper diary, because if it isn't written down, it isn't happening. And also, if you're ever audited, and the last time I was there, I did a lot of research on Australian tax law. So if you're ever audited, you can turn in your diary to show what it is you're actually doing. So I've been planning this for weeks. So we have a power hour every single day. And I'll tell you in a moment what a power hour is. Scheduling the Zoom, scheduling an opportunity presentation. Are there some corporate events to rally around? Is there a new product launch coming, a promotion? And then you're the one who has to book the week. Before you tell anyone about it, it's about you. And so this is what a power hour is. So what we do on power hours is we bring people together and they work. So we start with, right now we have hundreds of people joining them every single day. We start with intentions and a prayer. I actually pray over people, but I say, listen, if you don't believe in God, cool. You just please send good vibes to frontline healthcare workers, to whoever you want. We've had so many people crying in the prayer. It's not religious. I just want to be clear. It's just there. I get all these messages like, it's the best time of my day. I know that I'm so supported, so cared for. I'm getting a little emotional about it. And so we start it. And then we right away have people message, 2 or 3 people just checking in with you. How are you doing? Would love to catch up with you. We send gratitude messages. We invite people to online events. I'll take questions about this after. People come with their list. And so this week we had 5 power hours, but these are some guests. We had Kathy on Monday. We've had Jim. We've had Jimmy Smith. We've had Travis Ogden. Tomorrow I have Dr. Del Rey Messer. She's cross-lined to me. I was thinking about Del Rey. She's a good friend, and she messaged me. She's like, is there anything I could do for your team? I mean, talk about class, right? She's not even linked to me. I'm like, as a matter of fact, Del Rey, would you help lead a power hour? So what happens is the guests come, they do 5 minutes of training. We do 5 minutes of working. They train for 5 minutes, and we're averaging, every person showing up is averaging 10 messages per power hour. So if you have 200 people on, it's 2,000 messages. And at first, when we first started them at the beginning of COVID, not a lot is happening right away because people are freaked out about COVID. They're so uncertain, right? And now we're starting to see those early messages we sent weeks ago, just checking in with people, touching base. Those are starting to be the recruiting that we're starting to see. So then we made, a banner for our Facebook group. We just used our business group. We rallied everyone around Grow Week and, come do this. You can make a banner on Canva or whatever you want to do it. And then you're just rallying your team around the cause. These are some, one of the posts, who's going for Fiji? And we coincided this with the first week of the Leader in Action. And then, this is one of our CEOs. So I have a group just for our executives and above. There are hundreds of executives on our team. That is their safe place. There's no one allowed in that group. And this is one of our executives who's been with me a long time. And she was like we get everyone organized. And she's like, I've got my HelloFresh. I've got my board up. I've got my Isagenix. It's so cool. And so everyone's posting, they're getting excited. They're anticipating the week. And then what we do is we have people print out off of isagenixbusiness.com. We have them print out the enrollment forms, and then we have them staple the new associate checklist to the back. And so we ask them to print out 10 of each. New member checklist. This is all in Isagenix Business. And we number them. So I've enrolled 3 so far, and I've got numbers 1 to 10. Then we do the Leader in Action worksheet. And I'll show you after. There's a Grow Week check sheet. So I'll share it. I told Foxy I would share it with you guys. So there's a Grow Week check sheet. And so it starts the weekend before Grow Week. And it just says, make a list of over 100 people, print out your applications, get your groceries, do your meal prep, do your laundry, clean up your whiteboard, connect with your vision, have a conversation with your family. There was an opportunity presentation that Kathy and Susan Miller and I did. We wanted people to watch that again, just to get them excited, get some rest, some self-care, get your kids all taken care of. And then clean up your groups to get ready for Grow Week. So you want to have your product group that is for customers and prospects, and then your business group where you're running all the business stuff for Grow Week. Ask your team members to help. So I asked my team leaders, can you be posting in there? Can you share? Can you come help and train in Grow Week? I don't have an ego around it. Like, I honestly, whatever day it was, not last Friday, the Friday before, there was something going on that I with AJ, and my team kicked me off the Grow Week. They kicked me off not the Grow Week, the Power Hour. They said, Susan, we love you. You have been showing up every day for us. Get the heck off of this. We've got this. Go be a mom, do what you need to do. And then in your groups, you want to have posts happening every 30 minutes. I have one gal, all she does is post recipes in there. That's her thing. She loves it. This is one of the gals I enrolled. She's starting her 30-day system. We're celebrating. We're doing this stuff. Then we are doing contests, getting ready for Grow Week, just to re-engage the group. So these are all compliant contests. This is in a group, not in a prospecting group. This is in, your team, it's in your product group, but it's re-engaging people. It's not on your wall. So share your shake. This is one I did. Just post, the kind of, could someone mute the people who are talking? That'd be great. Thanks. Share your shake. And they would win. They would just post a photo of what they put in their shake, just to get different product ideas for people who are watching. You have to be an existing customer to win, because it's considered solicitation if a prospect wins. So existing customers, before and afters. We did post your at-home workout, and they're winning ISA products, ISA Delights, the Try-Release Shake. Like, it's not rocket science. You write those products off that you're giving away. And then what are the numbers? So what we encourage is, during Grow Week, it is 1 week of massive action. So 20 outbound messages a day. Your goal is to book 5 appointments a day. Posting on your personal page 1 or more times a day. Engagement posts. You can just Google engagement posts and do that. We cleanse the Monday and Tuesday. We work in 90-minute blocks. And I just want to share this story about my friend Mike. So Mike was someone I met when I first moved to Arizona 6 years ago, and he was my personal trainer. Anyway, he left where we were working out of and started a different training business. And he had tried Isagenix, and we would touch base now and again, but he was actually in another network marketing company, a travel company. So one of the things in Grow Week that happened was we, at the beginning of COVID, we said, just be a good human and start messaging people you haven't spoken to in a long time and just check in. So first week of Power Hours, I was just like, Mike, how are you doing? He's like, oh my gosh, it's so great to hear from you. So for 3 weeks, because we've been doing Power Hours now for a month, for 3 weeks, Mike and I would just text, and I wasn't trying to be all Isagenix. If you don't mention Isagenix, it's not going to come up. So on last Monday's Power Hour, I said to Mike, Mike, are you open to re-exploring Isagenix again? And he said, actually, absolutely. Let's talk. So we spoke. We got him re-enrolled on Thursday of last week. I sent him a welcome pack, like the documents I send. And then we walked through ACMDE on Saturday. He just went consultant last night, and he's so excited. So I'm still doing the do. It's not, it's just real stuff that all of you can do. It's so duplicatable. When I'm walking a new member through, after I do the no associate checklist, I'm asking the magic questions, I'm just sending them this sheet, the Crystal Executive Planner, and that's what I walk them through. And I show them how to make money and, based on their goal. And I'm just meeting them where they're at. And then what our Grow Week looks like this week, we knew we'd be hot messes. We have our Power Hours every day. We have the seasonal catalog launch. Most of my team is in Canada. So I was also managing emotions. I had people who were really ticked off, that spelled PISSED off, that were really ticked off because there was no VIA in Canada, and they were mad. And I just had to manage those emotions. And I'm like, listen, when Bia does come to Canada, you're going to kick the Americans' butt. So, you know, whatever, get over it and just focus on what you have. And I'm sorry I have to say that with love, but that's just the way it is. We had a big opportunity night presentation. I streamed it into our product group, and it was 30 minutes. And then we put it up on our team training site, so it's on demand. Before I did it, I reached out to Justin Powell at corporate and Sharon and Kathy, and I just got their best tips, because with so much compliance in the FTC looking at all the companies, I wanted to make a really great compliant presentation. And so I sent it to them after I did it. They're looking at it now, 30 minutes, and I got the best reviews for anyone I've ever done. And then we have the Virtual ISA Academy on Friday. So that is it. That is what Grow Week is. All of the documents we use, they're, except for the team one, which I'll send to Foxy, they're all available to you. And we're having a lot of fun. We're supporting each other as a community. If you want to see what a Grow Week looks like, I have it up. There's no opt-in for it. I'll just show it very quickly if you ever want to watch this. We make all of our trainings available to all of Isagenix. We might stop if people from other companies start to use them, but I will just show this to you right now, because that way, I know some of you will want to message me, and I would just prefer, it would just be overwhelming. I would just prefer to just give you the resources as my gift of love for you, because I have a special affection for Aussies. So this is our team site, and you just go on the vlog here, and it just may take a moment to load. And here, so these, you just scroll down. So this is a 30-minute one. This is that one. Preparing for a Grow Week, all you do is click get instant access, and then you just watch it on Vimeo. There's no opt-in. If you want to see what a power hour looks like, we have one I did with Kathy, one I did with Jim. This one's really amazing. Jimmy is just audio. His video wasn't working, but here's one where Tanis talks about how to do Facebook groups and, you know, whatever. So it's all there for all of you. It's my pleasure just to share our resources with you, because I'll just finish with this and turn it back to David. I've been here 17 years. I'm not freaking going to another company. I'm not recruitable. And yeah, so as I said, you know, whatever, I just am beyond nonsense and drama. And if these resources help you to grow your business and you pass me one day, that's awesome. I probably won't know, because again, I don't even know where I am in the company, and I don't care. So anyway, with David, I'll pass that back to you.
Hey, that was a lot. It was so great. I want to ask you a quick question. I'm sure it's on people's minds. How often do you do a Grow Week, and why do you think they're so successful? I know you alluded to it right at the beginning, but just to give people a reason, because they can hear all that and think, oh my gosh, but they could do versions of this, right? But the fact they can go to your site and they can actually see and structure each thing, but you know, how often do you actually run them?
Well, this was the first one we had done in a couple of years. We had, as a family, there were a couple of things that happened after I went to Africa a few years ago. I was very sick and I was in bed. Not a lot of people know that. I almost died. My organs were shutting down. And it's taken several years for me to feel well again. So I hadn't run one. My team had run them in little pockets. This is the first big one we've done in a long time. But generally speaking, it would be every quarter would be a lot, but definitely a couple times a year. Great times to do them would be coming out of Australia Celebration. Again, if there's a promotion. What I'm going to do after this one, David, is reconvene with the leaders and say, when do you want to do it one again? We may do one in Canada when we get the BIA, because that would just be a great opportunity for us to do one, because we know there's going to be a lot of volume happening. So. Yeah.
That's awesome. And you know what, I know we talked a lot about the mind here, you know, we sort of led into that, but I know that there's sort of common mindset challenges that leaders have. And I know that, again, you're really masterful. Well, you're masterful at so many things, but the idea of growing people is something that you've really got a handle on. And part of the energy that you exuded in the beginning, and that kind of like, you know, don't put up with any crap. That's where I saw a lot of it. I mean, the chat was just blowing up. People were really responding to that strength and that clarity and that certainty. But what are some of those common challenges in the mind that you're dealing with leaders?
Yeah, I think, David, the book, The Four Agreements, you and I have spoken about this a lot, right? How David and I bonded was over a fight. Our first time we met, gosh, what year was that? 2005.
15 years ago.
Yeah, and it was really our relationship, David and I, our relationship were really quite like brother and sister. It was founded on in the Four Agreements, being impeccable to your word. And I take that very seriously. So from a mindset piece, I would say to everyone, you should read the book or listen to it. It's lovely to listen to. But it starts with you. You have to be impeccable to your word. That's where it really begins. And so if you say you're going to do this and you're going to show up, and no matter what's going on, as messy as it is, people know that with you, what they see is what you get. And for me as a leader, I'm tremendously vulnerable. I am, last Tuesday, like many of you, I have children graduating. And for my son, because of all the things we've gone through, now we're dealing with virtual graduation. And like David, I've traveled all over the world. I've seen children picking garbage, to eat out of garbage bins. And I was feeling a pity party because I wasn't going to get to see my son have his graduation dinner or virtual graduation. I was like, this is BS. And I had a moment, and I reached out to one of our leaders, Carolyn Rodriguez, and I was crying. I said, Carolyn, I'm having a really tough time, and I can't show up the way people need me to show up right now. Will you take this over? And she did. She did the handling objections. She did a beautiful job, probably better than I would have done. And I would also say it's about that vulnerability. There's a huge difference, a massive difference, and I want everyone to write this down, between vulnerability and weakness. Because weakness is, I need something. I need attention. I need you to feel sorry for me. I am a needy person. Vulnerability says, I'm impeccable to my word. I'm showing up. Even if I'm a hot mess, even if I'm a bit teary today, even if no matter what I'm going through, I'm just going to be a little bit stronger than I think I can be today, but not in a way that overpowers someone else, right? So that's what I would say about mindset. I mean, I just read the book. Be that.
Well, I love about that because Don Miguel Ruiz, or Miguel as his real name, he's a friend of mine, and when I interviewed him, I find it interesting is that when we think about being impeccable with our word, one of a few things that I've adopted in my life is talk about people as if they're standing next to you. Stab your friends in the face, not in the back. In other words, if you have something to say, have the courage to go and say it to someone, or don't say it at all. But I love the idea about always believing that someone, if they were standing right there, what would you say if they were standing right next to you? But this impeccability, I think and my son, Ben, I did an interview with him one time because he lied to me, and Ben never lies to me. And I was just so shocked. And so I actually brought Ben on the show, and I asked him to read the Four Agreements. And what Ben brought up, which I thought was incredible, because I think at the time he was only 13, he said, look, Dad, what I took away from this was I have to be impeccable with the words I speak to myself. He said, and then I can have the impeccability with others. And Susan, I'm getting goosebumps even saying this out loud, because we think about being impeccable with our word is what we say externally. But I'm actually saying being impeccable with my word is what I say internally and externally, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that some of the things we're facing in Isagenix is that there's a crisis of people not being impeccable to their word, right? And, one of many things I love about Eric is impeccable to his word. That Kathy is impeccable to her word. If Kathy says she's showing up, and she'll do a 3-way call at 7 a.m. And I think that the standard is so high at the highest levels of this company that we don't have to look externally for the role models, for the mindset, because it's all here, right? And it is going to be a lifelong pursuit. I know some of you have mentioned Brene Brown. You know, I love Brene Brown. It is going to be a lifelong pursuit to be that person, that man or woman you're capable of being. And just when you think you are, you will be tested.
Yeah.
I'm tested all the time. One thing that I think in any corporate meeting anyone knows about me is I've probably said it to your face, right? And Sharon will call me and she'll say, what do you think of this? And she knows, I'll just tell her, because I don't want to be that person that's saying one thing and then saying something over here, right? So,
well, the thing is, you know, when we talk about an emotional bank account, you know, we have them with everyone. And when we understand how to fill that up, it's by contribution. You're always giving it, and that's what you do. You serve. Steve's like that. You know, I believe I'm like that. Eric's like that. You serve people. That way, when you reach out to someone, people are always willing to help people who serve a lot. But I do think we have there's only a certain amount of coins in each bank. And they're so easy to discard. Every time you say yes and you don't show up, every time you're late, all these things, it's either, you know, either live life at a standard or raise the standard. And I think that's what Eric's going to really be demonstrating. I feel it. You could feel it in him today, and you feel it in him all the time. There's this certainty that's in him, but it's like Eric is stepping into a 2.0 Eric. And I think it's that thing where each one of us have the opportunity to look in the mirror and say, what is my 2.0? How do I raise my standard? And because when we live with impeccability, I mean, again, it's not only sexy, it's rewarding in so many levels. But Susan, let me ask you another question. What are some of the most common traits that the people who embrace network marketing, who embrace this as a profession, what are some of the common traits you're seeing in those people that kind of come in and say, yep, I see this path?
Yeah, that's a great question. I have friends who are top income earners in other companies. So the first one is they have their blinders on and they don't leave their company. So I have a friend, she's in a company, she's not recruitable, really good friend. Her company has filed Chapter 11, which is bankruptcy. And they have gone through 5 different owners, several different comp plan changes, and she's made $30 million or more, and she's never left and she's not going anywhere. So that's the first thing. I have another friend, he's been with his company for almost 40 years. He's made, I don't know, $50 million or something. He's not going anywhere. So that it's the first thing. The company jumpers, they don't do well. They just don't, because eventually they take people with them, but they take themselves everywhere they go. And people are on their own journey. It's not judgmental by any stretch of the imagination. But when I decided that I was going to be an Isagenix millionaire, I was an Isagenix millionaire, so I'm not recruitable. And which is awesome, because you're going to have highs and lows. It just happens. So it's the first one. You've got to be committed. You've got to be loyal. Second one is you put your blinders on. So it goes back to those 4 mental enemies. All of my friends, myself included, I'm in a group chat with women in different companies who all make over $1 million a year. We've all lived those 4 mental enemies, David. So we were just like, yeah, whatever. My same friend whose company, Chapter 11, one of her big legs, they all left and went to another company. And I said, so how did you deal with that? She said, I prayed over them and I forgave myself. And after everyone left, she actually had her record year. She made even more money that year. And so that would be the next thing. You've got to think of yourself both as corporate and in the field. I've sat on many field advisory boards. I'm currently sitting on the Canadian Field Advisory Board, and I do think corporately. I think about supply chain issues. I think about global team management. I think about the optics based on what's going on. What are the trends? I don't think about my team. If I did, I probably wouldn't be here right now with all of you, giving you just, here's my team website, use it or don't use it, whatever. So I tend to think very globally. People who call themselves leaders, David, but they're on stage going, my team this, my team that, my team this, usually behind the scenes, they're the ones complaining the most. The other thing I would say is this is a marathon, not a sprint. This is a long game, right? So you've got to pace yourself, but that doesn't mean being lazy. You've got to get off your arse. We have something we call AIC. It actually stands for ass in chair. So what that means is during our power hour, you don't get out of your chair. Your ass is in that chair and you're messaging, you're doing your 20 messages, it's the ass in the chair. And so we have a philosophy that we all spend an hour every day with our ass in a chair. 1 hour, right? And so I could go on and on about leadership. Those are just a few things off the top of my head. And the other thing I would say is don't be a total idiot. If someone's talking about another leader to you, then you need to tell them to shut the F up. Like, I'm not even kidding. This is me as I am in my real life. You have to tell them, I'm not interested. Anything that happens in Isagenix, people will be like, oh, did you hear so-and-so? No, I didn't, because no one gossips to me because they know I don't care and I don't want to listen to it. At the end of the day, gossip doesn't pay my bills. It doesn't put my kids through school. And I'm here to represent all of Isagenix, not just Susan Sly. So you've got to stop with that nonsense. If you have time to gossip, you need to be making a lot more money. You should be at a higher rank if you have time to gossip.
I love it. Love it. I want to say something on this people leaving thing. It has happened. It's happened in Australia. I want to address it and look in the camera and just tell you something, really, from my heart of hearts, right? It's like, watch what happens when there's an exodus of people go. It's like cleaning up or weeding a garden. Kathy said this to me the other day. And watch what happens right afterwards. Look at this. Some of the best weeks we've had in years have just occurred because you got rid of that. The reason people leave is because they can't fit in here. And with a culture that's so kind and so loving and so supportive. Look, Susan's here training you all. Jen's here. And in a moment, we're going to end this call and we're going to do an extra half an hour of your questions, right? And because that's how this culture is. And so when people go, the part that, if I'm going to be honest, and Steve, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, the part that pisses me off is this. Some of the people who leave have made millions of dollars in our company, and they didn't even phone Kathy and say thank you. That tells me everything about these people. It's like, get out, go,
Yeah.
go.
I need to
Be gone. And please, you're going to take all that poison and all that crap with you. And any of you are tempted to go there, it's because you're scared right now. Because you're going to have to learn this profession. So learn it from people like Jim and Kathy and Eric and Susan and Jen. Learn it from them. People who have stood the test of time, people who stand by integrity, people who like that little first check you got with a little smiley face on it. The fact that the owner of a company is going to take the time to put a smiley face on that check, and it made an imprint on Susan's heart. So again, if you hear of anyone who's out there and you're going to hear them online and they're going to be saying how great it is there, first of all, don't believe a word they say. Because guess what? They're in the habit of not having integrity. They're in the habit of not being that type of person to tell the truth. Otherwise, they wouldn't go, because they'd say, hey, listen, I see the loyalty. This person, this company's paid me so much money over so much time, week after week after week after week. How do you believe what they say anyway? So anyone can say anything online. But in the end of the day, look at the results. So I haven't had a big vent about this, but I just want to have a little vent
now. I get to have a vent, because it's like, okay, we're just going to have a little purging here.
All right.
If someone's
then we'll give Jen a chance.
Yeah, okay. If someone's gossiping to you, it means they're gossiping about you. That's number one. This is not, I have dealt with so many companies rating Isagenix. I don't care. So we just had our highest week, and we have people who left Isagenix, people who I trained and mentored, who hugged me back friggin' stage and were like, I love you. I'm praying for you. And then you go and raid my effing team, and we had our highest week after you raided our team. That's all I have to say. So my bottom line is, don't stand on a stage. Be impeccable to your word. Don't tell people you love them, or don't tell someone you're praying for them and not do it, because that speaks volumes about your character. If you say you love someone, really friggin' love them. If you say this is your home forever, be your home forever. Be that person. Be impeccable to your word. And so again, it's not about people who just left. I have dealt with this in several companies, and interestingly enough, 3 of the companies that rated Isagenix, they all went bankrupt.
Yeah, let's talk about that. But anyway, I want to, just because I want to put people's time, I'm going to hand it back to Steve, and we're going to stay on later and do a little Q&A here. Before I do, Susan, I want to say this to you. You know, you and I, we fought, and our friendship is stronger because of it. Because when we fought, when we had our disagreement, we came together and we talked about it, and we made it right. And great leadership is about that. It's not about making mistakes. We're all going to make those mistakes, but it's about learning these traits, the things we talk about. It's like, you know, we talk about them. They're not made up things. You and I had a big fight. We were able to sit down and navigate it and find a pathway to a great friendship, a deep respect. And I want to just say thank you for taking your time. You're here training a lot of people that are not in your financial team. And I just want to hand over to Steve right now and just tell you, Susan and Jan, how much I love you both.
I love you too. And we fought because we both wanted each other to be better. I wanted you to be better and you wanted me to be better. And that's why we'll probably never fight again, because on the other side of that, we pushed each other to get better. So.
All right, Stevie, over to you, my friend.
Thanks, mate. Well, firstly, thank you so much, Susan. I've really missed you, my friend. It's been such a treat to have you with us for the Aussies and the Kiwis today. I just feel so fired up and lit up just from that. 40 minutes we got to spend with each other. I just was watching the chat just go absolutely insane here for you. And just so much absolute truth, integrity, gold that was just delivered there. One thing though I do want to ask you was, before you joined the call today, we were talking a little bit about mindset. And you talked about it in the beginning about, you fire yourself every night and you're the first person that you need to re-enroll or re-recruit every single morning. I'd love for you to maybe share with our friends here, what is Susan Sly's morning ritual look like? Because I know you have that sacred time in the morning.
Oh, I do. Your biceps look fantastic, by the way. Like,
mate, I'm on my second day cleanse because I got a little isolation chubby.
Yeah, which for Steve is like he went from 3% body fat to 3.25. So mornings are sacred. So I was very fortunate when he was alive to share the stage 3 times with Jim Rohn, and Jim was Tony Robbins' mentor. And so I learned a lot from Jim Rohn in terms of focus and planning. And so I don't ever start my day without having planned the next day the night before. So what I do is, and David stayed at my house, so he's seen me do it. So before I finish the day, I make sure I've done at least 10 items of gratitude. If there's something I haven't filled in, like all the meetings and this meeting and different things like that, I'll go back and I'll fill it all in. I'm really obsessed with different colored pens right now. That's my coronavirus obsession, is pens. I went to Staples and I bought every color of pen that they have. And then I get intentional before I step out of my office, before I go have dinner with the kids, and I'll say, okay, what do I want? I ask myself these questions. What do I want to manifest tomorrow? Who do I need to be to manifest that? And what is the gift, the greatest gift I can give myself tomorrow? And so sometimes the answer is grace. Sometimes it's 90 minutes of working out. Today it was only 30 on the Peloton, but tomorrow it might be 2 hours. And then I sit with that, and then I plan my day. When I wake up in the morning, I go make some black coffee and I sit in my living room and I pray and I meditate. And usually it's now 45 minutes. And I go into such a deep meditation that Chris could be grinding coffee beans. It could be whatever. I don't even hear him. And I don't get out of the meditation, Steve, until I'm clear. What I mean by clear is the following questions. Who do I need to forgive today? Who do I need to send love to today? Even someone who might not be that loving toward me. Everyone who's left Isagenix, I've sent love to them. Some of them have been in my home. Some of them have played with my kids. I have sent love to every one of them. And I wish them well, as long as they don't hurt us, right? Then I go into my office, I'll do some writing, I'll look at my schedule. And if there's something in my diary that's not in alignment with who I want to be and what I want to manifest, I will send a message to that person. I'll cancel the meeting. And then I will get a workout in, get my kids ready for their stuff. And then it's ass in the chair and I go. And that's what it looks like every day. Even on Sunday, I get up at 5 a.m. Yeah.
I love it. And I mean, every time I listen to your bio, Susan, it's just so impressive. It's incredible. Your journey is senseless. It's just phenomenal. It truly, truly is. You could have quit, years ago, and you could have been living on an island, sipping a cocktail on a yacht, and still be fine with the rest of your life. What is it that keeps you going? What is it that kind of keeps you wanting to learn more, keeps you wanting to grow more? And you always show up, you lead by example, right? Every time there's a crystal reset, I always hear you say, I'm going to go executive again. What is it that just keeps you up leveling all the time?
Well, aren't we going to have cocktails on the beach in Fiji, right?
Okay.
I don't want this to sound trite. It's the people, but it's also the standard I hold to myself. The world is changing. And 2 years ago, I said to my team, Isagenix is going to go through a rebirth. And we're going to have a couple tough years, just to be transparent. People will leave. The company is going to refocus. They're going to do new products. They're probably going to hire some new people, fire some new. This wasn't anything that I was hearing from corporate. It was just me in the industry, seeing the world, everything that was happening with technology. And I said, so it's going to be a bumpy ride, but you've got to figure out what these next 2 years, you're going to get stronger, you're going to get better, and then we're going to come out of this. And so knowing that, for me, it's really the people. The people are amazing, and sometimes they can be exhausting, right? And peach mango shake, Canadians texting me because they didn't get peach mango shake and the Americans did. And I was like, then one person was like, what is this new Zija project? I said, Google it. I just okay. But at the end of the day, it's the people, it's the community, and it's who I get to become in the process. It's a privilege. And the world is changing. As David mentioned, I'm currently studying at MIT. It's tough. If anyone wants to write my final essay, I'll do it. And the world is changing. By 2030, it was said 800 million jobs would be displaced by artificial intelligence and machine learning. And these are accountants, radiologists, law clerks. I mean, these are very highly paid professions that are getting replaced by machines. And when I started to understand that, I knew that network marketing would have a regenesis, it would have a rebirth, and it would be different because we're going to see a whole educated workforce that's out of work. And what COVID did is it shortened that timeline, because a lot of companies, because they can't bring people back to work, they're spending millions of dollars on machine learning to replace their humans with machines. And these aren't factory drivers and Uber drivers. They're very educated people. So I feel an obligation, Steve, to help as many people as I can. And that's I think David's noticed, a lot of people noticed after I came back from being sick. And especially, at the end of last year, I said, I must be an ambassador for network marketing, and I must be an ambassador for Isagenix, because I just feel like if people really understood what is happening with technology, some nights I can't sleep because I'm thinking about all of the people that I have to help. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If that makes sense.
Oh, so much so. And Susan, I know that every single person that you bring in, 1,000 people deep in your organization, you have this deep level of care and responsibility for them, the same as you did for the person you brought in 17 years ago. And I think that's just such a gold piece of juice that we can learn from about that, because I see so many people just bringing in quick retail kind of you know, onto the next, onto the next, onto the next. And you've never, ever done that. And I love that so much about you. So there's such a great learning that we can do from that. The second thing I wanted to ask you was about being 2 feet in. And like many of our leaders around the world, you know, we have some phenomenal leaders at Isagenix, but you particularly are just so committed to this company, so committed to Isagenix. You're 2 feet in all of the time. How painful is it when you're on the fence and you're half a foot in, half a foot out? How painful is it for your team? How painful is it for your family when you're just either in or you're out? Can you speak to that?
Such a great question.
That's a great question. It's interesting because one of the things I said to leaders last week, and these were a group of leaders on a power hour, not all financially linked to me. I said there's this misperception of what 2 feet in is, because people think I can't be 2 feet in because it's 8 hours a day. But they'll do their business 4 hours a day, but they're looking at kitten videos on TikTok, and they're like looking at, you know, all this stuff, and they're distracted, and they didn't make one appointment that day. So I said, what if all 2 feet in was putting your ass in a chair for an hour a day? Mm-hmm. Could you do it? And what we're seeing is that people, for that 1 hour a day, that power hour, that AIC, Steve, they're setting more appointments just being in that community for an hour than they probably would in a month. And so I would say to everyone, because again, the thing I love about Aussie is that there's just no BS. What if you just put your ass in a chair for an hour, 5 days a week? And you booked your appointments, and the other time, that's when you were following up with people, you were doing the presentation, you were showing them a video, but just 1 hour a day of solid prospecting, and that's all it was. And then you're with your family, you were going surfing, you were going to find a Hemsworth brother on the beach, or whatever it is you were doing. I hear Liam's single, so there you go. But you know, maybe that's what you were doing, but that's all it was. Could you put 2 feet in if you redefined it? And I want everyone to write that down.
I love that. Mm-hmm.
Redefining what commitment looks like. Because again, we have the evidence. I could tell you story after story right now, Steve, of people who were checked out from Isagenix, but they checked back in to put their ass in a chair for an hour. The first time I went to Bikram yoga, it was so hot. And the instructor said, the only thing I need you to do is breathe and stay in the room. If all you do is Shavasana for 90 minutes, that's all I need you to do. So what I say in Power Hour, and if you're wanting to come tomorrow, it's 9 a.m. Pacific, so it's going to be like the wee hours of the morning. But what I say to people is just come and stay here for an hour, even if you don't do one message. Mm-hmm. That's the first thing. And so that's how, you know, just redefining it. Is Mary Leaf dating Liam Hemsworth? In the chat. You go.
And gosh, I remember we were in Maui over in Hawaii, and you took me to my first Bikram yoga practice in the old town. Remember that? And I was like, oh my God, I have to see this whole thing through. I can't just collapse in front of Susan. I loved it. I loved it.
Funny, Steve, that when I stayed with Susan at her place, she took me to my first big yoga as well.
All right. Should have a thing.
There's like a I have an inner circle, and David and I in our trainings, David, we must do a power prospecting in Australia. It'd be so fun. But David and I have this thing in our training we've done about your inner circle. And sometimes what happens to people as they grow in Isagenix, that the people in their previous inner circle, they just don't fit anymore. And you know, one thing I'll say to all of you is that as you grow as leaders, that inner circle will change. And it's very healthy to set boundaries. So I only do business with people that I'd have at the dinner table with my children. Mm-hmm. If you're going to stay over at my house, we are going to hot yoga. We're going to drink wine, and we're going to laugh a lot. And I'm going to walk out of the room. I'm going to do my gratitudes, and I am going to get up at 5 a.m. and whether you're coming or not. And there are just certain things we do. Right?
I love it so much. All right. Well, listen, I'm going to throw it open to our friends on the line here. So, of course, we've got David still here. We've got Jen Patch still here. We've got Susan here. So if there's anything for our last kind of final 10, 15 minutes that we have together, I would love for you to kind of put them into the chat, and I'll try my very best because they just disappear so fast when everyone types at the same time. But stick them in there, and I will ask them for you.
Not getting the first one. Hey, Jen, just want to bring you in for a sec. How are you feeling? How is that for you?
Oh my gosh. Like, of course, my notebook's full up. I can't write as fast as you talk though, Susan. That's the only problem. So good. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're so welcome. It's so great to see you, love.
I'm always buzzed up when I get to listen to you. Remember Bali? I was like, oh my gosh, after Bali, that was insane.
That was the best training. That was, I designed a training to show people what it would really take to max out a business center. And it's a one-day training. And it's like, I go through all the systems, everything it takes. And we do it in a day. And that was such a fun trip. And I got to spend time with you there. It was amazing. So, yeah.
So good. While we're gathering questions, I was thinking when you're talking about the 4 agreements, Susan and David, that Miguel's next book is the 5th agreement, which is actually about being discerning. And I was thinking about all the stuff that's going on, around and basically just about destruction. And yeah, at the moment, there's some people leaving Isagenix. They're finding another place for themselves. But there's always going to be other distractions, right? And what's that thing you say, David, about broke, unhappy people?
Oh, what it is, I always ask people, my quote is, stop taking advice from broken, happy people and stop being one. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I'm listening to Eric this morning, and I'm listening to you, and I'm listening to Susan, and I'm looking at Susan's photos of Jim and Kathy, and their years and years of success, and at its absolute basics, if we want to simplify it, like, who are we going to follow? And we need to be discerning about who are we going to follow, and who are we going to listen to, and who are we going to allow into our mind? And it's pretty obvious, isn't it? Like, it's obvious to me where I want to be. Some people who are off on a new venture, they're broken, unhappy. And there's a lot of people here who are very not broken. They're very happy. So it's like, it's our responsibility to be discerning about what we choose to listen to. It's just that thing that you say, don't, and when you do that, it's really simple. And I get that they make it look fancy on social media or whatever, but it doesn't take much to actually read between the lines. It really doesn't. And that's our responsibility, to read between the lines and make smart choices for ourselves.
Some of the wealthiest people I know, in the tech world anyway, they're not even on social media. Because with great wealth comes great responsibility. And if you have to brag about what you have, then chances are you don't really have as much as people think you do.
Absolutely. I've got a friend who makes $1 million a month, and he's not even on Facebook. Like, he hasn't got time for that.
Yep, exactly.
So David, Jen, and Susan, some of the questions that are coming in, it's similar to what we talked about yesterday and to come up again today, but again, about the being 2 feet in. Somebody's just asked, I'm so frustrated with myself because I know that I do it all the time. I go in, then I come out, then I go in, then I come out. They're asking kind of what strategies can they do. I know we've talked about, practicing great thoughts, gratitude. Is it recognizing the fear? Can you speak to that again? I don't mind whoever takes that, about kind of just what are some strategies to kind of get out of your own way that you kind of get so committed to this company, so committed to Isagenix?
Susan, I think you should handle this, but I just want to give a little context to that person. That frustration is good, right? That awareness is key, is that, you're starting to be frustrated because you're seeing the pattern. So your pattern is half in, half out, half in, half out. And look what it brings you. Well, frustration's one word. We could probably go through a litany of words. So really be embracing the fact that you're aware that that is not the standard you want to have anymore, that you're not going to be half in, half out. And going back to Eric about committing once, but what is commitment? So Susan, I'll pass it over to you to what you do, but I really want you to start understanding that what Eric talked about, I committed once, but what's commitment? Is commitment half in, half out? That's not commitment. That's being flaky. And your income will reflect your flakiness. Your bank account will reflect that, right? But the beauty is you're at a point right now where you're starting to be aware of it and it's frustrating you. And I love that. I love when you get to a place of frustration or whatever, where it's like, no longer. I'm no longer going to feel this. Over to you, Susan. Sorry.
Oh, no, don't apologize. It's great. You know, David has always said, how we do one thing is how we do all things, right? So chances are, if you're half-arsed in this, then you're probably half-arsed in a lot of things, your workout, your Isagenix product taking, your, you know, a lot of things. My advice would be, much like when our children we have to take a Band-Aid off, we just rip it off. So what if you did just put your butt in a chair Monday through Friday for 1 hour, it was non-negotiable, and you just reached out to people and you did it every day for a month. It doesn't take 21 days to form a habit. For some people, Jen, there's a gal, Linda Horton just said, this is a perfect example. My husband was there with me in Bali and you asked him a question. He said, oh, this is my wife's business. And you put him in his place and said, this is your business too. And he's been changed ever since. It just took that one moment. So some people could build a habit in a moment. Some people, it might be 6 years. I don't know. But I would just say, put your butt in the chair and just surrender. Because no matter what, as I said earlier, we take ourselves everywhere we go. We take ourselves everywhere we go. And even for myself, when I was really sick, I still did my CEO trainings. I still showed up for my team stuff. I did all of that stuff. And what my best was in those days would be my worst today, but I was doing something every day. So if you just get in that habit of doing something every day for an hour a day, and then come back and talk to us in a month and see where you're at. That's what I would say.
Well, Jen, I know that we talked a little bit about, after this call, I mean, we've spent, 6 hours between yesterday and today, and probably one of the greatest online trainings that we've probably done down here in Australia, New Zealand. So thank you for all your contributions to it. But what do we do, right, leaving this time that we have with each other? I know for many of us, we're still in this lockdown situation. We're having to turn to an online world right now and you know, pivot the way we used to do things. What would you say we can do just to come out of these 2 days together and really get into some action?
Yeah, so I think that there's always this risk of listening to trainings and listening to what everyone says and then going, oh, I got to go do this and I can't, and if I don't have my power hour all set up, I'm just going to blah, blah, blah. And how do I get, it's not fair, and why can't the company run a power hour and all this stuff? And then 3 weeks passes and nothing's done. And so what if it was just two things? One is actually get off the call and find some time, whether it's this afternoon or tonight, to just finally make a decision about the life that you want to live, and what is it going to look like, and what are your standards, and are you going to settle for half a sausage and a caravan, or are you, what is your life? And if you're a parent or planning to be one, know that when you're making that decision, you're also making that decision for your kids, because we all start in the box that our parents, we start pretty much in the same box as our parents. And at someone is going to have to lift the lid and climb out of the box. One generation is going to have to do that. So is it us that's going to do the work of lifting the lid and climbing out of the box, or are we going to leave it for our kids to do that? Because that box is what creates our bank account, and that's what creates our quality of life. So it's just one, just finally get honest about exactly what your life is going to be. And then while you're planning the power hour, while you're figuring out what training you want to do, what websites you want to go look at, and absolutely, that's all your right foot activities, remember? All of the learning, start doing, and just keep it really simple. And as we talked about yesterday, how are you going to grow your network? By 3 new people. And how are you going to talk to 3 people? Grow by 3, talk to 3. That has to be done before anything else. So before you do your favorite thing, so Sarah Berry, I think she's on here today. She started just a few weeks ago. She loves doing her exercise. She started making herself do her 3 grow your network and talk to people before she's allowed to go and do her exercise. And guess what? 4 enrollments in a couple of weeks, just like that, because she's eating the frog first.
That's
so get that done.
Good. Sorry, interrupting. That's so good. Like, look at that. The reward. She's just saying, and the context of that, Steve. You know, what a simple way to do it, right? Okay, this is what I love to do. But what I'm going to do the thing I'm finding hard to do before I get to do what I love to do. Because then in the end, you'll start to love to do it. Anyway, I just want to jump in there, Jen, because I thought that was just brilliant.
Well, that's all. I was finished pretty much there anyway.
I thought so.
Yeah.
Is that Aussie expression? I wrote that down. Are you going to settle for half a sausage and a caravan? Or is that a Jen Patch original? Because when I quote it tomorrow, I need to get the sourcing right.
Yeah, my nana, one day I went to visit my nana and my papa like 20 years ago, and my nana's got 2 sausages defrosting on the kitchen sink, and I'm like, Nana, who's having dinner here tonight? Like, and she's like, oh, well, I have a half and Papa gets 1 1/2. And I just thought it was, and it wasn't even that they were that broke. They were just, you know, very careful with their money. And I see so many people, right, that they're not adding up. They're not doing the math, and they think they're going to get to 65 and they're going to have this retirement. And they think that the pension, we get the pension in Australia, and they think it's going to fund their retirement. But it's something really, it's like $400 a week if you get it all. And you can't, like, that's going to afford people a caravan and half a sausage. That's it.
I'll give a couple of Canadian stats, and I will quote you tomorrow, so thank you. In Canada, the average Canadian spends the last 10 years of their life in illness. In America, over 68% of the population will retire into poverty. And if we think the COVID crisis is the last time we're going to experience something like this, we're wrong. Right now, 1 in 7 Americans is out of work. But, you know, not that long ago, we had the recession and we had SARS. And I can promise you that this is not the last time this is going to. And Jen, I love that you brought up retirement. I mean, I was 29 years old when I joined Isagenix, like 29, right? I was half a sausage when I joined Isagenix. But, you know, here I am now, you know, on the shadow of 50, and I'm like thinking about not retiring because I'm not interested in that. But I thank God that, you know, we've built this because we don't have to think about that, if that makes sense. So
you're a half a sausage in a tent. You didn't even have a caravan.
But, you know, the other thing that I think we need to think about for those of us who are parents is 20 years ago, it was 4 times average earnings to buy a house. Today, it's 17 times average earnings to buy a house. What is it going to be for our children? So, you know, Isaac and Maya get $200 a week put into a bank account for them thanks to Isagenix. So when they turn 30, they're going to have $500,000 each to start. At least they have a deposit on a house. But how are our children, if we don't give them that, ever going to have a hope of owning their own home? So we have to get off our butts, and we have to get uncomfortable, and we have to stop watching Netflix, and we have to do the things that we don't want to do, and we have to get okay with failure. And some of us are so scared of failure that we can't even reach out and risk hearing no. Yet, Susan, you've been broke as broke. You know, I was 1.5 million, you know, in the hole, had to go to David for some advice. And I don't know if you remember, David, but you gave me some great advice about how to stop focusing on being 1.5 million in the hole and and pay it off. And I sent you a message when I paid it all off. Again, thanks to Isagenix. But you know, this fear of failure is paralyzing, and who's going to be affected? Our whole life and our children. And we have to get over it. We have to change the financial, if we don't change the financial blueprint of ourselves, then we're basically just saying, stuff that I'm too much of a scaredy cat to do it. You'll have to do it, kids. And why would we do that to our kids?
And Jen, I just want to touch on a couple of things there, right? Because financial blueprint, we talked about yesterday, what a blueprint is our thoughts, feelings, and actions around money. How do we think about money? How do we feel about money? How do we act around money? Our blueprint around the business. We have blueprints all through our thoughts, feelings, and actions. But, you know, Jen used the word have to. You have to. Well, I want to say this to you. You can choose to or choose not to. But when you don't have the things you want, and you're living on, you know, like in retirement, whether you end up in poverty because of it, just think back to this moment you're on this call, because really it's about commitment. You make it a commitment from here, and you heard so much. We're talking about Susan talking about 1 hour a day, she's saying, to commit to this so you can have everything you want, right? And we're talking about these simple steps that Jen shared with you. Everything's so simple. It's not like there's not this overly complex thing, but it is going to come down to a choice. And what you do tomorrow will determine what's going to happen in the next 12 months, 24 months, 36 months, right? But if you want to create freedom of any kind or choice of any kind, understanding your thoughts, feelings, and actions around the money, understanding right vehicle, right time, right you. So right now, you're in the right vehicle at the right time. You can see that. Like, you just spent 6 hours with these beautifully brilliant people sharing everything with you. So then when you get off here now, what's going to stand in the way? Is it you're going to be growing yourself, left foot, right foot, right? Growing yourself, but the left foot in action. I mean, these, again, if you go back to the core principles, every single person on this call can have what you want if you follow some of these very simple, small, consistent steps. And I just want you to get that. So before, Steve, I'm going to hand back to you because I know we're getting close to time here, buddy.
Well, we are just a little over time, Dave. So I do want to honor and respect everybody. And I think you just wrapped it up so beautifully for me. I mean, it really is as simple as that. And it's really about a commitment. I've really, really enjoyed and loved the topics that have come up over these last 2 days. The way this whole training is led, I think it's been so powerful, impactful. So again, Susan, thank you so much for your time today. Jen, always just so impeccable. And David, you just such a master at crafting these events for our field, for our trainers. We have no one, Eric said it, there's no one like you, and we're so blessed to have you at Isagenix as well. So again, thank you so much for your time today. And just to let everybody know on the call, we've raised over $10,000 just from these 2 days for Make-A-Wish. So that's going to be going to all the kids. So thank you so much for your contribution to that. I know for everybody who's watching this back home, I know we've got about 500 people who are going to watch this back later who couldn't be on the call today, might be homeschooling kids, whatever it is. Thank you for your contributions as well. But if you've enjoyed these 2 days that we've spent together, David and I are planning some more for you. So we look forward to catching up with you again. But once again, thank you for your 2 days commitment. Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, David. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thanks, Stevie.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank
Everyone
you
so much. Put 2.0 in the chat if you're going to go away and do something with this. Let's see your commitment. 2.0 if you're going to commit to something. Let's see it. There you go. Now keep your word. You've just put it in there. Now keep your word. Be impeccable. See you guys.
Thanks,
everyone.
Everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.